почнеш? Давай. По 20. Або давай по 15.
Greetings, dear guests, to this forum. We want to thank those who are engaged in organizing this wonderful event. We are about to start a very interesting panel. It's the financial system of Ukraine to zero. It will be dedicated to the recovery of Ukraine for long-term money and the project that the state will offer our economy for this recovery to happen faster. We understand that the finances are the driver of our economy, and we will talk today about how this will work after the hostilities are over and about which opportunities this provides for our economy, what will the regulators do so that it happens faster and in more powerful way. My name is Taras Kozak. I'm the president of the investment group Univer. I will be moderating this discussion, and let me ask all of you to make sure that this panel is interactive. Kindly download the application that the organizers created for you. It's on the flip side of your badge. Please scan this QR code. And if you go to the section Financial System of Ukraine 2.0, if you click on this button, you will be able to ask your question. And in the end of our panel, we will make sure that the speakers get these questions. All in all, this panel is going to be very exciting. We will have the representatives of banks and the state and the commission. So these are the leading players of the market. Kindly give a round of applause when I invite the panelists. I'm inviting the Minister of Social Policy, Denis Ulutin. The chairman, the General Director of MasterCard in Ukraine, Inga Andreeva. Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine, Oleksiy Shaban. Deputy Chairman of the Privatbank, Larisa Chernysova. Chairman of the National Securities and Stock Market Commission, Ruslan Magomedov. Deputy Chairman of the Board of Sensbank, Olena Zubchenko. You see, we have gender equality here, very nice. It's great that the organizers have provided this modern panel, because in the financial sector, more men are represented, but today it is all according to the best practices. Okay, let's go on to our subjects. What will the financial system of Ukraine be like after the recovery? In order to talk about this, we need to understand where we are at the moment, what are our current challenges, and this is what will be the background of our talks about future. Talking about our banking system in general, it's rather small. Our GDP is rather small. The Ministry of Economy estimates the nominal size of GDP in Ukraine. It's 9 trillion hryvnias. If in dollars, then it's a little above $200 billion. The bank system of Ukraine, the bank equity is 3.5 trillion of hryvnias, so it's a bit less than 40% of the ratio of a bank system to GDP. Is it a lot or is it little? Let us ask the first panelist. Let us ask Olena Zubchenko. She worked in Minfin, and she's now the deputy chairman of the board of Sensbank. Miss Olena, what do you think about this size? Is it enough? Is it sufficient? How many loans in the economy are coming into the economy? What are the challenges, and how can this ratio grow? Well, if we really go into research theoretically, I'm not talking about the practical aspect, but rather the theory. If we look at the world economies, then it is not
always that increasing loans can really spur economical growth. But let me give you some figures here. At the moment in Ukraine, the scale of bank loans to GDP is 13%, which is the historical minimum. They used to be greater, and it is much less than the pre-war period that was 19% in the year 2022. If we compare the situation with other countries like Poland, it's 22.9, Czech Republic 39, Austria it's 43, Germany 49, Denmark 85.2. But I also inquired as I was preparing for this panel. I looked at the example of the UK, and we saw that when the loan ratio to GDP was raising, the economy wasn't growing. So it's a question of debate. Therefore, it would be nice if the loans that we give out, they're paid back and returned. So talking about increasing the loans, like last year we were talking about energy efficiency, and banks were trying to loan the energy efficiency enterprises. And when we went out into the regions, we discovered that it was not very popular because the actors did not know how to give them back, and even the discounted rates did not always persuade the business whether they will be able to give the loans back, even if we're talking about that discounted rate at 5%. I believe that our business does need loans and they ask for more. Let us ask Ms. Larissa, as the deputy chairman of the largest Ukrainian bank, what are the actual state of things in your bank? In which demand are the loans? Is the demand rising? And what is the bank planning on in terms of increasing the loans, if there are such plans? Actually, the part of the bank loans for business has changed a lot since the beginning of the year of the war. It's not only this part and the ratio, but also the profile of businesses to Privatbank. If in the beginning of the war, Privatbank felt very comfortable as in terms of giving loans to retail clients, and it was not very substantial in terms of providing loans to business clients. But now we have reached the position of the leader in this market. Let me give you a few figures. During the times of the war, the credit profile to business clients has increased threefold, and it's now 50 billion hryvnias. Every day we're giving out 160 millions of hryvnias of new loans, and we're growing twice as fast as the market is. How it used to be, I believe that every business has its own history about what happened to them in the beginning of the war. Talking about Privatbank, we were one of the first entities that did not stop, because with the full-scale invasion, everything stops: businesses, logistics, finance. But we realized that if business is not supported, then the country will not be able to stand through. Therefore, in the April of 2022, we resumed the giving out loans. It was a difficult decision to make, and I'm saying this as a person who was responsible for the quality of the credit profile, as I was the chief risk manager. But we found solutions to be able to balance the needs of business and our responsibility as bank management for the bank stability. And in 2024, we have given out 24 billion hryvnias of loans. We are providing loans to the businesses in the areas where others would not do that, because we realize that businesses in the frontline areas need support. We have a great number of examples how our loans were really helpful to the businesses. We have a client from Kharkiv. 70% of equity of the assets of this client were on the occupied territory. But then after this area was liberated, with our loan of 100 million hryvnias, his business was renovated. It is 107 1,700 Ukrainian families that we have provided loans to and given them hope to the good future. Let me also give you an example about a client from Kherson that requested the armed forces of Ukraine to hit his own enterprise, because this is where the enemy set up their headquarters, and this killed his business, but he was able to resume his business with the help of our loan. We're happy to be part of it, and we're proud of the fact that because of our efforts, Privatbank has been recognized as leader for loan provision in frontline areas. It is something that concerns the situation and its dynamics, but let me also talk about what we see happening in the future. I believe that all of us at least once imagined what will life be like after the war is over. There will be peace, stability, recovery. The need of Ukraine for recovery is estimated at $500 billion, and it's a huge amount, an immense amount for Ukraine, because for the GDP last year was estimated as $190 billion, and it's obvious that banks will play a crucial role in the recovery. After the war is over, we will see an influx of new enterprises. People will be coming back from the front line. They will be starting new businesses. The war will be ceased. The macro situation will be stabilized. The inflation will slow down. And the credit loan, the loan rates will be smaller. But let us not look at this through the pink sunglasses. Let us be honest and let us admit that this path will be difficult, and the bank system will face the risks that were unprecedented. These new businesses that will be starting, those that will require funding, they will not have any credit history, and there will be nothing to back them, and they will not be able to demonstrate a stable flow of funds so that to make them comfortable for providing loans. And it is a challenge that will need to be resolved. There must be programs of grants, loans, the risk-sharing programs, the cooperation with international financial organizations in order to balance out the need for funding the recovery and providing the financial stability of the system. Thank you so much. I think we have come to the question for Mr. Oleksiy. What do you think about these risks? How prepared is the National Bank to handling these post-war challenges? Let us imagine that the war has finished, the system is starting to renew. Are you planning any kind of shifts to regulations or control measures? Can there be any derogations to this system? Thank you for your question. Let me start by telling you what we are starting with the background. The National Bank has been leading the policy for over 10 years now. We are balancing the stability and growth. And what we have been doing since the full-scale invasion, it is this step-by-step movement towards maintaining the balance of financial stability and preparing the foundation for growth. Let me tell you that over the recent 2.5 years, we can already see that there is growth already. For the 8th month of this year, the pure assets of the banking system has risen by 4%, and much of it is due to the loans. The parts of investment in debt certificate is decreased. Talking about the pure hryvnia loan profile, year after year it's rising. In August, it has shown 33.7% growth. The scale of loans are is increasing for all banks. But let us also remember what happened in the period from 2014 over to 2017, where there was no full-scale invasion, but there were certain hostilities, and the geopolitical situation was more quiet, more peaceful, not as now. So then, if we're talking about the regulations and the capital, we can remember that there were certain standards and regulations, but they were rather formal, or they were distorting, several actors were distorting the reports, and the capabilities were not as enhanced as now. So it was not very efficient. And now, when the crisis came around in 2014, we remember then that 103 banks left the market
Insolvency.
because of their insolvency. Therefore, we learned these lessons, and we started moving and changing it towards making it more stable. And now we can see the results, as mentioned by Olena and Larissa, that despite the full-scale invasion, despite the destruction of businesses, the banking system remains stable. The loans are increasing. So this step-by-step movement and growth in the dialogue with the market is helping the progress. Another factor that we're working on right now is the implementing of the European standards to bank regulations. As a result of our self-assessment with the engagement of Pricewaterhouse, so the correspondence of Ukrainian regulations to the European ones amount to 70, a little over 70%, and hopefully that soon we will be able to get the conclusion from the European Commission that our regulations fully comply with the European standards, and this will create additional opportunities for bringing in Ukrainian banks with the European capital to loans in hryvnia. As regards the standards, we do sometimes hear that they're somewhere not fully functional, but let me give you some figures. The fact that over the recent 2 years, we have gradually been resuming and recovering the pre-war regulations, and we're also introducing certain enhancements, looking at our Euro integration path and the European capitals, and the bank system is bringing profit, and the profit that it is making, it's helping them scale up their own capital. And we are now shifting to the regulatory capital of the first level. We were conducting research of the world experience as well, and we have discovered that the minimum regulated capital to reach this first level, it's at least 15% that will enable to first create the financial stability and also promote the economical growth. At the moment, the average figure is 15% as of now. So it is the sufficiency of regulatory capital. So talking about the standards of the national bank being squeezed somewhere or compromised and blocking the loan growth, I believe that it's not correct to be saying this. Another aspect that I would like to mention is that our process to assuring compliance of our regulations to the European ones will enable us to engage loans in hryvnia with banks of foreign groups, and the figures provided by Taras and Olena testified that the Ukrainian economy and the Ukrainian banking system is rather small for the demand that will be there for the purpose of recovery. And we do realize that on our own, the banking system will not be able to perform these tasks, and so there will be other banks coming in, and it will not be about competition. It will be a certain niche of the Ukrainian banking sector.
Of all of the news, you're probably aware, Mr. Hetmantsev has already mentioned that, again, 50% of the revenue made by banks is going to be taxed because the government needs this money. And from the standpoint of Mr. Hetmantsev, banks are the kind of fat tomcats that need to be made leaner. So this year is going to be rolled back. But in 2026, again, we will have to get back to this figure of 50% of revenue on income. When talking about SMEs, which are the drivers of the economy in this country, I suppose it's a very good review. MasterCard can offer this very good review via different mechanisms of digitalization for small businesses that they have to offer. Ms. Inga, how do you see the situation for SMEs nowadays in Ukraine? What is the state of play? What's happening to it? How contemporary, how modern is it becoming? Is it utilizing 100% all of the contemporary technologies, for example, payment technologies in particular? Thank you very much, Taras, for your question. Actually, when inside our company we begin to launch into this conversation about the recovery of Ukraine's economy, we always begin with SMEs. Even according to the statistics, 99% of all of the enterprises by number in Ukraine are SMEs. So you're definitely right. It is the economic driver in Ukraine. Every year we do a study for ourselves, for our own purposes, to trace all of the trends, to make sure that we understand what's happening in this segment. And the findings of this year, let me share some of the figures with you, that 93% of all SMEs utilize non-cash payments in Ukraine. As of now, this is a very fine indicator. It is growing. And it is yet another testament to the fact that entrepreneurs begin to understand that cashless payments, it's about transparency, quick circulation of money, and it's a driver for their business growth. 72% of our respondents also said that about over 50% of their revenue is shaped at the expense of cashless payments. It's another very fine indicator. Some other interesting figures to share with you. 42% of the polled said that they began to apply AI. Be reminded that last year this indicator was 21% lower. IE, so they are using all of the contemporary technologies. Some of the core areas to apply AI for SMEs at this moment is for marketing, communications, and targeting. Onwards, I think, is going only to grow. 62% of SMEs are exporting their production as of now or are planning to start their exports in the nearest future. So globalization still continues in this segment. 85% of SMEs are using digital channels because it's convenient. In fact, it's fast. If you want to be visible, conspicuous in this market or in other markets without digital channels, I think it's impossible to do without. Taras, you also asked me about what we are doing, right, in order to support SMEs. In fact, for us, this is a strategic investment, and we have been working for many years in Ukraine and abroad in terms of SME support. For many years, we have been partnering with the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. We started together with them Dear Business Portal, which up until now is very actively used in Ukraine. A bit later, we became a partner to offline Dear Centers, offering consultation services for SMEs. And together with this ministry, we also established, I think it was some 3 years ago in Warsaw, that we established the first foreign Dear Business portal for businessmen who decided to scale up their Ukrainian operations abroad. So this is a very incomplete list. There is also a very interesting program, the National Cashback, and I'm sure all of you are familiar with that. We are a technological partner for this program as well. It's a unique program indeed, because nowadays it's definitely about offering support to SMEs, inclusive, but it's also unique in technical terms, because nowadays it combines 15 banks and dozens of thousands of trading partners. It covers more than 400,000 different items of goods and more than 1 million consumers who use this software. So this cashback actually takes place in real-time terms. Everything is transparent, swift, and convenient. Recently, we also became a technological partner to e-entrepreneur, e-підприємець, so you can not only get registered and do it very quickly, but you can also obtain a package of financial services. And all of this can be done easily online just within one day, whereas you would have had to use several days or sometimes weeks before. So we ought to keep working. If I touch upon technologies, we will revert to that at a later point in our discussion. But if we get back to lending, Ms. Larissa has just given us the number of $100 billion. This is the amount necessary for Ukraine's recovery. I think that this number is only going to grow because the war is not finishing, and it's just causing new devastation, new damage, and is just staggering in terms of the number as opposed to our GDP. And the predominant majority of this recovery is about lending for long-term projects, about building bridges, railways, power plants, loans which are issued for years and years, perhaps sometimes decades. So how can private bank find, and how is it looking for and sourcing money, this long-term money, to be able to fund these lending programs, making sure that they are relatively inexpensive, because offering a 25% interest rate for the energy sector, it's possible right now, but I don't think it's going to last for long. So what are the sources of this long-term money? How to handle this problem? How is your bank approaching this issue? Taras, it's a very important issue indeed, but before I answer, I would like to make a bridge between what Inga has just said and the issue of lending, which still persists and will continue being a problem even after the war. We have spoken about the increasing share of cashless payments. So transparency, of course, is one of the key bottlenecks and one of the deficiencies that we have to resolve and address as the entire society, because nowadays this disbalance is clear. The banking system is super liquid, it's ready to issue loans, and there is also a high demand on behalf of borrowers. But the synergy is not working. Why not? Because we have this deficiency of transparent and solvent borrowers. So one share of these businesses are working in shadows, when another share of businesses are not compliant with the quality of reporting, of divulging the structure of their ownership, banking, even with all of their available resources, are not ready to assume all of those risks in place. That's why it requires the synergy of all actors on this market in order to incentivize transparency, to make sure that transparency is rewarded. Because it's not just our curiosity of the banks to look into every can stored and buried somewhere in the ground, but basically this is a requirement, it's a standard of the EU, of our legislation. And after all, this is something that will enable your businesses to grow. So transparency is the baseline for our lending. And reverting to your question, where we can find long-term money and how to fund large-scale infrastructural projects, I suppose it's a two-pronged thing. Large infrastructural projects, starting with them. First, let me make the following point. There was the first thing that happened to Privatbank after the beginning of the war. For the first time after last year, after nationalization, we got back to lending capital to large corporate businesses because the economy requires implementing large-scale infrastructural projects. And the largest in scale loan that we issued up until now, it's 4.7 billion hryvnias to Naftogaz. So today, when you turn on your gas in your kitchens today, remember that this is also with the help of Privatbank, and we are caring about you, even though you may not be our clients. And talking about long-term money, there's no long-term money available in the market, it's true. And this money can only appear in some due to the assistance offered by IFIs or due to attracting foreign direct capital or by way of attracting securities, bonds, inclusive. So making sure that all of the economy is fueled with the money of Ukraine's national banking system. I mean, it's impossible to make it grow. And in the first place, of course, we have to make sure that capital markets need to grow. Unfortunately, Ukraine has a lot of negative experience that we got back in 2014 with reference to the deliverables of the functionality of this market. I don't even know how to say whether this customer is semi-alive or semi-dead. But clearly, this definitely has to be one of the focal points for the society and for the markets. How to revive these financial markets. And we are working on it now. We have put our heads around it, and we are already we have already a project that we would like to offer to the market, the new tools of investment, where we are finalizing some of the new procedures, new risk controls to participate in this revival of capital markets. Thank you. Most interesting, intriguing. I think that Mr. Ruslan will also be sharing about this a bit more concerning long-term money. If we look at the global experience, the main source of long-term money in all of the developed economies, the main source is pension funds. And some 10 years ago, maybe it's not relevant nowadays, back in 2017, there was a report issued by 25 largest pension schemes in the world. At that time, they had accumulated, imagine, $42.5 trillion. $42,000 billion are contained within pension funds in these countries. While Ukraine, nowadays, it's about 600 million, and no dollars, but hryvnias. It's 175,000. It's the amount of all of the pension accumulations of all of the Ukrainians altogether. However, the topic once again is addressed of the pension reform, and the anticipations are that this time there will be a mandatory part, maybe not mandatory fully. So we would like to delegate this question to Mr. Denis, who has just arrived from Minfin, where he used to take care of all of the money within the Ministry of Social Policy, and now he will have to take care of pensioners' money. So what are the plans concerning the pension reform? What are we to expect? Will the Ministry of Social Policy get engaged in the establishment of this reform in order to inject new blood into our economic system? Thank you very much for having me. Ministry of Social Policy in this circle looks a little bit like a black sheep, but my previous experience within the Ministry of Finance, I was responsible for balance and for funding. Now at the Ministry of Social Policy, this ministry is the second largest in costs and ministry after the Ministry of Defense. So our financial system has been able to survive within these years. Banking system keeps working. Public finance is operational. But just the survival of financial system is something that we have lived through, and the next step is investing, and the financial system has to be conducive to the development of economy. You have properly put it. Again, the issue of long-term money is being raised. And again, another issue is being addressed: mandatory pension funds, accumulation of that. It's our pillar 2 in a way. Let us delve deeper into the context. Let's take an excursion into the history of some of the neighboring countries like Poland. In 2014, what this country did was withdraw all of the public bonds from all of the public companies, and they relaunched this operation, and that country immediately gained opt-out. The system squeezed, and in fact, the second level is misfunctional. The second example to cite in this respect is 2010, Hungary. This was the level to have been nationalized. Another option was Romania. Given the fact that their market is very narrow, there's nothing much to invest in. 2/3 of the second level were invested in the government securities. It's not something that we are striving for. This long-term private capital is never going to be generated. Latin America and Chile, for example, during COVID, they began to withdraw money from the second level, and once again it's misfired. There are exceptions indeed to this system. These are the countries like Denmark, the Netherlands, Australia, or the most famous Swedish premium pension model. But again, what it has as its foundation is deep markets, rigid regulation, and very mature infrastructure and powerful controllers and managers. We are only building this. We are on the way to that. Moreover, these are not our findings, but the findings by OECD and International Monetary Fund, that the success of the second level depends very heavily on the tools where all of these accumulations, mass accumulations, will have to be channeled. And with that, we have a lot of questions, so it's something that we have to deal with, and I think Ruslan will be able to tell more. I don't want to steal the thunder from him, and I suppose that the Ministry of Social Policy and the banking sector have a lot more to contribute to that. So let's have a look at the risks offered to Ukraine, the establishment of the second level. All of these contributions will have to be invested at once. We cannot just create a pool and wait for the opportunities for investments, because they will be devalued. And the Ministry of Social Policy and I, within this institution, stand for the interests of the people who are investing in these resources, the owners of these resources. Moreover, the single instrument for such investments is UVDP in Ukrainian. We all know very well that within the framework of the EU accession, we have to make sure that 60% of our GDP is debt, and 40% is something that belongs to us. I think it's all in the past. No, we are moving along these lines. Have a look at the reports. As a result of our screenings, the fastest, by the way, of all of the countries. And in the section of public finance, this is a requirement brought forward, and the IMF is also giving to us the same kind of load. So the banking system, when it has a lot of liquidity, private investors are also investing into this. So pension investments in this market, I think they are going to be squeezed. Be reminded, or maybe let me explain if you do not understand very much about the second level. The World Bank, some 30 years ago, offered a 3-level pension model. The first level is the solidarity model that we have, in fact, when the money from our pensioners immediately goes to our pensioners for payments. The third level, we also have some of it, 6 to 7 million hryvnias. These are the voluntary savings of our pensioners, as well as the money that goes from the payroll during the time of their working full-time for these companies. So the system is operational, but this share is very small. But with reference to the second level, this is the major level, mandatory level of funding, when from our salaries, a share of that, and maybe the government adds to then some 2 or 3%, according to the draft law, some 2 or 3% of our salaries will go into our investment pension accounts. And if you have a look at the at the size of the payroll in our economy, it's about 3 trillion. So 2% of 3 trillion, it's about 100 million hryvnias on an annual basis to come as a revenue to this level. So this is a huge amount, but they're only available for 1,800,000. So this is not going to change very much the situation in terms of attraction. We're not going to grow substantially in terms of the public debt. If once again we offer such an opportunity for the pension funds, I'm ready to argue with you. Basically, if you take a look at the budgets, the new issuance, well, not issuance, but the rollover is 100%. That is, we as the country, as the government, buy exactly as much as we repay. It's about 520 billion. And out of them, the public bank sector is about 70%. So the state-owned banks are 70%, and 100% rollover says that we will never reduce our benchmark of debt to lower than 70%, so basically 30%. So basically it should be about 21% or 30% in the market, and then the market will have as much as 400 million. And I would like to see 400 billion hryvnias to be able to operate. So I'm not very much of a proponent of Pillar 2, because the amount of funds which was supposed to go to the pool of ESV will instead go to the accumulation part. And in part, we will create a deficiency of public funding, and for the Ministry of Finance, this will, of course, be a gap that they will have to close with various kinds of debt instruments. So in this construction, we simply postpone the problem for later, and the global experience has already testified to that, and the experience of
We are moving in a different direction. We are now working on the reconstruction of the pension system in the following way. We want to make it more understandable and to make it an honest and system that will comprise 2 components. First, it will be a model similar to the French one that is very functional in France and Sweden. It will be the age-based payment. It is very straightforward, and it is the system of distribution of the solidary system that is based solely on the structure where the share of the person, of every person who have contributed to the system, they will get the funds back at retirement. Secondly, it's the reconstruction of social special pensions into professional ones. We will not be having any kind of specialized pensions. There will be professional kind. The professional part of this structure will become this tool. And once again, the third element is the fact that it will be a voluntary depositing system. Maybe it may include a subscription plan with a opportunity to opt out, but it will be voluntarily. We want to be honest as a country. We should be investing into tools that will not lead to a critical situation. So we want to be honest with those people who will be participants of the system. And the most important part here is that the depositing part of the system includes certain tools, and engaging our international partners to the design of such tools is of ultimate importance. We want to engage the foreign managers of such funds, which can be a solution for this kind of model. And we need to create the tools that will be the green bonds or social bonds, or funding certain straightforward projects. That can also happen, but it still needs to be voluntary by providing the understandable tools and strategies of such funds and instruments. Thank you so much. As a representative of the capital market, let me argue with you a little bit. It's true that there are no tools at the moment, but if they come around, for example, if a Nova Posta, like Nova Post, if they issue 100 billion bonds, they want to grow, they want to do this, but who will get their bonds? The banks won't, because they do not have such passive assets. The state will not. The individuals would be more inclined to buy the bonds that will be 20% plus profitable, because of something that is not also taxable, unlike the corporate bonds. So therefore, it's this dilemma of the hen and the egg. How will we handle this kind of problem? Let me ask this question to Denis. Let me suggest a really quick comment here. The issue here is that, let us go back to the year 2022, with the beginning of the full-scale invasion. The state went on to the market of domestic bonds for individuals, and if we really so this market can really ruin your thesis. The physical individuals, they are willing to invest into understandable tools. Any person, any private individual that has their own savings, they are willing to invest if they have the trust into this tool. They need to understand that if they need to withdraw their funds, these tools will be liquid. They can withdraw or exchange and so on. If we guarantee this kind of the setting, we can get this long-term resource, because physical individuals, they are willing to invest. If we really take a look at the domestic government securities, there are quite a few of those in the profile of physical individuals. It's about 103 billion at the moment, which is a very minor percent of our GDPs. So the argument to this is the fact that domestic government securities are not taxable, and in order to overcome those, business need to be issuing bonds that will be covering 30% more than that, and also in taking count of the risks. So it brings us to 20% plus. Which is rather difficult to do. So we're talking about trust that needs to be there in the picture, but also profitability. If we're talking about the social projects, they are not so highly profitable. And do we want to invest in those? That is a question. Mr. Ruslan, we see that everybody involved needs money. The bank does, the economy does, the pension system is getting on its feet still. As mentioned by Mr. Denis, it's not ready to provide the long-term money. What will be the solution, the way out of it? Mr. Taras, thank you so much for the question. I want to thank my colleagues, my co-panelists that have created this intrigue as if I will have the answer to all questions. Well, there were lots of arguments voiced by my fellow panelists that I want to agree with to one extent or another, but since although they may be contradicting each other, but they're still functioning. Basically, all of our life is math. Money it can be found where there is profit. Money stays where it's profitable. And as we were talking about SMEs that are growing and that are using cashless payments, and we have seen a great rise of investors from the individual sphere, the military and their families that are have received access to rather substantial funds, but on the securities market of Ukraine, there are no tools currently. I will not be talking about why this happened, but this is the way it is at the moment. And us as the Commission, we taking into account everything that was happening, and I have been in the market of securities of Ukraine for over 20 years. I know all of the historical background. We have decided to really give it a thought. How can we create a solution that will not create competition to the domestic securities? Then back to the math here. It does not matter what wrapper we use for wrapping the funds. It can be ECG or the green funds or corporate bonds. If I am a business and I need money, how much this money will cost me? If I need to pay 25 or 30% for the money, I am not very likely to issue those corporate bonds, and I'm more likely to go ask for a loan backed by some of my assets. On the other hand, there are people that have funds about 1 trillion of hryvnia that they are willing to invest. And if we take this money as the foundation, and if we realize that we can access part of it, we could. But in order to be able to do this, we need to offer the public the tools, the instruments that will create the conditions that would be similar to domestic government securities, but be slightly different so that there's no competition. It is not something that we're trying to invent. It is already existing. It's a certain kind of deposit account that will be created. It is analytical accounting that will be performed by the investment firms that will be duly certified, and these accounts will be accessible to the residents of Ukraine for physical individuals. And using these accounts, the people will be able to invest money into the bonds that will be available. What does this investment account provide? It provides for an opportunity to get tax discount. If people keep the money in for 5 years, after 5 years, people will be able to withdraw the profits that have been generated after 5 years without tax, but only provided that this term is respected. This gives people an opportunity to do some kind of investment, something that is different from OVDP, because this is the only kind of bond that is not taxable in terms of deposit options. And the problem here is not that there is certain money that they need to pay, but the fact that this money needs to be administered, it needs to be managed. For example, if you have, 2 hryvnias, then this needs to be processed, so to say, on various levels. And our idea is to enable people to take this money beyond this taxation system, so that there is no such overhead efforts to do this taxation procedure. This enables people to take advantage of this long-term money procedure to keep the profits that they will be able to access after a certain while. And for the state, it is an opportunity to gain access of the funds. It is absolutely legal money that is now just sitting idle in the pockets of people. And it is killing two birds with one stone. We have been seeing various bloggers that are talking about various avenues of investment, the solar panels or hotels in the west of Ukraine. We see demand for this, and the tool is not there yet. And so our individual investment accounts is our project that we're working on. We are in vivid discussion with the Ministry of Social Policy and Ministry of Finance that we will be engaging into this process. So our goal is to create this tool that will create the framework for these tools to work, because at the moment we do have the agricultural notes and so on, but they are not fully functional because the math is very complicated. It is much simpler to go give the money over to the bank as a deposit, and then the bank can take care of what happens from there. And another component that I want to mention is digitalization. At the moment, nothing is possible without it, because no one wants to go and do some paperwork, make a Xerox copy of a document and mail it somewhere. Everybody wants to simply use their smartphone, use DIA for these procedures. I believe that Denise here could use this bit of advice. Maybe you could cooperate with the Ministry of Digitalization and to invest some effort into the third level investment, if it's possible to do via smartphone. Something that was mentioned by Denise Sulutin is that the investment into OVDPs has grown from private individuals. Why did this happen? It is because for example, when I went to work for the committee, the problem was that investment firms could not enter into relations with their clients remotely with the compliance of the regulatory principles of the banks. But now it is sufficient to just push a few buttons and you already have the access to a bank account. As regarding the security market, the situation was not the same. It was blocked from remote operations. And once those limitations were lifted, this promoted people to be investing into OVDPs. For example, if the military are staying at the front line, they still have their smartphones and they have their money. They cannot go and take a look at the apartment that they want to invest their money in, but they can use their smartphones. They have access to the internet. They can make a deposit or invest their money in OVDPs. At the moment, there is money in the bank system because it has been digital for a while now. OVDPs have become digital not so long ago, and the level of engagement of the population is growing, but it is not very substantial at the moment on the national scale. So Privatbank is one of the main players at the moment, working with retail. Both banks, Privatbank and Sensbank, they are the most active for engaging physical private individuals on the capital market. But regarding banks, there is internal competition where they need to decide whether we want to get the people's money as a deposit or sell OVDPs for them. For example, and other actors, if there is a different level of digitalization, we can engage the long-term money, because now, even if we claim that there are certain tools that are less taxable, so to say, or same as OBDP, but there is some paperwork to be done, there is some location to come to go. We are not likely to be able to really promote such tools and change the overall picture. I believe that several investment firms, they are already doing it. As of us, we have 1,000 clients every month opening their accounts via digital mechanism. Actually, Taras, the last point I want to make is that everybody says that the infrastructure is lacking, it is not compliant. But this is the process that will be harmonious if there's business, if there's proper math. For example, you have business, you have created an application, you wanted to grow. Our task as a regulating body to create a mechanism that will accommodate big money, and it will be profitable for the participants and for the state and the actual relevant economy sector that will create jobs and pay taxes. Therefore, we are working on this initiative, and we hope that it will get the support from the members of parliament, and in the year 2026, this tool will be available already. Let me ask a quick question here. It is very curious what you're saying about the individual investment accounts. You mentioned that there will be two aspects that would guarantee the success of this tool. First of all, it's the operability of this instrument and the profitability based on solid math. But there is another aspect that I want to ask about. How can you bring the trust, assure this trust? Because at the moment, the banking system does have the trust brought by the tremendous efforts carried out by the National Bank over the years. At the moment, the state selling OVDPs, it does have the trust, but how can you assure the trust into the new tool where people will be giving money to the investment funds?
Look, it's a very good question indeed. It's about business transparency. And again, let's get down to math. Once business sees that it's profitable for it to become transparent, it will ensure all of the mechanisms in place. There is corporate governance in place. Thankfully, it's much better than it was back in 2014, at the time when the bond and corporate securities market was very active. It existed prior to 2010, more or less. And then we had problems in place that there was intransparent ownership models or governance. Emittents would also mistreat minority owners. But nowadays this problem is much less. For example, we don't have the problem of selective payments of dividends. It's a majority owner decides that he has to pay, then he will have to pay everyone via the central depository. It's impossible for majority owners to have payments and minority payments not to owners not to have anything. So everything is very well working right now in terms of private capital. But for this control instrument to become popular within businesses, there has to be something else ensured. So businesses need to be willing to become transparent. But right now the businesses are thinking whether to optimize their income tax, get defended from different raidership deals, and therefore they have low level of credibility and they're oblique. On the other hand, there is nothing much for them in the way not to be transparent. So we want to offer people a possibility. You're a business, you want to attract investments, please comply with all of the norms and standards in the legislation, both at the level of primary and secondary laws, at the level of our Securities Commission, and then such an emittent will be able to attract money. And those who will buy these instruments, they can be sure that all of the rules have been complied with and their interests are protected. That's one side to the coin, but let's think back to another one. When we think about lending, about domestic securities, all of these are the instruments of high reliance and high reliability. But in Ukraine, there's nothing for Ukraine who have a high appetite for risk. Everyone is rushing about thinking, when are we going to legalize cryptocurrency? What kind of tax will follow. But the people investing in cryptocurrency are not about transparency or reliability at all, because volatility sometimes is so high. You can get rich in a day, but that happens very infrequently. But the people who are willing to invest in high-risk tools, unfortunately, Ukraine has nothing to offer to them. So we are pushing everyone into the cryptocurrency because definitely it is a contemporary tool, but it's fraught with nothing for the economy. So if there are securities or stocks of a private or a public company, state-owned company, and if we have money as a result of these securities, this money will definitely go towards the contribution to this enterprise, and this will inject fresh blood in the economy. But when our governments, when our citizens just invest money in crypto, that's nothing much. Well, I know that you also have some things to say about the public IPOs. I didn't know when I could mention that. Thank you very much for stirring me into action. This is another side to our holy grail, or the silver bullet I was talking about. We're not going to have a powerful explosion maybe taking place to become a driver of our economy, to become a momentum, because these individual accounts, it's the source of long-term money, but this money needs to be invested in something. And for starters, it's suggested to offer all of the willing ones to have stocks and shares of the state-owned companies which pay dividends. So the idea lies in the fact that we need to set example to businesses of how to attract money, because even I get some requests from SME owners, and they say, if we issue our stocks, what amounts of an investment can we talk about? Or at least what amount can become our baseline for us to start talking about some prognostication? So we begin to speak about the domestic securities in the hands of the general public or stored in their deposits. It's not a very proper way to do that, because this is the story about repricing. Even the most lucrative companies, the most famous companies, they lose money as recapitalization. But there are some people who are willing to play. Before the war, we could invest in the different stocks of Tesla, Google, Amazon before the war. And this allowed people to have something different from fixed income. But anyway, it incentivized not the national economy. So the idea of the public IPO, our people's IPO, it's to sell the stock exchanges of 7% of the state-owned stock exchanges. 7% is above 5%. Once we have it in the market, majority owners will have 93%, and we are not going to run the risk of the so-called squeeze-out happening when the majority owner will require it from the minority owner to sell their shares. And the second part to it is under 10%. Why do we need to ensure it? To maintain the full governance by the state. So those who will opt for these government securities will enjoy this credibility. They will understand that the same management, the same supervisory boards will remain in place, the same indicators will in place, but there will be a new leverage at the expense of which they will be able to earn some dividends. Next, the rest will follow. Someone will buy it for long and keep it for a long time, whilst others will be speculating with this. So the players of the stock market will have an additional tool to earn more. They will be able to earn more with promotion and attract more people. So the final point of this grail, as I refer to it, is not just to sell the 7% of stocks of state-owned companies, but the end game is to ensure such conditions that in some 3 years after we launch this project in Ukraine, we have 5 million investors in stocks and shares and in securities. Nowadays, domestic securities have some under 100,000 owners in Ukraine. But if we have about 5 million active players in the market, then it means that we will be able to build some relations with them, offer them something new, make sure that they get heard, and then we can talk about some pecuniary volumes that can be attracted. Because if private companies get to see that, for example, I don't know, there is an idea to place 7% of that in Privatbank. It's a commonly known bank presenting very good results. Even during the war, they issue loans. They have a transparent governance structure. So why not buy stocks of this company? And I suppose that many have already opted for that, and you don't have to explain why, or Naftogaz of Ukraine. So you simply have to choose something that goes without saying, does not require a lot of promotion, and this will give momentum for people and to go and buy. And our financial observers will consider not only crypto, but maybe some other mechanism different from fixed income instruments and tools, like KIEF, for example, which launched its IPO abroad. Why? Because they couldn't calculate whether they would be able to attract the necessary amount of money within Ukraine. There are some other reasons why I'm talking about KIEF. But I would like to make sure that with years, both KIEF and other companies attract their funding here, because this engages investors, first of all, because when Nasdaq sells KIEF stocks and shares, we incentivize their foreign markets. But it's a very good, one of the leading telecommunications companies, not only in Ukraine, but world over. And unfortunately, it is in circulation abroad, not in Ukraine. But I would like to bring them back to Ukraine. But we need to make sure that the mathematics is attractive. So this popular IPO of 7% and individual accounts, these are the two components that will have to bring about this great explosion. Okay, this looks very complicated, very complex. Maybe the pension funds, maybe accumulating, maybe binding these two approaches together will help. Well, this third element will play in later, because pension money is very tender, it's very sensitive. Even if you dream that tomorrow the shares of Naftogaz or other ones appear in open public circulation, it's impossible to invest pension system's money into that, because the volatility is high. But the pension system is called to preserve money and to make it grow in size. So something that Denise mentioned. We need to make sure that these stocks and shares and securities appear, that they make a statement, that there is a track record that they generate. We understand who is more volatile, who's less, and then pension money will become the second implosion wave, so to say. So emittance will be more or less well known, with a constant price that is not going to be highly volatile. So when pension money enters this market, then it will be an exorbitant model, like this Polish model. Okay, we have heard a fantastic amount, 5 million of Ukrainian individuals come into the market. This is the objective, the end game. These are individuals, legal entities of Ukraine, representatives of Ukraine's diaspora. I'm talking about the general number of investors. Okay, clarification to make. My point is, today about 200,000 accounts have been established in this stock exchange. So foreigners, locals, and increasing this amount to 5 million, which is 25-fold, this is highly ambitious, and it's great that the regulator is setting themselves with such a goal. Now my question goes to Ms. Olena. Sense Bank is one of the most active banks in the capital market. What is your estimate of this ambition and attainability of such a growth in the number of investors? I agree with Denise and Larissa. I suppose that it's based on trust. Investors need to trust. Ruslan has given an example. Indeed, we were the first to sell in the application the stocks and shares of other companies, international companies. This is not an investment in the budget of Ukraine to do foreign exchange regulation. But if you think about 3 to 5% stable interest rate, or 20% when everything is highly volatile, it's all up to trust, and credibility. So something that Ruslan said, 7%. Well, let's take Privatbank as an example. I suppose it's a superb example because they have a fantastic private governance system and profitability, and it demonstrates clearly that the government can control this bank properly. But 7%, I would definitely go for more to sell. And another issue for investors, do they trust you so much? This is us in our professional community. We know so much about Privatbank that everything is reliable. But the average Ukrainians, do they trust the government, that the government is an efficient owner in their eyes? This is a very proper question. So far, so good. They have the money after all. They keep money in Privatbank, right? So they do trust it. But there are fixed obligations in this case, and the National Bank will immediately punish you, give you a slap around your neck. But securities, it's not something to be regulated by admittance. So, Mr. Denis, speaking about your past, do you think the government, because you used to hold the position of Ministry of Finance, do you think the government is interested in selling this package of stocks and shares of some lucrative banks? Why would they need that? I think that in this case, if talking about banking, at least it will reduce the amount of public ownership, because right now it's about 57% or 65%, 57%. So the government manages banking rather than the National Bank of Ukraine, I'm sorry to say, with all due respect to the National Bank. So the question is, why do we opt for Privatbank? Because we have Ukrgaz Bank in the market, and they're making a very good sale, and Bank. But again, for the government, let's get back to what the government owns. The selling of 7% of any state-owned bank, what that entails, first of all, it's an attempt. Give it a shot whether it works or not. And the next step will be the reduction of the government's participation in any business. But again, something that we have mentioned before, we have to speak about the effects and consequences of that, because nowadays banking system and state-owned banks are regulated with certain legislation. Since we back out of these banks, they will have to be regulated by other type of legislation. This will immediately evoke various kinds of changes, governance. But does everyone understand the effects of that? The government in this case is 100% owner, and it will get very much, but privatization is always used in terms of funding various projects, but privatizing will never become a tool to fund current outlay and costs. It's always an investment element, and the government needs this investment element. The government, this resource, is sorely needed. So this can be regarded only in connection with two things: realistic investment projects, substantial ones that will definitely make the economy grow, and the effects of such steps to be undertaken. Oh, come on, don't get fixed on the banks. We're not talking about them. Let's take Naftogaz. But is Naftogaz profitable after all? We have a lot of state-run companies which are profitable, and they produce a lot of revenue to the budget. We simply have to take a small share of these companies and present it to the people, and the people will understand, because they know that the government is used to surviving at the expense of dividends from these companies, and so will they. I understand the apprehension of some of the banking partners in this respect. If we were sitting here on an energy panel discussion, I think there would be some caveats on behalf of the energy regulator to talk about, and it's perfectly all right. All of the normal assets within the country are always defended, secured, protected with something to make sure that they do not get siphoned. And there are different kinds of legal restrictions, but if there is this political will in place, this can be changed and amended without losing control. All right, a very short question to Ms. Larissa. What's your perception? What's your take on all this? If the government undertakes all of the due steps, and if the 7% package is presented as a public IPO, popular IPO, involving not only individuals, but legal entities, will Privatbank be ready to have the form of their ownership changed, having some 5 million owners of it? You know, I'm sitting and listening to all of this discussion and thinking to myself, Is it a wish list or is it an action plan? Because in actual fact, an IPO is a matter for shareholders to consider whether this IPO will happen or not. It's a matter for the Ministry of Finance to consider. So if an IPO is supposed to change something about the corporate company who would like to launch this IPO, you see, this is all about the competence of communicating with the owners. We don't have this competence in the market. We only have a couple of companies that have experience of launching their IPOs. But in order to achieve it, we need to think about where to find this competence, how to make it grow, because investors require a certain standard of communication, standard of information, but this expertise, unfortunately, is non-existent in the market, so we have a lot to prepare for. All right, we are moving on to the last part of our panel, cyber future, because the financial system is getting ever more digital. DIA portal has implemented the fast bank account opening, and this is working. Many other things. This is also fraught with all of many threats. So what are the threats? What are the methods to counteract these threats? How are we to prepare for the future? Because we remember Petya, the virus, which destroyed half of the account offices in Ukraine, and our enemy is still strong, and they know how to do it, and they probably are not going to do it in the short run. So how is this to be understood in terms of settlement systems, payment systems? Because Mizinga, you and your company, how are you planning and preparing for this digital future? How to tackle these challenges?
Taras, thank you. I believe that in Ukraine, this digital future is already ongoing. Let me provide you some figures so that you get a feel of how potent the digital background is already in Ukraine present. So 9 out of 10 operations are cashless, something that we mentioned already. It's about the transparency of economy. So 9 out of 10 are cashless. That's for the National Bank. Our statistics say that about 60% of transactions in physical shops, it will be done with the use of NFC. We're very used to it. Ukraine, I don't even remember how many years in a row we have been in top 10 of the countries in the world for the transactions via NFC. So digital standards are very developed with us. Something that I also want to mention is that all of this is a result of the interaction and cooperation of a great number of enterprises, sectors, and institutions, including the states. It's the financial institutions, the commercial partners that support these high standards at the moment. But we need to understand that the digital agenda, of course, involves certain risks and challenges that arise, including the cyber threats, which is one of the most powerful. I know that the experts estimate that before 2029, the market of cyber risk will be estimated at $15 trillion. If we compare it to the GDP, it's actually could be the third economy in the world after the USA and China. Therefore, this risk is huge. What are we doing? Well, us as a payment system, we are working with technology. A lot has been said about trust, and the payment systems, they also include the technology that need to be able to generate trust, because if you didn't trust us, we would not use the NFC to pay for your morning coffee using your smartphone or your smartwatch. The first technology that is well known to all of us is tokenization. At the moment, the statistics of the national banks says that more than 50% of the cards have been tokenized. Globally, over 30% of transactions in the world are those that have been tokenized. We are working very much in MasterCards to make sure that all transactions for online transactions are tokenized so that we do not need to enter any parameters manually. Sometimes we can still face that at certain websites, but and before 2030 we want to have all the traffic tokenized. It is all about safety because token is not the card details. We are talking about the unique one-time single-use token to support a certain transaction. The next trend that does not only relate to transactions, it is the artificial intelligence. We have been using it for many years now. We have lots of big data and we're processing 100 billion transactions yearly. We can see certain and analyze certain patterns. If we see certain abnormal patterns, we can qualify this transaction as a risk. We are able to warn, to prevent this transaction, and by doing this, we help prevent theft and fraud. And something else that I would like to mention is that this collective support, collective protection, we call it the global immune system. The minute we see a cyber attack is happening and is targeting a certain financial institution in a certain country, the artificial intelligence tool immediately analyzes the situation and suggests solutions to warn other financial institutions from the risk and in order to prevent this risk from happening in other institutions in other countries. I believe that as regards the cybersecurity, it is the ecosystem that needs to be designed, and we all need to contribute to this. It is not a one-day task. The regulator actors, they work on the legal framework. The technological companies develop certain solutions. The financial institutions implement these technologies and solutions to assure that our clients have a comfortable and safe way of using these technologies. And us, as the consumers, we just use and enjoy. The main figure that I want to conclude with, just give me one more minute, please. At the moment, the data of the world market, the level of financial inclusion is 88%. It is very encouraging because in 2018 it was only 60% or less. It means that 88% of Ukrainian population have opened accounts in Ukrainian banks. They are officially and transparently a member of the financial system of Ukraine. Therefore, the digital future of Ukraine is already ongoing, but there are certain tasks that we need to do in order to make it safe and quick. Thank you so much for this look, for this point of view. What about the regulatory organ of the financial system? All of the transactions are all digitalized. How does our financial system, including the banking system, how is it prepared to these challenges to enhance the regulation? And also another part of the question is a positive one. It concerns hryvnia. Will it be e-hryvnia also on the scene? Is there anything planned in this regard, the electronic hryvnia? Okay. Okay, we have 3 minutes left. Okay, well, the cyber front. Let me split this into two parts. When you were hacked, or when your partner or your other person was hacked. So over the recent 4 years, I think it's less than that, 3.5 for the banking system, the greatest implication was that when the client was hacked, it was some kind of a phishing, so where the funds were stolen. And unfortunately, the losses sustained by the clients due to lack of awareness or ignoring the cyber hygiene rules. So it does happen, and in our common work as regulators and the payment systems and the bank and financial community, we need to raise the awareness. We need to train the people, the population, to use the digital tools properly and safely. And there was a case with one of the banks with one of the celebrities, well-known person. When a financial institution is hacked, we do understand that it's a hybrid war that Ukraine is engaged in, and the work that's done to assure regulation and coordination between the national banks and the other banks. At the moment, the financial institutions are also part of this deal, and the Center for Cybersecurity, a cyber response provided by the National Bank, including the relevant unities in Ukraine and abroad. It enables to quickly respond, and of course also first and foremost to prepare to certain threats. And in case a threat happens, the implications can be mitigated and the recovery can be done quickly. If at the beginning of the full-scale invasion there were some incidents with small banks that took a long time to recover before the regulation was in place, and now those DDoS attacks that involve hacking into the financial system of a institution, we have not heard of those. But we are not resting. We understand that this combat is ongoing, and we know that this system that we have built needs to be upgraded. But let us not also ignore other threats. There is also a concept of digital operational stability, digital operational resilience. And Ukraine is moving towards implementing this DORA. One of the new regulations for us will be minimizing the reliance on third parties. We have already felt this reliance, this dependence on the third countries, on the third parties of our financial system. For example, our financial system may be stable, but this link of energy is rather weak, as it was discovered. Then there was also an issue with the state registries where banks could not process existing accounts or open new ones. We have learned our lessons, and these 2 years we have worked on the implementation of what was missing in the legal framework regarding compliance with DORA, and also in 2027 or 28, we have started implementing it at the level of the regulatory acts of the National Bank, and bringing it over to the operations of the financial institutions, not solely banks. Therefore, the future is looking bright. I believe that the banking system is prepared and will continue to be prepared to certain technological risks. Regarding Grivna, we are working on it along with other central banks in the world. We are exploring this area in order to gain an understanding and ability to make a decision as regards the implementation of e-Grivna. We are currently considering digital e-Grivna at the legislative level. It is a legal payment method. It is just a digital form of a payment unit. When it will be implemented and whether it will be, it is an open question. We are preparing the pilot project that will be open meaning that It will not just be somewhere secluded. It will involve real users, real service providers, and real merchants that we will involve, that we will engage for this pilot testing. There will be various transactions rehearsed between the institutions and consumers and so on. But any kind of pilot requires funding. It is rather costly. And at the moment, we have created a short list of the suppliers that we would like to invite to carry out this pilot, because we realize that once the tool is implemented, this tool needs to be very, very stable, because lots of money will be involved. But it is very, once again, a very costly research that may be not very relevant in the state of war. But do you remember what brought about PayPal? It appeared when the situation was such that it was not possible to insert a bank card into a slot in the computer to pay for something on eBay. Therefore, there will be a solution in the future, but at the moment there is not such a case for hryvnia. Potentially in the future it will be a replacement for card technology, but a lot of work will need to be involved from the part of the merchants and other actors. And when our colleagues hear these ideas, they say that forget about it for now. But so therefore I will not claim that e-hryvnia will be implemented in anytime soon. Okay, so let us then operate with our beloved hryvnia. We will finish our panel at this. Olena Zubchenko, Ruslan Mahomedov, Larisa Cherneshova, Alexei Chaban, Inga Andreeva, and Denis Ulutin. Thank you so much for your attention. Goodbye, everyone.
Всіх вітаю.
All right, friends. Hello, everyone. We're still awaiting one panelist to join. There is Valeria. All right, let's get it started because our topic is very serious, earnest, and we have very little time. Without much modesty, let me say the following. From my perspective, our topic probably is more important than the majority of other topics present at this forum, and I will explain why I think so. Look, I'm fully confident that sooner or later we will be victorious, we will survive. Why am I confident of that? Because this is in our DNA. We know how to survive. We have been doing this for centuries. I don't know what this victory will be, but we will definitely survive because it's in our DNA. But the next more important point is whether we will be able to build our future. And here there is a very big question mark, because that's not something that there's a lot in our DNA. Because again, if we look back centuries ago, there are lots of issues that still remain. So most importantly, today we find ourselves in a historic period when the responsibility for whether or not we will be able to build this future is vested in us. In those present on the stage, gathered in this room, we are all in the same boat. And another conviction of mine is, I will immediately express it, although I'm not a panelist. I'm sure that business is one of the key players. The new Ukrainian business is one of the key players in this country to promote this process. Whether it will be conducive, I don't know. Let's look into that. And before we begin, just two skits. The first skit to imagine is Japan after the Second World War. If you remember, Japan was all in ruins. Towns, cities, infrastructure was all in shambles. There was complete devastation in terms of the trust of the general public in the government. And who was the one to revive all of this? The Japanese business became this entity. The Japanese business became the power that said, we will rebuild Japan from scratch. And the Japanese business coalesced not around corporations, but around different horizontal networks, and they inspired the whole nation, and they said the Japanese economy will be most innovative, number one in the world. And they breathed this energy and became the heart and the driver to reboot Japan. Now have a look at the role of business in the US after the Second World War. Another interesting aspect, somewhat different. Business began to invest actively, to support actively and nurture and rear organizations of intellectual nature, think tanks. The American business came to realize that in order to manage future, one needs to manage and run narratives, ideas, and concepts, which is why they began to invest actively in these think tanks and various kinds of intellectual institutions. It's a most interesting strategy because money, people, energy, people outflowing the country, they always follow powerful visions, powerful ideas. And in the final count, America was able to rewrite the rules of game on the global arena. So this is all down to business. Now let us get back to Ukraine, our current stage, the role of business to play in that. Whether businesses can become the helper, the promoter for Ukraine, for us to avoid getting again in this loop where we survive and lose, as if we are lacking something. Have a look. This is a kind of a paradigm we are caught in. And while we live in this paradigm of survival, we will keep surviving and surviving. We have to change, switch it. So who will do it? We'll have to see about it. During this panel, The panel is a very weird word, but anyway, the majority of these people, you know, they're Ukrainian entrepreneurs. I will briefly introduce them. Valeria Huzema, the founder of Huzema Fine Jewelry. Taras Kitsmay, the co-founder and board member of SoftServe. Marina Avdieva, the co-owner and the chief of the supervisory board of Arsenal Insurance. Sergei Zhykov, the member of our club, the manager of private capital, the chief or commander of a special unit, a sergeant of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, on active duty right now, and Igor Kabuzenko, a managing partner of World How. Another thing to mention in this regard, I'd like us to be as formal as we can, as concise as we can. Let us get down to business, speak to the point, and at the end I would like to have some time left, not for your questions, but rather for your answers. Because all of you are just like us, and we would like to hear from you, get your thoughts. At the end, we will provide some time for some 10 to 20 seconds, and we'll be giving the mic to different people to share and swap your visions and experiences. All right, so let's get it underway. At first, let me ask you, friends, what's your take? Raise your hands, those of you who think that Ukrainian business is rather subjective nowadays, that it can shape the rules of the game in this country, and is doing so. All right. Not 0.3% of the attendees think so. What's your take? And raise your hands if you think that Ukrainian businesses should become subjective and eventually will have to begin to shape these rules of the game. Not too many either. Huh. Interestingly, don't get embarrassed. So now I would like to start us talking at this panel. Let us begin with diagnosing their feelings, or what makes them tick. The role of the Ukrainian business during the war. So what do you think? What is the role of that in economic, social area, defense capability, the state policy? Do you think that this role is sufficient? What is the place that business should occupy in the hierarchy of all of our institutions, both public and non-public? The role of the Ukrainian business, your sentiments during this war, where is it? In a random order, but please try to be pithy. Well, business, from my perspective now, is trying to do a most important thing, is just trying to make ends meet, to survive. And this is our supreme motivation, no country, no business, so it's helping the country very actively by being white, paying taxes, and making a lot of donations. But I do agree that the war has amended, has changed businesses. We are no longer mere businesses. We are already a part of the resilience system of this country, and our mission now has to become broader. I raised my hand in answer to the first question, whether business can build this country. Yes, I do think so. It can help the government, not only in terms of money, but in the first place intellectually. And we know very well all of these examples, the US, Germany, where the government is based on intellectual participation of corporations. Thank you. Sergei now. I will try to be informal and concise, but this is a super difficult thing for me. My point is, just like from the first day of war, both then and now, business plays the big role with capital letter B. And we have to be aware, be conscious of that, because on the one hand, Marina has put it properly, the business is making its ends meet, and on the other hand, it's also saving, rescuing others. How this is going to end? Well, we have to think about it. But the role of business to play, everything that I will say today, I will say it on behalf of someone who has been professionally deformed as a military servicemen, but I know what happens within business anyway, and I'm completely confident that without business, this country would definitely not be here. The way business demonstrates itself at whatever level, whatever rank of responsibility it may be, representatives of business will occupy. I can tell you that the army wouldn't survive, wouldn't hold out without the involvement of business in Ukraine. So the role of business, unfortunately, is not acknowledged here, and the task of this business is to make sure everything gets done right in order not to lose this role. Igor, please. When you say business, I translate it as private business, first of all, because we say that the share of private business in the Ukrainian economy is not that big in comparison to other economies. Our public sector occupies a much more appreciable part of the economy. So the Ukrainian business is not something that decides anything in this country or determines anything. Rather, it's a supporting element in whatever kind of capacities. The Ukrainian business at that is also crucial because it helps, it steps in where the system is incapable of adding or creating something new, doing something much needed. So business comes to fill in the loopholes and gaps which emerged since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. It used to perform the same function during the revolutions, for example, but now this role has become so much more tangible. So it has become this kind of a glue. On the one hand, it's not the bearing construction, but it still sticks together so many things, revives and nurtures many things, but I think that this role is most substantial in this regard. Taras? Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. To keep it brief, everything has been said. In a nutshell, well, what business is nowadays, it works in several fronts. Our core front, of course, is making products, generating income, and we have some other front lines, and during the war, something that business assumed. First of all, it's people who are our employees, IT industry, massively relocated people from the east to the west of Ukraine or abroad Ukraine, supporting them with accommodation, housing, work. Then it's a whole lot of different humanitarian projects. Then there are a lot of projects which are to do with improving the defense capabilities of our country. So business is working actively on that. We're very much proud of our business. Thank you. Thank you. Greetings. Indeed, everything has been mentioned, so I will just add one thing. In addition to economic indicators and helping the frontline, business is also a highly incentivizing and maintaining this bar of emotional calm and quiet, thus enabling people to see a positive picture of the future, because for people it matters enormously to see that, okay, these companies are not fleeing the country, they are staying here and they keep working. Moreover, they keep developing and helping. And in every way, they keep signaling we're here, we believe in the victory, and we will continue working and helping. So for the society, it's of utmost importance. Thank you. Thank you all. Now let us revert to the key question, the key matter of our today's discussion or dialogue, if you like. If the role of the Ukrainian business has to change, whether business has to be more cognizant of its own role, not of something which comes in to stitch together and cover different holes. And then they begin to point fingers at you, saying that 36 different criminal cases have been initiated around you, something that we are suffering within our club. They initiate these cases and then they close them, initiate and then fold them down. So should the role of the Ukrainian business amend at this historic moment, and how? Should business become a more important player and a co-creator of the new Ukraine? Marina.
I believe that the obligation of Ukraine now is to create the grounds for business in Ukraine to be able to grow and develop, so that there is enthusiasm in starting to bring people back, for the GDP to be able to increase, so that we are able to fund our armed forces, to add to the military fund, to create the conditions for this to happen. The policy must be business-oriented, business-centered. And what are the components of this kind of policy? Who knows better than the business themselves? Therefore, I do believe that business must and it's capable of taking the active responsibility and the role of a proactive player that will be there communicating and in cooperating with the state. I believe it's very favorable when entrepreneurs with very good professional background get together. For example, create some sort of councils or unions and communicate with the state. We can communicate with state in various formats, where it can be something proactive when we raise certain initiatives, or it can be done in a more conservative way, where a state initiates something and we provide quick response. And we had cases like this. For example, a year ago or so, we were lacking drones, and the state reached out to the business, and the business was able to offer the funding. And now we know that there is a company that manufactures 200,000 drones per month. This is an example of how, in the conservative way, there can be very productive cooperation and the promotion of economical stability of the country. Therefore, I believe that yes, we need to be active and get together. Thank you, Marina. I totally agree with everything that was said, but let us speak in greater detail about uniting, because this uniting and unity and unification, it's said so much, and it needs to become like more specific in terms of what it's done. Okay, let me say that yes, the key point here is why and how business needs to make a contribution. Well, first of all, it's for the sake of providing one of the basic components for the defense capacity of a country, which is economy. Napoleon was once asked, what does he need to be able to win? He claimed that he needed three things: money, second is money, and the third is also money. Therefore, economy is not the only, but a very valid part of the defense capacity of our country, and business can influence that. How can business impact those things? First of all, it's unity. It goes without saying, but I also believe that it's very important for business to not have this minority syndrome. And they always claim that they're under granted something, or they're getting something taken away from. We want the business to have a realization of the social responsibility and the state responsibility. The responsibility not so much for the society, for the public, but for the state itself. I hope that we'll be able to talk more about this later on. Anyone else would like to comment on this? Does the business need to become a different sort of player? Okay, then let me ask you the following question. Let us step back a little bit. What do you think? Who is creating the strategic framework of the country today? What should be our directions? What should be our focus of effort? Does the state do that? Do the donors? Or do the business players or international institutions? Who is in our country now creating this agenda? What will Ukraine need to reach 10 years after now? Who is behind this design of the agenda? Who are the key players, the key designers of the agenda for the future of Ukraine? And is there any contribution, any role of business in that? Well, I believe that the agenda today is being created by the armed forces of Ukraine and the national army, and the business as well, because we are used to this approach that since the full-scale invasion, seeing what business has been doing for the army and for the state and for every military in particular, we can say that the agenda is being formed by the business both consciously and indirectly, because they're also funding the charitable foundations, the CSOs, and so on. I cannot see the state doing this, designing the strategy of Ukraine. On the one hand, the state closes their eyes on the certain principle of the minority syndrome. So we said that Ukraine feels this kind of insecurity, and now we mentioned that so does the business. But on the part of the business, we do understand our ultimate role, our key role in what is happening at the moment, from the point of inventing new military technologies and how we are able to change the world warfare doctrines and how we influence the development of other countries and continents. For some reason, we are not aware of this, and I believe that this is the problem. We should not be the ones that are asking, but we should be the ones that are cooperating, sitting at the same table with the representatives of the state. I believe that this strategy of development can only be done as a cooperation and co-creation, and it is the only avenue that the state should be moving in. Valery, let me add here that strategically speaking, Ukraine is not really in this place. Me personally, I don't believe that they are putting out fires, and the same situation is happening at the front line. Politicians, they think in the cycles of elections. I think you have heard it very frequently that we have survived this and we will survive those. And the same stands true for the executives. They are limited by the budget. The front line is also engaged in some kind of strategic approaches, but as far as I know, and so does the public, the situation is very complicated and we are forced to put out these fires. I believe that business is one of the very few components that do think ahead, plan 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead. Business can set the progress, set the stage for technological inventions and development, and really drive the country by certain senses and display Ukrainians not as victims of war, but also as leading actors in various domains, as companies. And I do believe that business, especially the groundbreaking one, they are trying to move in the industry, not just product-wise, but also pass on their cultural treasure and the innovations. And I believe that, as was rightfully mentioned by Sergei, of course, the army comes first, but the private sector is also helping set the stage for the country to pose in a different way, not as a country at war. Let me go back to one of my favorite subjects. Sooner or later, I do hope that it thrives in Ukraine. We have a nation of patriots. We have a very powerful army. We have creative entrepreneurs that manage to survive in unreal conditions. They overcome the state, they overcome their competitors, and then they are headed to the international market regardless of the war and the crisis. Dozens of millions of Ukrainians live all over Ukraine, and half the world supports us. And it is all energy, and it is all huge amounts of energy, and we can collect it all. We can accumulate this energy around Ukraine. But in order to do that, all of us need to have this vision. We need to everybody to see a beautiful picture. This is what Ukraine looked like 10 years after now. Take a look at this candy. If you want to be part of this, you need to engage. If this vision is present, if it's not just somewhere in a document or as at a desk somewhere buried, if it's seen by 10% of the active population, we can accumulate the energy of the whole civilization around this vision, and it will start working. But we lack it at the moment. That's why we're going in circles. We survived, and we rise and we fall. We rise and we fall again because we do not see a clear way where we're headed. So my question is the following. Maybe I will ask Taras. Taras, do you think business needs to take responsibility for creation of the vision of the country's future, or what role can it play in this process? Thank you. Well, like in any company and in business as a whole, values are very influential part. If you compare Ukraine and Russia, the values are different, and the managers use these values. In Ukraine, there are certain values that that really counteracted certain governments. It's the values of freedom and liberty, and if we change them, the government will follow. Let me give you a simple example. We all want to have a strong country and strong economy. Nobody will argue that. But if you ask the public, do you want to see powerful businessmen? There will be diverging opinions, although everybody understands that powerful businessmen will create powerful teams. There will still not be a unanimous opinion, because in this country the attitude towards business is similar to like this private property. So what will happen to a businessman if his car is taken away from him? The society will not suffer from it, for example. But if we take a look at the business, we need to regard it as a joint common public asset. It is not so much private as it can be seen. What will happen if Nova Post stops its operations? It will not just be the businessman, the founder, that will suffer. It will also be the public, because the business also creates jobs, and it is not arguable here. People get jobs from business. Business pays taxes. Business has huge corporate social responsibility. And I really would like the state to regard business as a common asset. At the moment, business is regarded as a source of tax income. If business is in debt and owes a few thousand hryvnias of that tax, let's stop it. Just for the sake of a few thousand of tax money, the business can be stopped, and a number of people can lose their jobs and so on. But it needs to be regarded as a comprehensive picture. Why did this happen this way? Well, generally speaking, I believe that there are two reasons for this. First of all, we are still carrying the heritage of the Soviet Union, and we're judged by the businessmen that were in those early years of privatization. So this common opinion did not arise for no reason. Therefore, first of all, if we want to have a successful business, we need to create a setting for the public to love business and the businessmen. So what can be done? Well, first of all, make sure that the people working in your companies are loyal and that they are happy in your company. Second is the corporate social responsibility. Take a broader look. I'm not saying that we're not doing it. Maybe we're not doing enough because the general public opinion at the moment is prevalent.
Then we will have a chance to dictate different terms and conditions to the authorities. I can talk much about how to coalesce, how to create different associations like IT Ukraine, set up TE Ukraine, establish our own association. We are in strong cooperation with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and we are not complaining. IT business. You questioned who thinks that they can exert influence. IT business can exert that influence. We honestly believe in that we are impactful. We have developed a Dear City mode, and this mode was developed in very difficult confrontational relations. I wouldn't say that we saw eye to eye with the Ministry of Transformation, but basically, if people are intelligent, even though they conflict with each other, they will end up being friends. And this is what we have. We enjoy very good friendly bonds. So this is the first part of my answer to this question. I can carry on and on. But the second bit of my answer to your question is the war will come to its end. But problem number one in this country, of course, is demographic situation. We have to think about what we are going to do when people get back. People will only get back if we have here high paid salaries, because they have already partaken of dignified working conditions abroad, high salaries abroad. Can we become better than them? And of course here opinions may divide, but I don't think it's hard for us to become better. Our country simply has to become competitive in terms of attracting foreign direct investment. Have a look at Singapore, Dubai, where they have a sea of investors, and they go there not to invest in oil, but they go to invest in sand, trade, etc. Because fantastic conditions for investors to come have been created. Transparent regulation, permissions to run your business is very streamlined. Regulations, so when investors come, you know, if an investor invests 1 million in their economy, then the GDP grows by 4 million. And you know why? Because he has invested 1 million, it stays here, it circulates among the people. People go to supermarkets, they buy goods. Then the supermarket keeps moving, so the money makes 4 circles per year. And if 1 million comes in, we become 4 times as rich. Because the amount of sold products equals the amount of bought products. So GDP, usually they calculate that based on how much people buy or how much people sell. It has to be the same on a par. So basically, in order to attract foreign direct investment, you do not have to tax it in the first cycle. Let the first cycle be zero taxed, and tax the second, the third loops, and then investors will come if your regulation is fine, and then you will be able to reap the fruit at cycle 3 or 4. So it's not very difficult to set up such rules, and they're not easy to adhere to. Thank you. They're not difficult to adhere to. All right, Taras, thank you. I had many questions prepared for this panel, but I would like to still stick to the first one, because in my opinion, we're still failing to answer it. Look, all of us know how to be happy. What makes us happy? There are millions of books. All wisdom speaks in favor of that. We all know how to be successful. We all know how to build a successful country. But the key question remains, who will have to do it? After the war is over, who will do it? You know, I usually compare our country to the Soviet Union car of Zaporozhets. So imagine this old battered car gets filled with new, adequate people. Will it get going? Definitely not. And Russia will immediately infiltrate this country and again it will play a key role here. So what is the role that business has to play? Do we have to go just like the Americans did it after the Second World War, by way of shaping intellectual institutions, seeing these concepts and imposing it on politicians? Or do we have to do it on the contrary, like in Japan? Do we have to become a driver? What is the vision of business? Do we have to go for more other than just being efficient? Because by creating associations and interaction with Zaporozhets automobile, it will remain where it is. It's not a promising future. And we think, blimey, there are so many different associations in Ukraine. Fantastic proposals submitted, Facebook accounts, but Zaporozhets is not moving. There's something wrong. Our approach is definitely faulty. Something needs to be changed. So my fear is that we will get stuck in the same cycle of survival and then dropping down. So do you think that the role of business needs to change, and how? Igor? I will try to give an answer to both your previous question and this one. In your previous question, you asked who has to assume responsibility for the vision for Ukraine. And classically speaking, it is usually done by the national elites, whatever country it may be, right? Let's go on. The national elite. It usually consists from different walks, strata, business, economic, law enforcement, the military, intelligence, clergymen, officials. I mean, all of them represent the national elite, and this elite will have to define the future of the country. They have to shape this vision. Now let's talk about the following. The elite will shape the vision which is beneficial for that elite. If this elite can meet its own interests in a legitimate way, this elite will process and develop this vision to allow it to preserve what it has obtained and expand, go for expansion. But if this elite has no adequate, legitimate means of meeting its needs, it will create a vision that will protect all the kinds of legitimate means and measures to meet its own needs. So let's question the Ukrainian elite, the elite which is really impactful on the key decision taking in this country. I'm not talking about just one person. I'm talking about 5,000 people. So this elite, they're meeting their own needs. Do they do that in their legitimate way? Definitely not always. And thus in this equation we see that the vision that this elite is shaping, the future vision, will of course be protective of their own interest, and thus we will be walking in the same vicious cycle up until the point we have the elite that will get these legitimate ways to meet its very ambitious needs. The more ambitious is the elite, the more competitive is this nation, because then it can resist and oppose the elites of other nations. So the task is to set up our own national elite, which will be both competitive and legitimate, just as it's done in classical terms. The civil society helps the elite to become more legitimate and more competitive. In Ukraine, it's very hard, because the civil society comes from self-governance, stems from self-governance, and the legacy in Ukraine is such that we are only beginning to develop this self-governance. So our civil society is actively developing, but it's not strong enough to support the local elite to become what it should be. And I guess the role of the business, your first question about it, business needs to help come to the aid of the civil society and to the aid of the national elite to get to the level of quality, I can put it that way, for this elite to begin to generate the visions that will be helpful and useful to the entire Ukrainian society for years and years to come. Thank you. I.e., your point is that business needs to assume a greater responsibility, do more than make donations and pay taxes, much more than that. But the question is also what kind of role it should be or responsibility, because it differs from the way it was yesterday or even today. Let me add, as a direct answer to your question, if we speak about the vision in the broad terms, the vision of the government or the country, I do agree that it needs to be shaped by the wide circles of those that belong to this country and that usually go by the name of elite. But if we're talking about the economic component in the government strategy, then I believe that 100% this needs to be done by business, because businesses contain huge intellectual resources which the governments don't. We have expertise, we have international connections, we have the leaders that can be involved in reforming entire fields and areas, and we have the proper visions of how to create ecosystems that will have to become a key element to raise economic efficiency for our economy. We know how to do all that, but like you said, if you speak about a candy, a kind of a PR made for the country at the international arena, who can do it better than business? We can say we have leader companies, market leaders like Nova Pošta, Monobank. I don't want to list them all, but we have a lot of really great companies world over. They are known. If you want to be with us, if you want to invest in Ukraine, to end up having the same business, so we assume this responsibility to make such conditions. So to do business not just for ourselves, because we are part of the resilience system for the entire country and for the whole other countries too, contributing to the competencies of other countries and competition in the market, however strange it may sound. Well, you may have heard a lot from the previous panel, Konstantin Yefimenko, when he stood up and he said how a young and progressive business should behave in response to challenges presented in the capacity of those that are still carrying the legacy of the Soviet Union. So this is the stance of being an active investor. But when we are talking about collaboration with the state, somehow, by default, the business usually assumes the role of a passive investor. The investor basically gives away all of this function of governance to the state, to the government, thinking that the results somehow will be different. They will not be different. Yesterday I heard a great statement in response to the question, what is a business? It's like a firefighter who has a mission, vision, and a strategy. So let's make believe that we have to become this fire system to stop being firefighters, because otherwise we will end up only putting out fires. So we have to assume a more active role as businessmen in assuming partnerships with the government. I don't know what forms they may be. They may be whatever, but this should be the core of it. Thank you, friends. Now I want you to kick in. 1 minute at most in response to the question, what is the role of the Ukrainian business to help the government and to help this state to be? If you have a vision, no philosophical thoughts, if you have the understanding of what Ukrainian businesses have to do in order to go beyond the boundaries of the standard, please raise your hands. You will have up to 1 minute. We have a mic, and I will tell you when your time is up. Sergey. Greetings. I agree with Sergey and everyone to keep it simple and short. Now our national agenda is being shaped by the defense forces. The most numerous category of all of the military are entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs who are fighting are also shaping our national agenda. It's a cool name. New horizons of business responsibility. So we are merging the two things. I mean, now we have a possibility to shape our national agenda. However, we don't have the elite, we have the top. And of all this cohort of businessmen, we are shaping the foundation to create these elites. And now the role of the business is not to miss out on these opportunities, because you assume the role of elite makers. It's a new responsibility and a new horizon. of contemporary Ukrainian entrepreneurship. Thank you, Sergei. Will you please get yourself introduced. Good afternoon, everyone. Nadia Vasiletska, an entrepreneur, president of Business People Club and founder of the Ukrainian platform, Ukrainian Women in Business. First of all, let me thank you because there are so many reflections that I have in response to all of your thoughts about the necessity to get united. My idea is that business in Ukraine at present can become subjective, can become a real subject by just uniting. We have to come up with business associations and unions that will evoke various kinds of elaborations and developments for the national legislation. When we see that we have a lot of horizontal connections in regions, not only in capitals, but in regions, when we do not just sign memoranda of understanding which remain on paper, but when we interact, when we engage with each other, develop, and thus develop a new contemporary economy and a portrait of our entrepreneur. When we understand that our employees fall in love with our businesses and
We're trying to make God come down and change things for us, but it's our responsibility to do it. We need to create associations. I wonder why universities do not have associations. We need to know how to join our efforts, but Lviv Catholic University just says, go and do it. Thank you. Let me give it a try to stick to the time limit. I want to conclude with what I started with. We do not have any doubts that Ukrainian business is responsible. We all know that. We have been saying this for forever now, and it will be the same tomorrow. But we, as a Ukrainian business, we need to take a look from a different perspective at our value.
We have to rethink it. Because we are doing what we are doing today by default is a minimal level. Because the culture of responsibility in Ukraine, well, we are a country at war. We don't know how it's going to happen in the future. And rethinking, revisioning this role and responsibility needs to take place now. What do I mean by that? I mean that businesses have to realize that without assuming an additional role, transformational role, assuming this new understanding that they have to become an indelible part of statecraft at whatever level, decentralization of authority in regions. We will keep moving in this Zaporozhets vehicle. But in order to endeavor to craft a new vehicle of the level of the responsibility in our country, the country at war, is definitely inadequate. It's substandard. So we definitely need to have a look at what we have and realize that what is being done by the Ukrainian business, and a lot is being done by the Ukrainian business now. And then when we sit down at the table of partnering conditions with the government, with the state. You know, in business, you never say to business, come up with initiatives. You usually say, come on, bring something solid. Partners sit at the same table, they share responsibility and share in the benefits, and only then can we count on some positive outputs. Marina, please. Well, my main reflection on our discussion is the understanding that our age of individual success is over. Now instead is the age of mutual resilience, and the Ukrainian companies simply cannot afford the luxury of acting sporadically, disconnectedly, because we have lots of different crises in front of us, looming over us. Lots of things and issues with healthcare, with demography, etc. So we need to unite and shape this new intellectual capital. Businesses right now, they are a moral compass and a social canvas to a lot of people in this country. There are so many projects engulfing different fields and sectors being supported by business. So the main competence of business is to be able to do business. How this can be engaged in order to support statecraft in this country. Probably better businesses, the most efficient businessmen will have to sit down and write down the strategy of the economic development for the entire country. This probably should become a kind of a document which, as agenda, will have to be contributed on our behalf. Thank you, Valeria. My reflection is as follows. Today a lot has been said about uniting, combining, but merging. But most of these are different walks of life, politicians separately from different other representatives of society. And this is where I think the biggest problem is, because the society is not ready to support businesses. They're mistrustful of politicians. They only trust the army nowadays. So to combine these four sectors, I think the army, like no one else nowadays, is in great collaboration with business. The army can demonstrate that there are companies, there are entire fields and sectors where businesses can and should be trusted. And by the we have the right discussion, we have points of touch, and actions begin to stem from that. I believe in you, I believe in Ukraine. Let's build new Ukraine together. A question, please. Well, it's too late, I'm afraid. We will communicate about that. I was speaking about the state machinery, rather, state mechanism, but not the entire country when I made that reference. The speaker is not using the mic, so the questions and remarks are inaudible. Because I think our state is a problem, and wherever we are right now, this is something that our state is at fault for. Thank you, friends.
will be joining online. Therefore, this is what I'm doing. I'm checking whether he's with us. So let me introduce our panelists first. Thank you so much for joining us today. So today with us is Marina Pavlyuk, CEO of Glovo in Ukraine, Mr. Adam Sikorski, President of the Board of Unimot, Thomas Brunner, co-founder and CEO of AgroPlus 2006, and also the brand owner of Prosciutto Tommaso, Topi Panen, CEO of Beko Group, and Maxim Barabash, General Director of Philip Morris Ukraine. My name is Rostislav Vovk. I am the assistant of the initiator of today's panel, Andriy Stesenko, who is co-founder and CEO of Biosphere Corporation. Let me give the floor to Andriy. He has joined us online, and he will have a few introductory words for you. Andriy, are you with us? Andriy, we're ready to hear you. Andriy, turn on your mic. Dear technicians, is there anyone who can assist with that? I'm sorry for this. Okay, let us do it the following way. Let me contact Andriy just now, and while we're waiting, I suggest a few questions. So at the moment, we have quite a certain number of investors of various scale in Ukraine who have been present before the war or during the war, or who are just entering the Ukrainian market, and they are choosing to invest in Ukraine despite the difficult time. And the first question will go out to everyone. What is the greatest challenge that you, as foreign investors or people who are creating teams in Ukraine, what is the challenge you're facing in Ukraine? What is something that, of course, apart except the war, this is all something that we're all facing? Who wants to start? Maxim. Thank you so much for having me, for the invitation. Greetings to everyone who has joined today. Our company has been operating in Ukraine for over 30 years, since the very beginning of the independence. We are one of the greatest investors and taxpayers and job providers in Ukraine. Since our facility in Kharkiv has been stopped since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we have started a new production in the Lviv region, and it has been operating for 2 years. We have invested 30 million hryvnias in it, and we wanted this to be considered as an example that you don't need to wait until the end of the war. You can invest already, and it makes sense to do so from the economic perspective. It is something that we believe that business needs to do to support the economy of the country. Regarding the challenges that we are facing, apart from those associated with the war, we believe that it is actually a global challenge, a global issue as to where Ukraine is moving globally. We have chosen the European vector of development, and Europe is now suffering from over-regulatedness. The media has had certain ideas that America innovates, China replicates, and Europe regulates. So there is a joke, there is a part of truth in this. Maybe it's not 100% true, but we do see that the efforts of the European regulators to control and organize everything, it affects competition and innovation. Therefore, Ukraine needs to choose our own vector of growth. We see that there are countries that are demonstrating very efficient and positive development in terms of economy. If we take a look at the example of Italy, where there is really productive and fruitful cooperation between business and state at all levels, it gives a huge effect of economic multiplication and for the future of the country. I believe that for Ukraine, one of the issues that is ongoing is the fact that various processes are overly regulated and it's hindering business and investment. Okay, then I will dig deeper into what you have said, but let us now give the floor to others first. Let me say the opposite, actually. I believe that for us, as the economic platform and a new phenomenon for the world, not only for Ukraine, I believe that the main issue is the fact that there is not enough regulation, and this creates huge operational risks and a certain instability and for the business as well in terms of perspectives. We will speak about this in greater detail, but in general, there are more global practices in Europe, including where every country is free to choose their own approach to regulate certain spheres. Ukraine is now making up their mind, and it's rather painful. Talking about other challenges, let me say that during the fourth year of war, we have stopped perceiving it as a challenge in itself. It's just our regular reality, and it is the background to other challenges that we're facing. Because of over the 7 years in Ukraine, we have invested over 160 million euro into business in Ukraine, and we're willing to invest more. And this year, there will be, we have invested 25 million. But where do we get the guarantees? Where is this protection? It is now held by the investors' initiatives and the dedication of our team that is putting so much into persuading the investors that it is safe to work in Ukraine. So you think the more regulation would be relevant? Yes, I believe so. Okay, Thomas. Well, I have been working in the agriculture sector for 15 years now. And the greatest challenge that we are now facing is, of course, the shortage of trained personnel. We are facing problems with the conscription of our staff. We, as foreign investors, we did not have access to the program 579. It is resolved now, and we have invested a lot over the last 2 years. And if I add to the discussion that I've heard, let me also say that what I'm lacking at the moment in Ukraine is the strategy and vision. For example, in the agricultural and industrial sphere, it's quite a curious discussion because you're talking about regulation, but let me just call it standards. I believe that it is critical because Ukraine is now at a certain stage. Ukraine will need to protect the market from the European Union in a good way. And it is natural because the European Union will also protect their markets. And it is done via standards, and it's something that needs to be learned. But before that comes the vision and strategy in this field. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. I think Andriy is able to join us now. Andriy, you are on. Oh, yes, I am. Okay, we have started talking about the first question, and you, as a person who is the initiator of this discussion, who is the author, we wanted to hear a few words from you, and then we will continue talking about the challenges faced by foreign investors. Greetings, everyone. I would like to mention the following, to begin by saying that it's crucial to have foreign companies visit the Ukrainian Economic Forum. which will enable them to see our business not as we see it from the inside, because we tend to be very Ukraine-centric, but they can see us as part of the global economy, and they can really see and advise on the advantages and the shortfallings, and compare it to the global and foreign practices, and can give us recommendations on how to be more effective in terms of capital attraction and so on. We believe that after the war, many companies will come to Ukraine, and they will reach out to the companies that are already working in Ukraine with engagement on foreign investment, and they will ask about their experience. Therefore, it's very important to us to listen to what they have to say, to listen to their feedback and recommendations, because nothing will happen with the help of a fairy. We need to put in the effort, and we need to try and prove that we are a good quality market. We have the proper conditions and the regulatory framework for export and many other areas of operations. Thomas Bloomer, let me just congratulate you on the wonderful Ukrainian. Thank you so much for joining us. I have a question for Thomas personally, but I'll save it until later. That's great. Thank you, Andrei.
Let's keep moving forward. Mr. Adam, some things about your problems. Can you feel them? I think that you are only beginning to make your investments.
For your Ukrainian. I understand Ukrainian, but I cannot till now switch to Ukrainian to speak, but I hope maybe next year it will come, so congratulations for you.
And unfortunately, they didn't allow us to speak Polish, so...
Yeah, okay. Maybe in future as well in this case. So from my perspective, problems, I don't want to talk about the problems, and we discussed yesterday a little bit. We had a small chat as a panelist. Let's talk about the opportunities than the problems. From my perspective, we as a Unimod energy company, we are investing in several countries, and this is not because I'm here, but because I really believe there is no any other country in Europe which can compete with Ukraine with the growth potential. Even that you are in the war situation starting from 22. I don't know any other country with population 35, 40 million people, or even someone will say it's 30 million. Such big country with such big potential to grow, to be honest. Because now for the foreigner investors, it's not so easy to find the place to invest money. Where to invest money in the situation that the globalization almost is on the edge to collapse. Let's be open. So first, this is a country of opportunity, I have to say, and really congratulations to all of you what you achieve in this very, very difficult time from this perspective. One point definitely, as you ask about the problems, but I not consider this as a problem. What I can agree here is a strategy. This is very, very important. I still believe that maybe there is some small excuse that, okay, how we can set up the strategy for Ukraine if the war is still going. In this case, maybe it's too early. No, it's not too early. I believe that there is right time to set up the strategy for the sectors to understand what is the real future for the Ukraine. You like to join the Europe, which is we are extremely proud and very happy. But as a Poland, we know that there is an advantage to be in the European Union, a lot of advantage, 99%. But the discussion we have here as well about the regulation, we know that the regulation in Europe is a huge problem. So you have the possibility not to, I can say, replicate the same mistakes which some countries did in the past. So strategy, mid-term, long-term. And I would say we know this, and this is unfortunately true. We have to face that. The country like China, we don't like what they are doing with the raw minerals and the business strategy. But I would say I know I was following the China development for the last 25 years, And what they achieve, from my perspective, because they set up the right strategy 25 years ago, or even more than 30 years ago. And they follow this strategy every day. State-owned enterprises, private enterprises, very, very competitive market. Last sentence, Ukraine is one of the most competitive market worldwide. One of the most competitive markets. If someone can survive on this market here, these companies have, the local companies, huge potential to expand abroad. I think this is very, very important to use this opportunity. Very competitive market, and if you can survive here, you can survive everywhere, and you can be success everywhere. So again, this is fantastic country to invest. A lot of opportunities, potential for the growth. Problems, everywhere are some problems. This is not unique. In every country we can count in Austria, Germany, Poland, United States, China, everywhere is a problem. So be positive. I really ask you to be positive and be proud what you achieve.
Супер, дякую.
Super, thank you. I'm eager to ask another question. If we have such huge competition here, so why have you opted for Ukraine? But perhaps we will revert to this discussion at a later point. Topi, please. Так, всім доброго дня.
My name is Topi. I'm a family business owner of company Peikko. We have about 2,000 people in 35 countries, 12 factories doing construction materials. So when I'm entering in this kind of a room, I always check on how the columns and the ceilings are done. That's my main case, and I'm wanting that they are not falling on us either, whether there was a bombing or whatever happening outside. I would say that I just want to get, first of all, a short note about this regulation. I think regulation is, for my company, EU regulation has been, for my company, a way how I have been able to get out of Finland in the last 20 years to be a European player. And I think this is the EU membership is going to be a good access for Ukrainian companies to have one set of norms and standards. So it's a big opportunity for Ukrainian companies. And I really do hope that Ukraine is part of the EU very soon, and there will be maybe a couple of countries that we can throw out at the same time. But let's not talk about that today. Problems in the business of running, like investing in Ukraine as a company from EU country, I think the biggest problem for me is actually my own people outside of Ukraine. How do I convince my own team outside of Ukraine to support my team in Ukraine? And this is about what kind of news you are reading, what kind of feelings do you have on whether you actually can travel to Ukraine or not. There's a lot of misperceptions of the teams on who can come and assemble, install machinery, etc. So there's a lot of misinformation as well. And this is basically, as me as an entrepreneur, there's a lot of convincing that I need to be doing for people to believe on our Ukrainian venture, and for us to kind of get the right people in the right places. Whenever I am in Kiev, it's always the amount of optimism is always like wow. I mean, you go to some other country in the European Union, I mean, people are just complaining, and then here I'm coming, and we are dynamic, we want to look for the future. Whatever was problem yesterday is already solved. We are solving problems of today and tomorrow already. I mean, this is a country where you are doing things, and you need to be proud about that. And I hope that this drive is continuing. So I'm actually energized every time I'm visiting Kiev.
Thank you. Дуже приємно чути такі слова.
It's a great pleasure to hear such feedback. I would like us to take it higher to the global level. Maxim, you're probably present in most countries of the world, maybe even in all of the countries in the world. What are some of the global hardships that tobacco industry is facing world over? Because I get to travel to different countries, and I'm interested, and I'm wondering whether the market is dropping, growing, is it stable? What does it look like? What are the challenges the tobacco business is facing globally? Maybe they're the same as in Ukraine. Yes, it's an interesting question, because whatever is happening globally in tobacco industry, is probably the greatest industrial revolution over the last 100 years in this field. Because at present, scientific research, technologies have enabled us to create products that people immediately begin to switch to, from cigarettes to different tobacco products. So vape industry is booming, different kinds of nicotine pads, you know. This industry of tobacco is quite drastically different from 50 years ago, because 50 years ago those were just ciggies. However, nowadays this industry is moving swiftly, and all of these alternative products, the people are choosing them because they are better than cigarettes for many reasons. And one of the core problems at stake is that in many countries the regulator, the government, lags behind all of these trends, and whatever they endeavor to do, they just want to stop or block this process, this revolution which is taking place. And in fact, in many countries, this dialogue is ongoing, because many things concerning health, they are usually promoted under WHO auspices, and they are also of great significance. So this is all from me in a nutshell. Thank you. All right, Andriy, I can see that you're getting bored. Come on, get engaged. Maybe you will have something to ask about. I do have a question about entrepreneurial culture, about how Ukraine is viewed and seen by international owners. Because there was a very interesting case. Thomas Gruner, I know, came to Ukraine as a top manager of a Henkel company, being responsible for the development of brands. And after a couple of years, he turned into a private entrepreneur who has set up very effective and technological business, and he keeps developing that. So my question is to Thomas. Thomas, can you kindly tell us, is this your personal story only? Or is there something special about Ukraine, some fluid, some DNA that transform managers into entrepreneurs and private businessmen? Has this contributed to your transformation? Because I know it's very difficult. When you have everything is very well enshrined in the rules. You work for a large-size corporation, and as opposed to that, you go for innovation risks where everything is uncertain, setting up a business from scratch, trying to crash through this rock, trying to grow pork with or without antibiotics. This can be also anti-market. So your experience of a businessman, the way that you see it via the lens of your business, the culture of entrepreneurship in Ukraine. Thank you. Is this the air in Ukraine? Is the air in Austria different? Yes, it's somewhat different, just to make it honest. Probably this is the virus of entrepreneurial activity. Yeah, indeed it is. I would like to highlight and say I'm a big fan of Ukraine, because there's a really special energy for entrepreneurial activity here. And this is to do with the fact that the country, the government, the state was weakened, but the Ukrainians cannot sit on their hands. They're full of energy, they're self-organized. At first it was demanding to leave this international company where everything is well structured and instead become a businessman. But if you get to see the way everyone does it, that in Ukraine there are lots of opportunities. So being an entrepreneur is also a big high, because you can try out something today, it's not working out, you grow tired, and you opt for something different, and thus you keep moving and on and fast. And I would probably say that for every entrepreneur or someone who's an entrepreneur in their heart, Ukraine is a fantastic country. And just because this market has become more mature, more standardized, I think it will be easier for Europeans too, because you must keep it in mind that, let me put it this way, some 10 years ago, English as the language was not so widespread as it is now. So now keeping in touch in Ukraine with people, organizing things, is much easier than some years ago. Another thing to add, another comment to make. pertinent to the image of Ukraine abroad. Probably it's about the fact that abroad Ukraine is not very well known. They only know about the bravery of Ukrainians, about the war ongoing here, but they don't know about the fantastical energy present here. So we need to organize more projects. This is not from the standpoint of promotion. I simply want to see more such projects. We began our project in 2018, and my friend wanted to show the drive in Kiev. The film was made, and this film was to show Kiev online, the life in Kiev, in Ukraine. Show it to your employees in Europe. I think that we have to pay more attention to that. All of these filming projects about Ukraine at war, for historic context, of course, it's interesting and necessary. But even at this point, we need to get people hooked via joy and positivity, which is also bubbling here in Ukraine, because investors want a lot of positive energy, just like you put it. When I cross the border, because my family still stays in Vienna, and there we have it, 1,000 ideas. We want to do this and that, meet people, friends. So a huge thank you, Ukraine, because you're my second motherland now.
Awesome. By the way, Thomas and I are the members of Dnipro Business Club in Spira that has joined the progressive thinking entrepreneurs that during the war initiate great things and support each other and promote the culture of entrepreneurship, business and ethics and inspire each other. Therefore, we stand together and we don't only do business. This is great. Thank you for your response, for Thomas also for the kind words. Let us go back to the aspect of regulation, because I was confident that 100% of entrepreneurs hate regulations, and Marina surprised me. May I ask you a question now? As far as I understand, there are certain countries where the changes have come into force regarding the self-employed population, where there may be some damage to systems like yours. Is this so? Or what can you say about this? Well, over the recent years, the issue of regulation is very relevant and it's widely discussed in every country of Europe, because regulation in Europe is done, decision is made on by every country specifically what to do with business, because it's something that goes beyond the tax system, and also it concerns the job relations and so on. The platform businesses, they are grounded on the idea that it is a flexible economy sector, so to say. So every desire to peg this into an old school corporate model, similar to how other businesses operate regarding the re-employment relations and so on, or taxation, or accountability, it kills this kind of industry. We have seen negative examples. For example, in Spain, we have our head company, and in Italy, similar. The employment relations work differently, and so does business, and it is not our best time that we're living now. But there are also positive examples, for example, in Estonia, and it is the Estonian model that we're offering for Ukraine. We have started this work 6 years ago in profile committees, in specialized committees, because at the moment there are no mechanism that could regulate and standardize self-employed people in this market. They are now in the gray area, and no one understands whether they do pay taxes or no in this country. country and how this is done. And in general, we're not talking only about us as, and other platform businesses, but it also refers to the marketplaces and taxi businesses. So according to our estimates, 7 billion hryvnia is the potential profit to the budget of the state. Talking about us as one of the key players of platform economy in Ukraine, at the moment we are a huge taxpayer. As of 2024, we account for 0.4% of GDP, which is a lot for Ukraine, keeping in mind the fragmented nature of businesses. And it is recently that a research was issued by Delo UA. Glovo is in the chart of top 100 of taxpayers. Now we are number 77, and we know that being included into this chart is very responsible for us, and we are truly contributing to the creation of new economy in Ukraine. As I was preparing for this panel, I thought that my message would be more harsh, but yesterday there was a meeting of the specialized committee of the Ukrainian parliament where it was endorsed, this bill on self-employed people was endorsed, and the interests of various parties to this were taken into account, and it is the first step to adequate regulation and filling the budget, and also to more predictable business in Ukraine. We're looking forward to the second reading and the refinement. And I remember that during this previous panel touched upon an analogy of a Zaporozhets or Zhiguli, like an old car. And in this first idea of the bill, there was an idea to have this registration of such people unbearably difficult. You need to go onto create an account and fill lots of paperwork, and you wait, and then you'll get the certain status. But we are the proponents of digitalization. We're actively cooperating with the Ministry of Digital Development because this can all be done much simpler. We want to help the state to take the right decisions, and we truly hope that this political will be there, because we're talking about the filling the budget of the state and also the stability for us for long-term investments. Thank you so much, Mr. Adam. I have a question for you concerning the regulation and monopoly for the fuel and energy market. What do you say? Are we a more monopolized country? Are we more monopolized in this kind of market, or less than Poland, for example, or other European countries? Because we all living in Ukraine, we do remember that gas used to be provided by the state and energy provided by huge companies, and now it looks like we are moving towards decentralization. Is something that you can also confirm as an investor looking at the market, and how is it built in Poland?
Energy sector is a little bit fragmented. So if you are talking about power generation, for example, yes, the centralization is coming. I understand the renewable energy sector. This is a huge opportunity for the small, medium-sized enterprises, private investors, foreign investors to participate. Gas market is a little bit more difficult because we know that in many countries worldwide, the transmission system usually this is the state-owned enterprises, because this is a strategic sector. Upstream business, I understand that the Ukraine in the past there were a lot of success stories from the private sectors, private investments in the upstream business. What I heard now is that maybe it's not fully true, but the kind of rumors or I can say feeling from the sector that unfortunately, I have to say unfortunately, we see that Ukraine is a little bit following the trend which we can see now in Europe, where based on the, I would say, slogan of energy security, and I say this is a slogan sometimes, which is used in many countries to shift from the free market, from the free competition, to the state-owned enterprises, to support the state-owned enterprises. So it's very easy to say, no, this sector is strategic sector, is a state energy security, and then state-owned enterprises should play very, very important roles. I would not say that this is a strong trend in Ukraine, but in some fragmented sectors like, for example, gas station, I have to say, where we are active. I can tell the story from 2020 when the war started on 24th of the February. I think it's not secret. The strategic reserves of the fuels in Ukraine, it was only for 3 or maybe 4 days. There were no fuel here in the country, I can say. So there were huge need of the supply of the fuel from Poland, from Hungary, from Slovakia, from Romania, and the only way it was possible, it was possible, and it was success story because of almost 700 private-owned enterprises from Ukraine start to import fuel immediately from the Western Europe. Yeah, they act immediately. I remember they come to Poland, to Warsaw, day after on the 25th, 26th. They come with the trucks, with the rail cars, every possible way of the transport. And then, step by step, state-owned enterprises started to do the same. But for them, it takes 2-3 months, I can say, to act on this way. So I believe, but we have the same tendency a little bit in Europe now as well. It is not secret, and it's not only Poland where we have, for example, a very strong position of Orlen, which is trying, I would not say monopolizing, but dominate some markets. But the same story is in France. Yeah? It's never happened in the past that 2 years ago, the president of France was asking fully, I can say, not fully private, but this stock-listed company, public company like the Total, yeah, the biggest energy company, they were asking Total to keep the prices on the gas station below €2. This is not secret. It was the public statement, I can say, before the elections. The same story is a little bit in the United States even. We see that sometimes President Trump, what President Trump is doing, he's stepping into the private sector, and the U.S. government is buying now the shares in the private companies as well. So this is a global trend in this case. So in Ukraine, what I want to say as well, your dynamics, I can say, flexibility, and the success story of this country is based on the small, medium, and big enterprises, private enterprises. So don't lose this advantage, because state-owned enterprises are very nice. They are very good in some sectors, but we know that they are slower than private sectors. So try to keep the balance between both of them, because my feeling a little bit is there is a little bit shift towards state-owned enterprises.
Yeah, monopoly and state-owned is, my point of view, is killing the quality and killing the innovations. Окей, Андрію, ти маєш запитання? Включайся, будь ласка.
Andriy, there is a question for you. Can you please join us? All right, you have 2 questions, right? The questions from me are the following. The first one is for Marina. Could you please share human capital, human resource is critical for you. If there is lack of personnel, lack of people in that are able to work, what will be your approaches to resolve this lack of personnel? Will you turn to the migrants, or what other solutions? And also another question is for Topi, but that's coming. Okay, this is quite a theoretical question, but of course we are preparing for various scenarios when and how the war can finish. But something that we keep open is the opportunities for flexibility. There are certain tendencies and trends that we, as a human-dependent company, we are very responsive to to these trends because we have multi-million consumers and 12,000 of partners that cooperate with us and 200,000 people involved in our work. So any tendencies, any shift of thought in terms of mobilization and people leaving the country, we of course feel that and we sense that it becomes much harder, and also it makes our business difficult. At the moment, our business includes 250 people, and I started this business in many countries of Europe, and 80% of people have dealt directly with me. And for us, I would say that there can be no company, no outsourcing company that can really bring us fully qualified potential, fully qualified staff. It is us that train them because it's difficult from the operational perspective, and it's multi-layer. And talking about the strategies for the future, we will really depend on various decisions that will be made on the state level and also in terms of the border crossing and working with the human capital in general. So it will not only impact us, but it will also impact other businesses that are human dependent as well. Therefore, this challenge is something that we will have to face for decades. What will we do? Well, we will see what we have and what we work with, because there are various options of various scenarios. But of course, we want those to be Ukrainian workers. Okay, Andrei, I just wanted to add that when you travel to Estonia or Poland, you see that such positions in Glovo or Bolt Food or others, there are a lot of migrants working. I went to Chisinau, and almost 90% of restaurant personnel were migrants as well from those countries. Therefore, that's one of the issues that we will have to resolve. And Glovo is a human-oriented and human-dependent company. It's very challenging for them.
If you don't mind, I have a brief question to ask Topi Panen. From the standpoint of Ukrainian production, is your production more meant for Ukraine, or do you have any prospects for exporting from Ukraine? Because the Ukrainian market is rather attractive, but I still think that we also have a lot of potential for exporting. So Ukraine, how do you see that? Is it more meant for internal domestic market, or can it also export abroad?
Our manufacturing Bila Tserkva is meant for both. So basically we always see that there is an evolution of our factory. So first we are hoping to serve the local Ukrainian clients, and then we also see that if you think about long-term investments, long-term location for the factory within the European area standpoint, Ukraine will make sense more and more. And if we are thinking about growing our company's volumes, we are for sure going to invest in Bila Tserkva for exports as well. But it's always that the question in manufacturing is always the following. It's basically there's always a learning curve. So you cannot do a big haul and dream that everything is functioning immediately well. So it's a step by step always what you do. And then this is our steps that we are starting with the small location, and then hopefully the Bila Tserkva business park can also, industrial park can also follow up with our requirements later on. It's a competence of labor. It's kind of a level of automation that we can bring in our factory. I was just talking yesterday with our welders, and I say that you are welding now manually, but we will have robots here soon. I'm like, what? Hey, you are 20-year-old guy. You are not wanting to weld by hand. You will want to run the robots. That's a fact. Oh, really? Yes, you are. And this is kind of the story that we need to kind of train and develop and together with the communities. Also as a company, there's a need for us to be part of the training, which we are now doing as well. So it's a process. But I believe Ukraine, when being part of European Union very soon, will be a great manufacturing hub. That's my belief, and that's part of the reason why I'm also here.
Дякую.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Maxim. I think it's pretty standard. I think you hear it from everywhere. Maybe it's pretty simplistic, but anyway. Is the shade production, shade tobacco making products market, is it somehow the situation with that improving? Is the state kicking in the situation or not enough? Yes, the shade market in tobacco industry, it's a problem and a headache not only for Ukraine but world over. So this problem exists due to the fact that a big share of taxes, it's about 70% of taxes that goes into the state coffer. So if you buy a packet of cigarettes with 150 grivnas, 120 grivnas, it's just pure tax. So the non-players in this market, they gain an incredible advantage to behave in a non-competitive way and, of course, line up their pockets with that. So the idea is simply based on the systemic approach exercised in the country from the standpoint of the legal framework, plus the fight with the shadow economy by the police enforcement. This picture in Ukraine can be described as follows: one step forward, two steps back. If we take a look at the situation in 2024, when the market reached its historic peak, 25% of the market was in shadows, so every fourth packet of cigarettes was illegally sold. After the pressure that came from international partners exerted by the UK and American embassies and the G7 country embassies, real struggles started. Some of these companies were suspended in their licenses and the legal market began to get back, and the illegal market declined. It dropped, it halved to 24%, but now the situation again laxed. And now the illegal production is beginning to grow. Now it's about 70% in amount. And I think at this rate, we can very quickly again reach the level of 24%. So on the one hand, we have the legal framework, but there is no systemic work, or it's inadequate in terms of the borders that have to ensure that we comply with fulfilling all of these standards. And it's double painful because we are losing our share, we cannot compete. And it's 3 times as painful because the government is losing a great deal of money. It's more than 30 million grivnas at this point lost due to shadow tobacco product making. So it's huge losses that the country is suffering. This is my point. The situation is like that. I see. It's clear. Thank you. Now the question to Topi. It's of my personal concern. You went to the industrial park in Bila Tserkva. When in Lithuania we were deciding which country to invest in, we also opted for Lithuania because it offered the best opportunities in their industrial park and a lot of assistance issued by the government. So can you tell me how important this is for the international investor, the availability of industrial parks? But because there is a certain number of investors who said, we never began our business with industrial parks, but now our competitors can go to industrial parks and have some benefits and allowances, and it's not fair after all. So what's your take on that?
I think as a company that didn't have at that time a proper organization back in 24, we were looking for various options in Ukraine, of greenfield options, and we basically concluded that with the current environment to have a greenfield, it would have taken quite a long time. We ended up in looking for 3 business parks or industrial parks around Ukraine, and then we selected the Bila Tserkva one. But for us it was about the speed, it was about not having the organization who is able to deal with approvals, environmental permits, building permits, etc. And it was also very handy because the industrial park was able to custom build something that was suitable for our needs. So there was a customer attitude, customer service attitude from this location. And I think this is, in my mind, very important for the development for Ukraine, that there will be a number of these kind of business industrial parks arising, because they will ease up the foreign direct investment decisions greatly. And then, of course, from the non-Ukrainian point of view, we of course are worried about whether there is any black money on the building permits or permitting side. There are a lot of companies having bad experience in various parts of the world. So these kind of issues are tackled very easily by utilizing good and solid partners. So I'm in favor for this approach, but it could be that I will make my big factory by myself in a greenfield in the next 3 to 5 years as well. Once I have the organization and once I need more space. So it all depends.
Супер. І ви будете розуміти, як робити ці всі дозволи.
And then you will understand how to gain all of those permits yourself. Right. I see. Andrei, we only have 3 to 4 minutes left. I suppose that we have to wrap it up. Maybe we need to hear a question from you to all our panelists. Yes, thank you, Rostislav. Thank you for this conversation. A question to all, a very short one. What advice or tips can you give to your peers, potential foreign investors to come to Ukraine who are planning to come and invest here? Of course, we can sit and wait until the end of the war, or we can start investing now, because there are opportunities here. So we'd like to hear a life hack, a piece of advice to international potential investors. Why should we speak somewhere in a lift together with Andrei? What should we say to potential investors? How to pitch our ideas to foreign investors? I would speak about investing in Ukrainian cultural projects, because this is really not big money. We'll definitely get acquainted with Ukrainians, and you will get a great deal of knowledge and expertise. And second point to make, if, just like the Rothschilds said that, oh, you have to invest while you can hear the weapons gunning. We are like as an ambassador of Ukrainian startups for the 4th year running, keep repeating the same message to our international colleagues and investors, saying that despite the challenges of war in Ukraine, if you want to enter Ukraine, you need to do it now. Because once the war is over, it will be much more expensive and everyone will be here. So while you are still vacillating, go and do it. It's definitely worth it. And we are a very good example out of 25 countries globally. We are number 3, Ukraine, I mean. So I think it's a very good deliverable. Likewise, I wouldn't like to repeat anyone, but I would like to say what Marina has said. We are serving a role model to others, saying, don't wait. Because if you waste your time right now, it'll get more expensive and harder. Which is why come and invest now. This is economically viable, and I'm sure that every company can make sense of it, and it's also making sense in terms of reputation. Also, I would like to corroborate what my peers have said concerning the Ukrainian talent. Due to war, from our organization, some 70 or 80 people were appointed to different branches of Philip Morris everywhere in the world. It's really very many. And this allowed our cooperation to understand to what extent Ukrainians are advanced and talented. Because prior to that, very little was known about Ukrainians, but once those people went abroad and they started working there, these are the countries ranging from Japan to Brazil. And now they keep giving me telephone calls on a weekly basis, and they say, can we get more Ukrainians to come? We are putting it on a stall because we want to retrieve our business here in Ukraine and retain our personnel. So this is an incredibly positively charged people that can make impossible things, and you need to invest now. Thank you. Thank you, Maxim. Don't give our Ukrainian people away.
I'm again to invest into the Ukraine, to advise to my colleagues from Poland, for example, but I think this is universal advice to any foreigner investors. There is always success story in Ukraine. There is a lot of success story on foreigner investment. So if you are considered to coming here, try to find the investor from your home country with the success story. Maybe there is a lot of not success story as well, but try to avoid to talk to these people. Talk to the people which have the positive altitude and had the positive experience here in this country. Ask hundreds of questions, how they achieved that, how they did that, why the story became the success, and follow the path. And then I believe is a huge chance for the success.
From my point of view on how to get foreign international companies to invest in Ukraine is basically take the CEO to visit. I mean, and if he's saying that, then you say that you are afraid, really? Are you a man or what? Are you a woman or not? I mean, basically...
Are you entrepreneur or not?
Exactly. So what is the spirit? I mean, are you a loser? Are you a loser or not? So the key is basically to get the people here, right? I mean, nobody is believing without seeing. And that's the beauty also, that's a fact also in Ukraine.
Супер. Completely agree. Ну що ж, будемо звозити.
So let's bring here CEOs and company owners to Ukraine with great pleasure. We will definitely be helping our hospitality business here in Ukraine. So unfortunately, our time is up. I would really like to thank all of our speakers. Thank you very much indeed for coming here, for being with us today. And I would like to extend a personal thank you to my great friend Andrei, because he always exercises out-of-the-box ideas and approaches. And I think that today's panel is very much wanted virtually at every similar gathering or forum like today. Thank you all. Unfortunately, no time for a Q&A, but I checked the chat box. There were no questions posted. So thank you very much. That's the end of our panel. Thank you, Rostik. You have done it in a fantastic
Okay, please everyone take your seats. We will start the main discussion of this event.
Конечно, конечно.
And the world champion of boxing will not stand in our way. Am I correct? Yes, so let's give a round of applause to the start of our panel. Thank you, Andrea. I can see you. Let me invite our superstars to this panel. Let us give the round of applause to everyone. Edward Marmelstein, Irina Kravchenko, Danilo Hetmantsev. They all deserve some applause. Timur Taygiev, Vasil Danilak, and also Olena Voloshina is going to join us online. Okay, take your seats. Let me coordinate here. Vasily, you can sit in the middle. Okay, that all looks good to me. We'll have our mics. Okay, let us begin. Like I said, we are going to compete with the world champion of boxing, but I see that the hall is full. Everybody is interested in the subject of investment because everybody needs money, and we especially need it for the recovery of Ukraine. Like it was said by the head of our Ukrainian intelligence, without a powerful economy, Ukraine will not be able to build to guarantee strong defense and security. And in general, I believe that the subject of investment is one of the main subjects of any economy strategy of the economy, because without it there is no development, no dream country can happen. My name is Igor Liskin. For those of you who don't know, I'm the head of the company that I founded 20 years ago. It's called EFI Group. This company promotes the creation of industrial enterprises. We build factories of wood processing and in agriculture, and we also build the symbol of recovery from the critical raw materials. It's the Novosklo, the new glass that will be the first plant that will mark the start of the recovery of the new Ukraine. Today we will be talking not only about money, but also about the new philosophy of investment in Ukraine. Why is Ukraine attractive for investors? Why is it worth investment? Why our panelists here are doing this already? What is encouraging them? What projects are they promoting? I believe that we will have at least time for 2 questions, so please prepare those. We have an innovation from the digital domain. Those who are not very confident in terms of speaking up, you are welcome to put it in the chat. Those of you who are more confident, you can raise your hand, and if we have the time, we will make sure to answer your questions. Okay, so let me start by start with the Ukrainian investor. I truly believe that without Ukrainian entrepreneurs that set the example of being brave and investing in Ukraine, and the other foreign investors will follow the lead. Vasil, you are head of one of the most powerful companies in Ukraine, OKO. I believe that everyone here is familiar with this company. Is there anyone who doesn't know? No. But not all of you know. Not all of you know that it is not only power. The OKO is investing in various projects, starting with agriculture and ending with energy, and the main is tourism. This project is something that we will talk about it later on, and I believe that is also a symbol of the new Ukraine. It is the magnet of not only for Ukrainian tourists, but also the European tourists as well. It is also quite symbolic. Vasil, why
are you not afraid to invest in Ukraine? And also, it is important for us to know what is this point of entry through your company. Why do other investors and financial institutions, how can they also invest? How do you do it? Greetings, everyone. We are sitting in the same hall as we did last year, and we announced that we have launched several projects for the investing companies of oil retail. We started energy projects, and also, as was mentioned, for agriculture, and also those for agricultural processing, and another one in the sphere of construction of a new resort. Where are we at regarding those projects? For the energy ones, we have built the first ever in Ukraine, and it's already commissioned, the first ever batteries, and they were commissioned in April. Before the end of the year, or maybe in the beginning of the next year, we will start the commissioning of the huge wind power complexes that is co-funded with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and the International Financial Corporation and the Black Sea Bank of the Development of Commerce. And another project that has been launched, even greater, that will cost 300 million euro. We are building a new wind power park for 190 megawatt. We are going to finish building the bioethanol plant. The main part is already constructed, and the construction works have been finished for the actual premises of the bioethanol plant, and we're going to hand it over next year, and it will start operating. And also, it will soon be a year approximately that we have been building it. We are going quite well at a good pace, and as was mentioned by Igor, we will mark make a huge touristic mark, not only on the map of Ukraine, but also in the Central and Eastern Europe. When it comes to the incentives that we have for investing, let me mention the following. It are the opportunities that, on the other hand, are of course hampered by the war, but this war, this challenge has enabled us to discover the challenges that we had in this various spheres. So the energy sector that was created in the Soviet times, all of the generation facilities, they were huge. And unfortunately, those facilities, they have proved to be quite vulnerable. And the state and the Ministry of Energy and the top consultants have given this vector of development into decentralization of generation. I believe that from the point of view of security and the investment into a single facility and the general resilience of the system in the future and the diversification of various sources of energy, I believe that it is the right thing to do. And us, as the company that on the one hand had a market that's shrinking, and on the other hand the opportunities that emerged in another sector that is very relevant to us, we have made the decision to grow in the sectors that are relevant to us, where we have a certain point of connection and where we have expertise, and do this in a complementary way. So we are a fuel company selling gas. We also sold wanted electricity, so we went into the electricity sector. We sold the natural gas. We went into that sector. We are a fuel company. We want to produce bioethanol that will then take us over to processing and to generating biodiesel. So for you, it's a natural process. What is also your secret? For example, people present here want to launch a big business. Is there some secret that you can share? Well, first of all, starting with 2003, we're creating this business in a very transparent way. In 2003, we had the first audit, and we were the first company in Ukraine that passed the consulting AFC program of corporate management in Ukraine. And in 2004, we started working with the international funds and signed an agreement with the Black Sea Bank of Commercial Development. Also, we had another agreement with EBRD and IFI, and so we have worked with them for such a long time. Of course, we have other partners that are banks. So one secret is something that we can take note of. So we have been working for over 20 years based on the principles of transparency. We have always stood up to our obligations, and we fulfilled the obligations even in the most difficult times when we were losing money, where we had loans for the companies. Even in 2014 or 2015, Ukraine has lost part of the territory. We have lost lots of our facilities, and nevertheless we paid back our obligations to EBRD and so on. We repaid all of our loans, and this reputation that we nourished, especially in the most difficult of times, it really affects the image of the company. If we did not have this credit history, so to say, this history of trust, we would not be able to implement these huge projects that we're doing now. So the conclusions that we may make is that transparency and reputation is the greatest advantage for the companies that will attract investment and be confidently moving ahead. Let me add to our conversation concerning EBRD. Let us hear Irina Kravchenko. One of the prerequisites is the transparency and reputation. So it is a prerequisite for the banks to be able to finance banks in Ukraine. EBRD, by the way, let me give you some praise. EBRD is one of the greatest investors in institutional investors in Ukraine, and the main aspect of our energy stability is also due to your investments and loans into the stability of the energy sector of Ukraine. A separate round of applause to EBRD for this. I'm not just praising them just for the sake of it. I hope that they will fund us one day. But the question is rather serious here. It's we realize that EBRD is funding huge, large companies and projects. What do the smaller ones do? What can they hope for? Medium or smaller companies, or those that want to grow bigger? What other prerequisites can we mention apart from the reputation and transparency in order to access EBRD funding? What's the strategy in Ukraine?
I can speak Ukrainian, but I think it will be more convenient for me if I can speak English. For those of you who don't understand English, at the back of this room you can see headsets, so would you kindly check them out? But the floor goes to you anyway.
Це, я думаю... sorry.
Just let's switch to English. So it's my fault, sorry.
First of all, I'm very happy to be with our client who already said about us, and my colleague Elena Voloshina, with whom we work closely on supporting the private sector and private businesses. it's true, we have a lot of large projects, but we have a lot of small projects. And small projects in the private sector, they could be of different size. And if you look at our achievements to date, actually our financing since the beginning of the war was 50-50 between public sector and private sector. Do we pick up only large companies? No. I think they are probably more visible. Yeah, Vasil, like your project. And we are happy that he knows a lot of secrets and so brave to go into different industries, not only your primary, yeah, where you started business. And we follow the leaders, yeah. And this is through actually larger projects. We also have a bigger impact on the smaller companies, yeah, which are your suppliers related. But is EBRD only about large companies? Of course not, because we have a number of projects, a big number of SMEs, which we are reaching through our special programs through partner banks. Because, you know, outreach from EBRD, smaller companies, it's very time consuming. It will be not an efficient way, and we would like to be as efficient, as quick as possible. And for that, we have a number of programs, SME programs, which we support through partner banks, we call them. Yeah, we have relationship with 14 banks in Ukraine, and we have different type of programs. Some of them targeting women in business, some of them energy efficiency, because energy, as you said, yes, is absolutely crucial for our, I would say, normal work, survival, and functioning, and livelihood. So we have veteran support. So, and then we have also advisory for SMEs. So those companies, as you said, of course, they cannot compete and be and afford, for instance, even audit or these international financial standards as larger clients. But we have special SME advisory program, and this advisory program, it helps companies to get access to increase export to other markets, to improve its financial management, human resources, all aspects, whenever they're experiencing in their areas, we can provide assistance. You know, I can talk for a long time so about the BRD. Yeah. So if you wish to stop me, you just let me know.
A small interactive question.
Yeah.
Who already has applied or knows about this program for BRD, or probably has some cooperation? Just raise our hands.
Maybe invited just big companies.
You see, a lot of potential clients. Please don't hesitate. That's why we are here.
Yes, and actually I can tell you that two of my colleagues, one responsible for the corporate sector, which covers both larger and smaller companies, will be permanently based here. The name is Lesya Kuzmenko, and the person who is responsible for our assistance to SMEs, specifically, all this advisory special program, also will be based here. It's Katarina Rik. So I think it will help you, you know, for interactions, you know, questions, and probably will speed up, you know, this entire process. Yes. Yeah, we're trying.
We also be in a queue there. Just
look, I also don't like that we are currently just parachuting. Like I came for 3 days, I came again. I wish I can be will be allowed to spend more time, but I think time will come.
Yes, please, because Ukrainian companies, the companies we just doing their business now on these really tough circumstances. They really need for support, and so the opportunity that EBRD has.
We do. You know that we are not, how you say, afraid. We're never afraid, whatever circumstances are. We always were in the lead supporting of the real economy, and since the beginning, just right from the start.
Please don't forget. I know that we do a lot with the public sector, but please a bit more focus on the private.
You know, this year, for instance, 45 projects were in the private sector we finance, and only 7 in the public sector.
Oh, that's cool. The round of applause.
Yeah.
And now, а зараз я хочу переключитись.
At this point, I would like to switch to, let me comment on what I have just heard. When we were just beginning to work, as a matter of factly about the companies that we work with and which not. Now, when we began to work with EBRD, we were 15 times smaller as a company than we are right now, 15-fold smaller. So back then, realistically, we were just an SME of current terms. Mid-sized corporate business in the prevalent understanding of the Ukrainian large-sized businesses. Therefore, it's absolutely possible, that's an interesting tip, to share. Moreover, it seems to me that the sentiments of the policies of the bank itself, both at EFC and EBRD, is to work much more than with SMEs than to work with large-sized companies. All right. I'd try to believe that.
That's easy. Зараз хочу передати слово.
At this point, I would like to give the floor to the only representative of the government on our panel, Daniil Getmantsev, a very brave one who feared not to come on our investment panel, which is filled with entrepreneurs who sometimes treat the figure of Danila Getmantsev in a very ambiguous way. So because he's in charge of the committee at the parliament on tax policies, and some evil-minded individuals say that he exerts a negative influence on taxation policy, and not only on that. So he's a kind of a grey eminency in the Ukrainian policy. So you will have to answer on behalf of the whole government. So the first question is, what is the Ukrainian economy and the state policy lacking? What is in the way of foreign investments in the first place? And how are you maintaining this policy in the warring country, which basically has to fill its budget, ensure budget revenues are coming, and put up resistance to the largest warring country in the world? And we understand that that takes a lot of money. And on the other hand, we have entrepreneurs who also have to be cognizant of the fact that taxation policy needs to be foreseeable, because they, in the final count, fill this budget. So how can we attract investments? What is in the way, and what is your policy overall? Thank you. Greetings to everyone. Glory to Ukraine. Well, I'll try to merge it all in one answer concerning investments, what the country is doing, what not, and what needs improving, to make sure everything will happen more efficiently. In actual fact, I would like to call upon everyone to invest in Ukraine. I do believe that now we have the more favorable conditions than in many countries in the world, despite the war. It's not just to do with the average salaries in our country, which is below the level of that in Europe, but it's also about different fields opening up. First of all, this is defense, tech, IT, agricultural, food processing, and agriculture as such. But besides that, there are impediments in the way. I always speak openly and frankly to businesses about the issues that we have. We cannot create victories where they are not. And the first problem we are faced with is the war. It's undeniable, let's face it. No one is expecting from a country which is experiencing the largest war conflict since 1944 to see queues of businessmen with suitcases wanting to invest in this country, because the war means huge risks. And it's true. So the answer is, what we need to increase investments, it's peace. We are very much hopeful that it'll come sooner rather than later, but we are getting different kinds of news from our international fields. Accordingly, despite this risk that we cannot influence, what can we do in order to improve foreign direct investment coming to Ukraine, which is declining? For example, this year, this has been a little over $1 billion. So this is a sure decline in comparison to 2024 and even 2023. And we are regarding this with a great deal of concern. these numbers do worry us, and we are doing a lot to improve these results. However, first let me mention what needs to be done better and where we are clearly underperforming. So first, deshadowing, ensuring a level playing field for everyone without an exception in our market. We cannot count on investments coming from the West if Western investors have to learn the rules of how to avoid tax paying, to be steadfast in this market. And it's a great comfort and a solace to me that in 2025, white business is very loud, articulate, and consistent in its requiring and demanding different must-have things from the government, something that I have been trying to do and approximate for quite some time, the deshadowing and the rule of law in the area of economy and public finance. This is something that the business is clearly demanding right now. Vasil Daniluk, in presence here, he will definitely correct me if I'm wrong, that the white areas of the different sectors of economy are clearly articulating to the government what needs to be done to ensure the level playing field. Either we will have to make the black ones subdue and pay equal taxes, or exempt everyone from taxes, because it's impossible to live in a situation when someone pays VAT and others don't. We cannot function like this. Therefore, it strikes me that this is a cornerstone for everyone, that the country needs to ensure the shadowing and the rule of law. It's all about efficient institutions, because only efficient institutions will contribute to true deshadowing rather than just imitating that. And it's also about some other things, which is deregulation. It needs to become more effective. This is our fault as the authorities that 7th year running into this issue. We are still talking about deregulation. We have numerous reports of different commissions saying to us that we have to cancel a lot of more than 1,000 different permits. The Ministry of Economy drew up a lot of conclusions on that, and I'm very much happy that the new Prime Minister and the new government dealing with this directly, and we already have a roadmap of how they're going to repeal all of these permits that we are only paying lip service to.
And debureaucratization is also part of this process. And next is, of course, the Euro integration of Ukraine. It is something that we're working on, and we have specific successes, achievements in this regard, both from the subjective and objective reasons. Over the last recent 4 years, so much has been done, more than before, even on the political level, where the political struggle have returned, and it is now happening in the very bad shape in the parliament. Therefore, we do not have any contradictions regarding Euro integration. We're moving rather fast. Of course, we want to be even more accelerated, but the corresponding results are there. We have passed the screening. Just two more, very briefly, they're very linked. The second question, okay, I will just call on them and then I will open them. It's cheap money, it's something that we mentioned, and insuring against war risks. Okay, we will make a note of this, and during the second round, I will get back to you and I will ask what else can be done better by the state. But today, let me give the floor to our foreign guests, and let us start with Edward.
Commissioner for International Affairs for the city of New York. It's the 9th biggest economy of the world. So Edward was a lawyer, investor, and strategist. Has spent more than 3 decades in the intersection of business, politics, and diplomacy. So now, just Edward, the first and simple questions. How you see Ukraine and the future of Ukraine from the United States? What's Ukraine doing right? What's Ukraine doing wrong? What could be interesting for American investors here? And the one more really important detail that now Edward is working and raising a fund focused on Ukraine and $500 million fund. So it's also interesting. So how you see Ukraine from the abroad, and like in general, probably on second question afterwards, we'll see what specific projects you're really interested in.
First of all, thank you, Igor, for allowing me to join this prestigious panel. Also, thank you to the forum for inviting us all. I, as the former commissioner of New York City, had one of, in many ways, the easiest jobs because attracting investors to New York and its companies is obviously not as difficult as attracting companies and investment into a place where there's a war. But there's a reason why I'm here. And the reason why I'm here is that, as I've mentioned to not just many of the people that have been in this building, but over the last 3 years, that Ukraine has the opportunity of being the economic engine for Europe. Not only is Ukraine filled with one of the best educated populations in Europe, but also one of the most technologically advanced in terms of education. This is a country that has the ability to become a leader not just for the region, but I think globally. And when I look at Ukraine, I'd like to note that while I'm the token American on this panel, I was born in Ukraine, and I left in times of the Soviet Union. So when I saw in 1991 the collapse of the Soviet Union, many people asked me, why don't you come to this region and help this region advance financially? I chose to stay in America, but I'm not going to give up this opportunity for the second time.
Yeah.
And I do see not only that there's interest from the United States and interest from the European Union, but the interest is significant, and the interest is such that I can tell you why someone from one of the largest economies in the world is here today. Because the opportunities that exist here, whether it's below ground or above ground, are very hard to match anywhere in the world. And some people will say that I'm attracted to war because I've also spent a little bit of time doing similar type of work in Israel. The opportunity here, because of population and its size, as well as what is available, as I said, both below ground and above ground, is very hard to match anywhere in the world. I believe when this war is over, that anyone that has not experienced what I've seen in the last, and this is my second time visiting during the war, but if you haven't experienced the people and the opportunities, you're going to be missing out as an investor, regardless of what you're investing in, because the sectors that exist in Ukraine are very hard to match anywhere around the globe.
Thank you so much. Just round of applause for being here, to being brave, and just and for not giving up, just to change this country. And now I want just to switch to another big investor in Ukraine, more than $1 billion. The company Nexel investing in Ukraine already. Most of interest is in telecom and mining. Probably you know that just one of the biggest producer of titan, not only in Ukraine but also in Europe, as it was privatized we see, I hope, successfully. And this, I really want just to see what's your plan. But first of all, why you are here? Why not afraid to invest into Ukraine right now?
Igor, first of all, thanks for the invitation. So, Nexol Holding is an international Dutch-based group of companies with operations in 11 countries on 4 continents. And our main areas of activities are telecommunication, mining, cement and construction materials, and IT and high-tech. And, of course, energy, including oil and gas and renewables. Ukraine has always been a country of strategic interest for us. And we truly believe in the potential of Ukrainian economy and its people. And we also hope and pray for the soonest peace treaty. And once the war is over, we're 100% confident that Ukrainian economy will boom. In Ukraine, we're proud owners of Vodafone Ukraine, one of the largest telecommunication operators that provides connectivity uninterrupted and sustainable to millions of Ukrainians during such challenging times. And we continue to invest around $100 million every year to sustain and develop our telecom business. With acquisition of UMCC, we stepped into a new area for us, but an area of very strategic importance globally. That's titanium business. And as you mentioned, it's not only one of the 10th biggest in Europe, I believe they're one of the 10th biggest in the world. And we acquired that for $92 million, and we have a comprehensive investment program that will allow us to unlock its full potential. And we're talking about hundreds of millions to do it. So why we're here? Because we believe in the country and believe in its potential. And we feel very comfortable here, regardless all the challenges and complexities. We feel the support of Ukrainian government that are opening investment opportunities and they're open for dialogue. So we'd like to thank them for that. We appreciate the support and resilience of Ukrainian people that work in our team, in Vodafone, in UMCC. And I would like to thank each and every one team member of Nexol and Vodafone and UMCC for their constant support and efforts. So I believe the answer is very simple. So that's why we're here.
Oh, this is really good. Just a round of applause for the investors. Just I think all Ukrainian people who really appreciate for investing in this hard time, because who help us in the hard time will have double gain in the good time. So we will pay you back for sure. So now, Alena, I want just to switch to you because it's my favorite panelist. She's unfortunately not here, but it's also one of the biggest investor in Ukraine, especially during the full invasion. IFC, who Alena is more than 20 years develop Ukrainian economy with IFC. So what's different, or what do you do now, or what's your instrument? Why you so active now? Because just tell us why you're so optimistic about Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Igor. It's great to hear you. Unfortunately, I was not able to speak in English. I would appreciate that. But okay, I will stick to Ukrainian and I will let the interpreters do their job. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, but it is not the first time for me, but I'll try. Anyway, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we have done something that we have never done before, didn't do before the war. We invested $2.7 billion in Ukrainian economy. It's much more than we did before the war. We also believe in Ukraine. We believe in its private sector. We are the only institution that is focused on the development of the private sector. We support private enterprises that will drive the economy. As we work towards recovery of Ukraine, the private sector needs to account for at least 1/3 or even a greater share of it because we believe that 50% of recovery can be funded by the private sector. So our goal is to help the Ukrainian private sector and also introduce the foreign one to support the Ukrainian economy. Let me suggest a few examples. I really love attending panel discussions with my clients, because I will not be able to say it better than Vasil did, and it is very heartwarming and it's very exact what Vasil said. So along with the OKO company, we managed to conduct the first project in the sector of renewable energy. We funded the project that he mentioned. After the long-term cooperation, we knew each other very well. We have survived very difficult times that he also recalled today, but we did it in a dignified manner and we remained good partners, and this enabled us to move forward to those projects along with OKO in a rather non-usual sector for them. And I hope that we will do even more wonderful projects together. We also do support the agricultural sector. We have invested $500 million in the agricultural sector. We support the traders, and via them, we are able to reach small farmers, the smaller agricultural actors. We also support the processors like MHP, Astarta, and others. And we do a lot in the sphere of supporting export and import through our funding program via Ukrainian banks. Another example is the support of a foreign investor, a big one, at JJ. It's a French company that made an investment during the war into the Ukrainian infrastructure, and we believe that it was really needed for us to support this important investment. We are the largest investor for Unity Horizon because we do believe that Ukraine requires not only loan funds but also the funds that can be qualified as direct investment. That's why we are supporting Horizon, and along with them we have made 3 small investments. And sometimes people say that IFC as well as the EBRD they are looking only at large projects, but it's not really so. We do reach the smaller projects indirectly via partnership with banks. We provide risk-sharing facilities to the banks because they need an access to a larger pool of smaller and medium companies. That's why we are getting into partnership with the banks, and then they, in their turn, will reach out to smaller and medium facilities. We do the same with Horizon and private equity. We are investing Horizons and Mirotech and Flyer One and IFC are also investing along with the Horizon. Another very important point is something that it is not only about us making money and creating this demonstration effect as we support some companies. There is also a mandate to create the conditions for investors to come, not only those that we support, but also those that are sitting there at your panel discussion, and also others. Therefore, we're working in this direction as well. And today, as you know, we are a strategic counselor of the state of Ukraine for strategic partnership, and even now during the war, we're providing consultations about 2 port concessions.
Now we are at a stage of announcing a tender. And there's a great deal of interest even now, regardless of the conditions. There's a great deal of interest on behalf of foreign investors in these concessions. Super. On this optimistic note, I would like to stop you because we only have 15 minutes left. And I would like also to hear other distinguished guests on our panel. Thank you very much indeed for everything that you are doing. Give our regards to IFC because this is of great concern. Another round of plaudits to IFC for their investment making. Now let me get back to you, Vasil. Anyway, all of us have heard that you are investing in energy, so a small question, just purely on my behalf. Do you believe that this winter, regardless of all the shelling, the Ukrainian energy will stand? Because we have heard a lot of statements made by public officials and institutions on behalf of the Ministry of Energy, but I would like to hear your personal statement as an insider. It heavily depends on the intensity of shelling, on the efficiency of protections and defenses, because there's a type of equipment that can go out of order. And it's a question of not being able to replace it, because its manufacture and delivery will take from 9 to 12 months. So this is the major problem. It doesn't mean that we, for example, break a glass, and in some 20 meters away, we have a new glass to withdraw from a drawer. Usually all of this equipment takes a long time to procure. These are long-standing and very expensive contracts. Expensive, it's a secondary importance issue. You cannot go to a shop and buy it. You have to sometimes wait for up till 18 months, depending on the complexity of the equipment in question. But now you're working on a more stable energy system meant for Ukraine. Yes, indeed. We are working to make sure that power generation is decentralized, because the more we have independent, discrete points of generation of different capacity and dimension, and if they are installed in different places, then the grid to ensure power supply for Ukraine will be ramified, and of course the more it is, then the less vulnerable Ukraine will be. Thank you. Now a very small and quick question to everyone. What's the secret? You look super successful as a Ukrainian company, and we understand that there's a lot behind this success. A lot of international financial institutions and international investors are backing up you in this regard. So what's your secret? Give advice to us young and upcoming specialists in Ukraine who would like to foster the same kind of business. What is your experience of working with IFIs? First of all, let me put it this way. You need to install proper hygiene within your business. You need to take your business in a way that this is clear not only to you, but for the general public. So you have to ensure international financial reporting and accounting, undertaking all of the necessary approaches in making your feasibility studies, proper presentations, proper advisors, experts that you take on your projects, right specialists, lawyers inclusive. So all of this is a combination of all that. Apart from that, it's also a great deal of a great many wise people within your company who still want to move on, run forward. So this is the greatest success secret, ensuring success of any company. So there is not a secret about it all. No, nothing. So thank you very much for everything that you do. Now, Irina.
So, a bit more practical. What kind of projects are you looking for now? Because we really just, you see, or maybe criteria or maybe conditions for the company or projects that should be prepared, just that they have a chance to be financed by EBRD. Some practical stuff.
You know, criteria is different. When we finance directly, when the company supply to our facilities with their partner banks, and because partner banks, we follow them, because, you know, we started actually this risk-sharing facility. We've done it for years, and it's a really great instrument because it's enable like providing only about 1 billion to commercial banks. We already, the multiplier factor is about 3 to 4. We already enable them to finance more than 3 billion, provide loans. And then you follow their requirements, which usually, transparency is one of the very important, whether you're small or whether you're large, yeah? Obviously, you cannot afford, all this, as I said, audited accounts. So it's a more easier probably access, and it's one of the first steps where you can learn how to work also through the partner bank with EBRD. For EBRD, as I said, in addition to that, we provide assistance to SMEs. If you apply,
I will change the question.
Okay.
What are the main mistakes of Ukrainian business you see? That is why you refuse them to apply for you.
I think it's still down to transparency and integrity. If I can formulate it like, in 2 words, yeah? So this is the key. The business should be transparent. And by the way, there is my colleague, our big project representing business ombudsman, who is working a lot. Actually, it's down to their business environment, yeah, in Ukraine, who is helping us a lot, actually, to improve the business environment. And can I say, because what I want to comment, because it's what you said, everything is correct. Right policy, right approach, improvement, deregulation. But it's also important how you treat the investors who are already in the country. And, we have different, I would say, experience. That's why, if we demonstrate in the country, this is how we keep and support our existing foreign and local investments, it's probably talks for itself. Yeah, you would agree with that, because we had different examples in the past. I hope we'll get over that. Yeah, and in addition to the banks, it should be clear business vision, business strategy, business plan. Ability to bring to the bank their financially viable proposal where we can work together, we can review together, we do it together. And with existing companies, we're sometimes even helping them if they would like to access, there is a new business idea. We're working together, yes, we review together your proposals, we look at to which extent it's viable, what we can support, how we can share the risks.
But the main thing is just transparency?
Yes.
Okay, so let's change our approach. Don't hide, just be open, even show your mistakes, and together with everybody, you still have a chance to get the right approach and finally finance it.
Yes,
right?
and just what is the bankable project? It should be financial viable proposal, yeah? Because we're still the bank. We use a lot of grants, we use a lot of assistance, but it should be a bankable project, yeah? And this is where we can help to review together and say, look, this works, this doesn't work, this is how we can help. And I'm sure the same assistance commercial banks provide to the clients.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for just being optimistic. Данило, повертаючись, все ж таки я не злі.
Danilo, I still want to get us talking about the market of investments, because it's a highly competitive environment globally. Now there's a very high competition for investments. We're competing with our neighbors, Poland, Romania, the Baltic countries. What can the Ukrainian state, as a policymaker, present on behalf of Ukraine from the standpoint of incentives, support? Because we get to hear a lot from the government about investment nannies. How does that work? What are we working on right now? Thank you.
Both about internal and foreign business. I spoke about environment. So we have to do the best for both sides. Якщо говорити про те,
When talking about what it is that we are doing and what we have to do, let me start by saying that first we have to lay foundations. Incentives come second, when half of your economy is in shadows. And for example, in the market of petrochemicals, you have 435 barrels which are black, which have no licenses attached to them to trade fuel, but they do trade. And they are available on the site of Oil and Gas Association, but for some reason law enforcers fail to see them. to deal with them. And then talking about allowances to be provided to them, well, possibly we can do that, but prior to that, we have to ensure the proper environment. We need to provide and make sure that there's a level playing field, there's a rule of law for everyone available, and cheap money, something that I didn't manage to finish talking about previously. I get to meet a lot of business representatives, SMEs, big business representatives. I'll be frank with you, it's not just because I'm dealing with taxes. I never get to hear about high taxes in Ukraine. They never articulate this issue in Ukraine. Instead, I hear about expensive money, about shadows, lack of war risk insurance. So the step that we made 2 weeks ago at the Parliament of Ukraine, we got the law approved concerning the institution of the development. It's a big bank of banks which will accumulate the assistance offered by our partners in order to fund our individuals and companies concerning loans with high level of risks, the loans which are not covered by usual commercial banks because they have to provide 100% securities for these loans, and this will definitely be detrimental to them. In frontline areas, no loans are issued, even 579, let alone usual standard lending, because the assets that people can use as security is non-liquid. So the people who had their assets in the amount of millions of dollars prior to the war cannot take out any loans because it's no good security, and this is a big issue. So the National Institution of Development, this is something that will be launched into operation on the 1st of January next year, and they will be implementing the programs which are already available, like 579, but they definitely need to be broadened. And of course, this will cover war risk insurance. Ensuring war risks is something that we definitely need to launch. So how much per one project? We have already enacted a law, and by the end of this year we have an agreement with the Cabinet of Ministers that they will implement a respective program in frontline areas within 100 kilometers of the front line. They will ensure that by ICA and other private insurers will go beyond that, and then government insurers will also provide the coverage for insurance premiums. So this program will definitely be launched because it's been discussed not by us but by the Prime Minister and the President. And I know that he is expecting the implementation of this program. Everything is already in place to launch it. When talking about incentives, look, the way I see it, it's not about incentives, because the industrial parks, investment nannies, benefits and allowances in the fields and sectors, starting with DSCT, ranging from them and to all the way to Defense City, which we have just enacted. After a certain while, they will be detrimental and harmful rather than beneficial. So it's impossible to set up enclaves within the same legal regime. Inequality is always wrong and bad. So I'm sure that the task of the government, 1, 2, and 3 points, after peace, of course, is to ensure a level playing field and meeting the baseline needs which business have at the moment. Thank you. Our time is so little. So Edward?
To announce what kind of fund it's a good opportunity you're gonna raise, and what will be the focus of what kind of projects are you looking for, or you believe in Ukraine, and just take a chance.
Thank you again, Igor. So the fund, which is called Atlantic Bridge Capital, is focused on many of the sectors that we've already discussed on the panel here today. So whether it's raw materials, whether it's energy, retail, the investment opportunities in Ukraine are just beyond what we can discuss on the stage. I believe that we can we can talk about Ukraine not just in terms of sectors, but the opportunity as a country here is significant. And while we're already speaking to numerous companies that are investable, and while there are challenges in terms of transparency, as we just heard, there are also companies that are doing the work and they're moving in the right direction. The support of government on that fact should be as significant as possible, because the quicker that we have compliance, whether it's on accounting standards or with respect to transparency, the quicker the money will flow into Ukraine. The war, I think, is an impediment, but it's not a reason for investment not to be coming in today. There are tremendous opportunities that exist today, and as was stated, first one in will certainly benefit from making these investments. So our goal is to be not just the first, but hopefully the biggest at a certain point. And the reason is very simple. We come from a country that has the financial ability to direct money in the direction of Ukraine in a way that very few other countries have. So I look to be not just the first on this stage to say that Ukraine has the ability to be the economic engine for Europe, but not just the economic engine for Europe, the region in whole. And I look forward to working with everyone in this room and on this stage to make sure that that happens, because while this may not be the country where I hold citizenship, I was born here, and I will do my best to make sure that this country catches up to where I live right now.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's really optimistic, and thank you for being here and be optimistic about the future of Ukraine. So the next speaker, Timur. So you are a global company. You exist in different regions. How you see this? You're also in mining industry. How you see this strategic cooperation with the United States, and how you see this mineral agreement with the United States? Is it helps, or do you see advantages? How you see the development of this sector?
That's a great and pretty complex question. Thanks for asking. So we as Nexo have certain investment plans and development plans for UMCC. And in short, we can divide that in 3 stages. So the first one, what we call transformation phase. And we have successfully kicked off that phase like in June, July. First of all, we're talking about JORC study. That's International Estimation of Reserves and Resources, which makes the project bankable. And that's one of the things that is needed in Ukraine right now. Because many resource estimations that are available in the country right now, they're not bankable because they lack JORC estimation. So in parallel, we're launching business optimization and transformation process. So, and I believe that this process will take from 3 to 5 years. So basically, to unlock the full potential of UMCC as is. So the second stage would what we call expansion phase. And we believe that in order to have sustainable titanium production in Ukraine, we need to increase the resource base. So we're discussing new licenses and new acquisitions, and not only in Ukraine, but also abroad. And finally, we're talking about integrated supply chain and value-added production in Ukraine. Because once again, there was a good thing that Ukraine economy is powered by resources, so it's kind of resource-based economy. But I believe that it will be more knowledge and technology-based economy in the future, once the peace is here. So therefore, we believe that at the end of the long journey, we're going to have value-added production in Ukraine. So for like titanium and titanium products. So that's regarding our plans. Now, talking about US-Ukrainian Recovery Fund and the framework of the agreement and its effect on the industry. So I believe that this framework will allow us to address some of the challenges that we face right now. And the first one is de-risking investments in mining and insurance for large capex. That was a great point mentioned by my co-speakers here, talking about insurance for assets during the wartime. And we see it as one of the main challenges. Because if we're talking about mining as business, that requires huge human resources and huge investments in CapEx. I'll give one example, like practical example from our life. When we ran tender for JORC study, we had more than 10 participants from around the world, Canadian, US, UK, and so on. Like 8 of them dropped out because of lack of insurance for Ukraine. So people physically cannot go to Ukraine because of lack of professional insurance. Now we're talking to many suppliers of equipment, and again, we're facing the same challenge. So I believe that this framework of new US-Ukraine Recovery Fund will provide investors with mechanism to de-risk their investments in mining. And not only mining, but also in mining and critical infrastructure. Because again, I believe that the treaty now is like well beyond the mining. It's critical assets, critical infrastructure, energy, transportation. So I believe that it will play a very good role in de-risking investments. And also maybe in easing some regulations, like export control. Because again, for people who invest in mining, especially in rare earth minerals and metals, it's very important to understand and predict the process related to export regulation, because that will significantly affect the profitability and efficiency of any business. So that's like in short, the effect of that.
Yeah, thank you so much. So it's still optimistic, I think. Just thank you so much. Thank you for all the panelists for your speeches. Because we're out of time, I'm really happy to have just one question. Probably somebody really wants to ask somebody, maybe to ask the tough question to Danilo. No? That's
Everything
good.
is clear.
Good, yeah.
I'm the Deputy of Business Ombudsman. I have a question to Mr. Danilo, because I would really give an advice to the state is to give a stable and foreseeable partner. But one of the ongoing issues that we are working on as a part of the government, what kind of advice can we give to the head of the state state tax administration in the following case? By the Polish loan in Ukraine, the state customs service needs to build one of the border crossing transfers, and the tender for the solution of this problem was won by a Polish company, a very well-known one. And they were fulfilling their obligations according to the plan, but it happened so that the company and the loan was provided with all of the special conditions, no taxation, lots of benefits and so on. And unfortunately, the company went to the parliament saying that they had to face all of the value-added tax and all of the customs fees. And now we all know that Poland will be the next country to host Ukraine Recovery Conference, and Ukraine will be bringing lots of projects to Poland. And as part of the preparation to this event, the Parliament also takes part as speakers. How can we be present in the same panel with our colleagues from the state sector, where companies that are out there sitting in the hall, they are facing problems with the loans and projects and all of the obligations with the same agencies that issued loans and took on the obligations. Well, for cases like these, I believe that the only approach is to really give it proper study. Such cases are very widespread, and there were several of the same that already happened. And it is not only the issue of really relieving of this specific company, but also the VAT for the contractors that were not mentioned there as part of the deal when fighting for the tender. If the company really had the proper legal assistance, they would consult them and say that it is the company that's relieved of the tax and the fees, but not the contractors. So, apart from protecting the business, our role, our function is to give the proper explanation and the details of a certain case and not generalize too much, because any kind of generalization is by nature not 100% truthful, because any generalization has a bit of a distortion to them. If you analyze a specific case, then by analyzing these details, it is not just the tax service that is the wrongdoer here, or maybe that, and I'm very grateful to the Council of Business Ombudsmen, because you really handle case by case case by case situations, but sometimes you tend to generalize and mislead people. Okay, well, thank you so much. Well, I did what I had to, but let me just summarize and give a positive final remark that despite all of the challenges and the issues locally, including the tax administration, but Ukraine does have a huge potential to a chance to build back better. This is the main conclusions that we want to make. I really like this approach that we're not talking only about recovery, but we're talking about building back better. But it is all rooted in investment, and the foreign investments will be headed towards. It is all transparent and straightforward and full of trust. Therefore, if we need to make a conclusion from this panel, trust is the main foundation of recovery of Ukraine. Therefore, Danilo, the tax administration, needs to be someone we can trust, as well as the state and the government and the tax apparatus, and the institutions kindly place more trust in the private business. They are not all. Okay, we're heading towards the finish, but I believe that it is a two-way avenue. So building trust happens on both ways, from both parties. I know these people, I communicate with them, and I understand deeply the problem of the customs, the tax administration, and so on. We do not have people there that we can just fire and import another team from some country like Germany and let them fill the vacancies. It is a path that is ongoing, and we need to walk it together, considering the problems and resolving the challenges. Okay, as a moderator of this panel, let me just conclude at a positive remark, and I want to thank our stars, our investors that believe in Ukraine, those that are not afraid of the tax administration and they're not even afraid of Danilo Itmantsev. They are investing in Ukraine, and I trust that Ukraine has a really bright future looking ahead, as long as we have such stars, and Ukraine will be rebuilt by the entrepreneurs. I'm confident about this. Of course, tax officers are also important, but the entrepreneurs are really the key. Those that are here instead of watching boxing, you will be the future stars of Ukraine. And so be brave, be aggressive, and reach out to IFC, EBRD, and the investors that believe in Ukraine. And all together we can fight Danilo back. come first. Therefore, let me invite Miss Evgenia Bliznyuk. She is the head of the sociological company Hradus. Greetings, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I will be somewhere here. I'm sorry, those that will not see me or I will not see you. Can I get the presentation up on the screen? Hello. Can I have the slides on the screen? Okay. Okay, well, especially for KMEF, the KIEF International Economic Forum today, we have conducted a huge study of young people abroad that we named Home is Best. How do we compete for our young people that left, that went abroad? In May this year, we have looked at the factors that promote the Ukrainians to come back and those that hold them back from doing it. And we see now that the main factors, if we talk about the factors of return, they are still lower than the factors that are keeping them back in the European countries. But the factors of return are growing and they're mostly emotional. People are being nostalgic. It's their fact that they're accustomed to living in Ukraine. It is a social support, and another important factor is the ratio of the cost and standard of living. So staying back still wins over. It's the quality of life abroad, the safety of the future, the perspectives, and their potential, the perspective in the future, and some doubts about the quality of life upon return. We went to talk to our young people abroad. It was not only a quantitative study. Normally I demonstrate graphs and figures, but today I will be talking about trends and tendencies, because qualitative study is a small group of people that we interviewed. Every interview lasted for 2 hours. We had a very detailed study. Так можу забрати, я ж за своє відпрацювала.
The switcher isn't working. So what is the superpower, super strength of our young people, Ukrainians, who for 3.5 years have been abroad? So their first super strength is they're Westerners, they're Europeans. They sort of like grew up there, in fact, because 3.5 years and this young age, it's a really big spell of time. They're multilingual. In 3.5 years, they've managed to learn at least one foreign language of the countries of their temporary shelter country, maybe even 2 or 3, because for Europeans, knowing another language in addition to their native language is a norm, because they know different linguistic group languages, which are representatives of their neighboring countries. So they're global. They are willing not to be attached to a specific country, not to be attached to a specific locality. And it's important for them to feel that the borders are open and relocate easily from country to country. They're super agile. They keep changing their mind. Don't think that this is a drawback. Today they plan one, tomorrow the situation changes and they will opt out of this plan and go for something different. They're super fast because the world is fast-paced and they're on the same wavelength with the world. They're not going to hesitate. Their life priorities, what are they? Freedom, this is the baseline thing, a basic need, and this is manifested in a variety of different things, like language. Don't tell me which language to speak. Place of residence, don't indicate which country I have to settle in. So for them, freedom is a great strength. If you communicate with this group of people correctly without letting them forget who they are. They are highly adaptive, but adaptation for them is a high level of being ready to deal and cope with different types of assignments or tasks to tackle. Maybe boxing gloves is not the right illustration for that, but still they're ready for interacting with the reality. They are individuals. They build their individual life strategies, which means I look up to what I want, what I need, and what I think needs to be part and parcel of my life. They are high individuals, highly expressed individuals. And another priority they have for themselves is a standard of living. Average-aged people, middle-aged people, if they had for a priority to have different status symbols, these young people opt for the joy of life. And they are suffering from burnout. They are burned out. That's something we were able to see in the majority of our interviews. It's hard for them. This internal conflict is a tough thing for them when they feel that they should be in Ukraine, and as opposed to that, they're abroad. So it's highly exhausting. No one is talking to them about how it should be, how they should get out of this way. So they're in a conundrum and left alone. This is a painful, a rankling issue for them. So barriers for returning. Closed borders, number one. We've been able to witness that they are freedom-loving, and this is scary for them. Lacking the picture of future here in Ukraine, they will tell me, okay, I will come back to Ukraine, and what will I do there? Lack of communication makes this void of understanding for them, of the opportunities, understanding of how they can be helpful here. Social capital in the new countries is a great barrier for them to come back. What do we mean by the social barrier? For example, the first love, new friends, new environment, new opportunities. Just think back to yourselves in your university years when, if you had been told, let's go and move to another place, when you had a boyfriend, and next Friday, for example, you were going for a hiking trip somewhere with all of your group mates. It was very difficult. They're skeptical to overcome some systemic problems. For Ukrainians, young Ukrainians abroad, it's a big, big issue, because they have doubts that corruption can be overcome, that Ukraine will be able to overcome all of those post-war challenges for recovery and reconstruction. For them, all of these things are still in suspension. So what are the magnets, some pulling power for them to come back to Ukraine? It's the ratio of the standard of living and quality of life. I always joke that for young Ukrainians and older age Ukrainians living abroad, patriotism begins with the question, what is your tax residence? And everyone immediately remembers that they're citizens of Ukraine, that they dwell in Ukraine. And this ratio of quality and standard of life here in this country, maybe it's not like it used to be before the war, but it's still something that anchors them. These social connections is a form of patriotism. No hiding from it. Still they have relatives, friends, some contacts are still being kept. And their native environment is something that calls a lot of positive emotions, evokes positive emotions in them. Young people are ready not to ignore, not to neglect this aspect. They sincerely believe in serious changes and the potential of the country. Although they see a great many challenges and impediments to the recovery, maybe due to their age, they're highly optimistic. From the standpoint of Ukraine's future, they believe that Ukraine will bloom one day, and their strategy, this is the same. It's like a carbon copy from each and every one of them. Multipolarity, it's a very popular geopolitical term, a category to operate. However, young people are willing not to take final decisions, ultimate decisions, and not to say, I reside in Germany or in Spain, or I live in Ukraine. Instead, they want to feel a list of the countries that they belong to. And I think it's a very good piece of news for us as a country, because Ukraine, up until now, still belongs, still is on this list. And our task is to just go higher on this list of priority. But we mustn't set any ultimate requirements for them to make a final decision and make sure that they get back 100% to Ukraine and integrate in Ukraine, because they will immediately perceive it as a restriction or a limitation forced on them. So you can scan this report by this QR code. All of these slides will also be made available. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Evgenia. As I was listening to you, I still failed to understand. On the one hand, I did understand that emotionally they are attracted to Ukraine, but their mind wouldn't let them go. Yeah, unfortunately. All right. Now I think with our panelists, we're going to engage in a very interesting discussion called In People with Trust. So we are inviting all of the panelists to come up and take their seats. All right. I think the time is very little. I'm not going to make a big intro, so without much ado, let me say that today we will be speaking about the value of people, their potential, human capital in particular. I will speak about the way that we do trust in people. And the previous discussion was finished with the slogan that this country will be rebuilt by entrepreneurs. But all of them are people. But for people, this country will not exist. So this is the most precious capital and treasure that this country possesses. This war has demonstrated and let everyone understand that a new country is being created. New Ukrainians are being generated. That has vastly impressed the world with their courage, obstinacy, and thirst for life. But this war has regrettably demonstrated that this human potential, this human capital is not inexhaustive. Our defenders, men and women, regrettably are dying on the front. Millions of people have left Ukraine, and Ms. Evgenia has just told us about young people, and it just hurts me so much because millions of our young people are abroad. And I will be open with you that they are not coming back, and they will continue fleeing Ukraine. Veterans are coming back from the front line, and you know that the condition, the physical and mental state is real tough. So we have to welcome them and integrate them in our civilian life with a lot of love and tenderness. But despite all odds, we keep living, and I do believe in our victory. I do believe that Ukrainians will prevail, and all of the challenges and obstacles we are facing today we will overcome them. So we will be speaking about this, the human capital, the disbalance in the labor market, that we have to get Ukrainians back and do it now. Even at the beginning of the war, the same was the matter at stake. So we need to also do a lot for our veterans. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our panelists to you. Zoya Litvin, the founder of the Public Union Osvitory and head of the WEF in KIEF organization. Artur Michno, CEO and co-founder of WorkUA. Hello, Artur. Alexei Chernenko, Timoshko, the chief of the first international bank in Ukraine, Timofey Brik, director of KIEF School of Economics. It's a pleasure, and Kirilo Krivala, managing partner of Civita in Ukraine, co-founder of the Center for Economic Recovery. Hello and welcome to all of you. It's a great pleasure to see you. Ms. Yevgenia has just presented to us the sociological survey. You had the title, Is It Better at Home? Was an interesting title. A lot of your figures in your study testify to the fact that people are getting ready to come back. However, they are bringing forth different terms and conditions, and it's not only to do with security, it's also housing quality education, quality employment, and security. So in the first place, I would like us to start with education, because educated people who from tender age understand the difference between good and evil, means so much, and I think that educated people will save Ukraine. So the first question is, recently I gave a lift to my neighbor who is a retired teacher. I gave her a lift to the underground, and I said, so how are you? And she said, I cannot retire from school because young teachers are not willing to come to school, salaries are so low. And I can see that they want to have young teachers instead of as old as me, who understands what is Instagram, gadgets, who can utilize all of these digital technologies. But my schoolmaster won't let go of me. They understand that sometimes they get bored with me as a teacher. I know that 40% of young teachers want to give up on this job because doing it is not much of fun. So how can we overpower that? Thank you for your question. I would probably start by speaking about why I'm a member of this panel, because we are on an economic forum. We're talking about human capital, but the majority will agree with me that the quality of human capital in Ukraine cannot supersede the quality of the educational system in this country. So your question is really apt, because the quality of education of this country cannot supersede the quality of the teachers available in this country. We have a lot of numbers. We also do a lot of measures. We like measuring things in our team. And within the full-scale invasion, 2 years, 40,000 teachers left this job due to burnout or due to fleeing this country. It's always difficult to be a teacher, let alone during the war. So it's additionally regrettable that out of this 40,000, 15,000 are young teachers. So their number has declined by 1.5 times. And you're right. The reasons to demotivate people to stay within this occupation are two: salaries and bureaucracy. We were vastly surprised.
I was surprised that the bureaucracy and the red tape is one of the most demotivating factors, where the teacher cannot fully concentrate on the good parts of the job, is the communication with children, where they're forced to put together certain reports, just paper for the sake of paper that nobody really reads. And factor number 2 is the salary, and I will not provide any unique insights. Ukrainian salary of a teacher is the lowest in Europe, and of course it will not work for young people if it's a young family where they cannot really survive on this salary if we're talking about young teachers, compared to the more experienced teachers that have additional bonuses. And the young people said that we're working in the rural area as a teacher as part of a grant project, but when the grant project is over, I will not be able to stay there in this job, because I will not be able to even have enough money to rent a flat. But if we want to stay positive, the budget of Ukraine for the next year covers 66.5 billion hryvnias to pay teachers' salaries, and their salaries will be increased by 20, 30, and 50% potentially. And it's also another thing that's being negotiated now is creating a platform that will unite the employees of the educational sphere. We truly hope that it will become better, and starting January 1st, the people, teachers working in the frontline areas will get 4,000 hryvnia more. But we do admit that there is tremendous shortage of teachers. I do believe that children need to be taught. How do we overcome this shortage? Well, the best approach to overcome this would be to engage more teachers, because the best teacher online, the best video, but it is, if it's not face-to-face but online as a recording, the learning outcomes are much less. But there can be digital tools that can provide really good outcomes. It's all Ukrainian online school can provide a way for children to be engaged in education in frontline areas, and it's a wonderful bridge to communication with children that are abroad. And I'm surprised to find out that there are so many of them engaged in this kind of education style, and they do hope to return to the Ukrainian educational system. It's 2 million of active users. We were very impressed because it's almost full house. We have 4,000 registrations of children from abroad, and also a few other numbers that we're proud of. It's 6,000 of students that engaged from the Crimea, Luhansk, Donetsk. Starting with 2014, they did not have this opportunity, but now there are 6,000 of them. Starting with 2022, there are 36,000 that are engaged in this style of studying. So this can overcome, this can help bridge the gap. Also, AI for tutorship is also a solution, but I believe that it would be best to engage teachers and motivate them with proper salary. Another question, the moms that I communicate with, they have split into two camps. One say that in the 5th grade they only do the multiplication table and our system is much better. I'm going to come back to Ukraine because I see that my child is degrading. And other moms say that the level of education is good. I do believe that it also depends on the country, but on the contrary, I'm very happy. For example, one mom told me that in France, the way that they do physical training is half a year they play tennis, another half year they go to the swimming pool, another 6 months they play handball, another 6 months they have play basketball, and this is how they discover the sporting talents. And I'm not going anywhere because my child has learned the language and now I'm enjoying this system of education. Can you give us a general overview of the European approach? Because there are many children and parents that are abroad. Are they in general satisfied with the quality of education abroad? And there are also lots of advantages for our system. I think you are taking a very broad perspective. I do not know if there are any studies regarding the level of satisfaction of the education abroad. Because of the war, the quality of the educational system in Ukraine has suffered. For example, we have conducted a PISA test that compares the outcomes of the educational system of different countries, and 50% of our children are able to reach the baseline level of knowledge in math compared to on the national level. And the basic level on literacy, it's a 60%, and it is the basis. But of course, the war does affect the process. But despite all of the problems compared to reference countries, Moldova, Romania, and Georgia, our system of education still shows better learning outcomes. But compared to other European countries, we are rather behind, and it's important to note because education is also a very important demographic instrument. Nothing else promotes childbirth and a return of people back to the country, but the quality system of education. Also, in this regard, we need to mention the kindergarten that are publicly available. There are 5 candidates per 1 place, and school facilities are damaged or ruined, but the recovery process is ongoing, and I place tremendous hopes onto the reforms, especially the high school education. One of the top speakers today, Kirill Budanov, he mentioned the absence of the general plan. So let me conclude by saying that the system of education is good quality if it works according to the state program. So this is what we lack. Thank you so much. And if we have any questions, well, actually, I would really love it to be a discussion, because monologues are nice, but it would really be nice to promote a discussion. I see that Artur Michno is the head of the company Work UA. He's listening very carefully. On your website, are there vacancies for are people looking for jobs as teachers or kindergarten teachers? Yeah, I think that there are. I won't claim that it's frequent, but our platform is not the main tool for looking for this kind of a job, but they do understand that if they want to work in an educational establishment, then they would take a different vector. They would use a different tool for this kind of job search. But let me share something with you. Today, the opportunity for all who want to grow career-wise or make the first steps, it is an unprecedented opportunity. Over 45% of vacancies that are currently on the platform Work UA, it's over 110,000 vacancies daily. There are no requirements regarding the experience. The companies do realize the crisis and they are willing to train. And I believe that if we talk about the subject of education, I would say that especially for larger enterprises, it is important to think strategically about putting together and growing their own internal education system, the transfer of experience, the onboarding integration, because every person can learn rather quickly. They can learn skills, gain the proper experience, and at the moment there are quite a lot of options for short-term training, where a person just coming back home from school can upgrade their potential. Therefore, to the state program regarding what is happening on the part of the state, especially taking into account the subject of our economic forum, there are a lot of business representatives present. We need to really think about how to structure and design the processes in a way that education is included in the picture. There is a lot of talk at the moment, and it has been a month past this decision of the state where the young people were allowed to cross the border to leave the country, and 43% of businesses have felt the impact of this. Did you? Yes, we conducted a survey, and I would mention 2 components. First of all, we interviewed over 1,000 of various companies that are looking for employees, whether it hit them or not. 37% said that they did suffer from it, but of course this percentage is higher with the companies that have over 1,000 employees, but saying that we can see a catastrophic situation, we would not go as far as to say that. And it's not just the information that we can draw from the survey. We can see the resumes, the CVs that are placed by certain age groups and the way that respond to vacancies. That could probably be the main factor that gives us an idea about the state of things. Therefore, we can see 5% shift for responses and 4% decrease in the resume placement from 18 to 22. If there is certain impact and implication, of course, yes, but is it spectacular or is it a game changer, then in general, I would not say so. I would call it maybe like 1% shift. So all over the country, we do see a problem, but the several businesses did feel the implications. There was a representative from Metinvest, and they confirmed that it really hit them hard. But then let us think about what kept the people in their job. Was it just the relief from the conscription, or was it something else? So this is some food for thought. Just one more question for you. If you're a person who are also researching the job market, there was this imbalance even before the war where there are too many lawyers, managers, and there was a shortage of electricians and engineers. How can this imbalance be overcome? Yeah, that's a great question. But of course, we could claim that and give a basic reply regarding what can be done on behalf of the state. There can also be something that can be done by the companies, but I believe that something that is not so commonplace as a response, I would say that such cases are there, and it is communication actually. It is promoting those professions, making them more prestigious. Of course, they need to be paid enough. They need to offer due conditions, prestige, and the realization of the fact that the person working as a geodesist, they can be making 70,000 hryvnias, and it can be really an exciting job, and how this can make a difference, it is not very widely known. So this kind of communication is critical here. Let me share something that we have started a project with a TED TV channel, just raising awareness about certain professions, about how a person can grow and can be a profession and consider a profession that maybe did not come to their mind. And secondly, I believe it's nonetheless important that the companies, especially those that want to be leaders, they need to make the idea of joining the company something more than a chance to make money. And using this opportunity, let me promote this magazine, Second Navigation. It is a non-commercial edition. You can take it for free. We are trying, our goal is to talk about businesses where their function is not solely generating profit, but also make it part of a business strategy to carry certain mission and sense and value, develop, promote the culture of Ukraine, integrating certain social models.
Personally, I'm sure that now is the time of building new strategies for the next year. A strategy of a company development can contain some really sensitive and sensible things for the people who are working for this company and for those who would like to get involved. And this definitely become a gravitational point and an anchoring thing. Once people understand why they're working for this company, that they're creating not just going to work, making some products or items and earn money. So involving such people and communicating these ideas to them, it's an incredible part. So I do advise you to read this material. Let me also advertise this about EFI Group. Igor Liski was here with us today. I'm not speaking about myself, about them as promotion. So by way of creating these strategies, we can undertake serious steps to involve people not only with money but ideas. The more we have these in place, the fewer people will be outlawing the country. Thank you. Now that we are talking about working occupations and about vocational education. I would like to involve Timofey Brik, who is director of the KIEF School of Economy. I know that in addition to business schools and the institute, another important element of your work is also vocational training. Can you tell us about your occupations that you are teaching, and why did you decide to go for that? Yes, that's a very important question. Why a sociologist from the KIEF School of Economy will be speaking about vocational education and training, but this is the context in which we find ourselves. All of the analysts working for the government, the academia, businesses, all of them do agree that engineering occupations are the most important core ensuring the future of Ukraine, because there will be a lot of recovery and reconstruction in the future. If we imagine even the most optimistic case scenario after the end of the war, when we visualize our way of life, as opposed to that, what our military is doing right now with our drones and militech, all of this is of dual use, right? What they're doing right now on the front line, this could easily be translated into some other ways of application, for example, deliveries of food or something of the kind, because someone has to produce these innovations and to ensure that we will participate in the global labor market. Therefore, our university decided to enter VET, and it's important to underscore all of the studies speak univocally that we have another important thing in place, something that economists call a structural gap. It's when you seemingly have people looking for employment, and seemingly you have vacancies, there is employment, but they fail to meet each other. So these employment opportunities and people don't match. So if we analyze this gap and its manifestation, it's to do with people's skills. People lack the proper skills to get new occupations. You can imagine if an IDP who used to work all of their lives in a chemical industry gets relocated to Khmelnytsk region where agrarian industry is developed, so they require another set of skills. Or due to war, all of the men get mobilized and women have to become tractor drivers, so they have to gain them. Whoever is faster at that will be a winner in the labor market. So VET is of utmost importance. We have only just started. We work only with adults. When I say adults, I mean not pupils after the 8th grade. I'm talking about people age 30 plus. First of all, we work with the operators of different kinds of robotics. We have welders, mechanics, a lot of different occupations. It's 120 people so far who are our graduates. Some 9 months ago we began this program, but we already have 90 alumni, 16 of them who are ex-veterans. So this is a very good, promising avenue for veterans who in some 4 to 6 weeks get requalified and obtain new employment. So we'll definitely have very good employment opportunities. Thank you for this brilliant initiative. I would also like to thank you for another initiative of yours, the program Factor, which I work for a long time now for. You had a fantastic project, Come Back Home, meant for students based abroad, young people, girls and boys who would like to come and study here in Ukraine. You provided tuition to them free of charge, and there were so many such students, and we even made a report about such a student. Is this project still ongoing? It is, and it's a huge challenge for us all, how to get young people back. Whether we have to get them back now, or do we have to wait until they finish their studies, there is no a specific answer to that. It's just a pilot version which we are running. So right now we are speaking in very small numbers. Every year we encourage some 5-6 students to come back. Of course we need to scale it up. So scholarships is one of the attraction points. If a Ukrainian was forced to leave Ukraine as a result of the war, now they would like to come back to Ukraine. So we allow them these opportunities due to grants, scholarships. People are coming back from Germany, Britain, Spain. This year it's 5, last year it was 4. And I think step by step we have to build such a system to enable these young people to come back in greater numbers. So foreign students, we had a Colombian student who's going to come to Ukraine, also are welcome to come. So we can set up centers to attract people to come, but it's a long pathway to cover. We can't just be optimistic about that. We really have to put a lot of effort to make sure that every single individual will come back. I know we have heard about it and made a report that there was even some kind of hate. Why don't you help students here rather than attract the students from abroad? I am not supportive of this kind of a discussion, basically, but you say that we ought to get these young students back. And it's of great significance. Your program is also gaining a swing. We thank you, KIEF School of Economics. You have enrolled a very qualitative studentship, and your students were the best because of the average scores that they had. Well, it all depends on how you calculate. In our industry, they use a great number of different metrics, starting with scoring system, the number of different academic Olympics that these young people have won. So you can play on with that no matter what matrix you may use. Sometimes we are top 1 or top 3 companies or institutions attracting such young people, but there are lots of other fine academia in Ukraine. So there's a highly paradoxical situation in place. In the first place, we have a great pool of talent. Every year, our teenagers win a great number of different mathematics, biology, or physics, academics worldwide. And then these talents have an opportunity either to go to classic universities here, like Shevchenko National University, or stay abroad, or take a risk and go for a new university like the KIEF School of Economics. So they're posed with the challenge how to make a proper choice and not to miss. I think it's also our responsibility to teach this talent in a way that they will realistically understand that they hit rather than miss, that they will achieve something important in their lives. There are lots of different universities, like math. Math is taught splendidly, and at KPI they also teach math splendidly. But there are some universities where people simply have a lot of bureaucracy, red tape, hierarchical approaches of sexual harassment even in place. So the talent is not much willing to go to such institutions. And if they go there, they will definitely get frustrated. So current universities are supposed to teach you not only hard skills, but also values, ensure freedom, leadership, and set of rules of how to become a successful individual. So you can say that today you are studying math, and tomorrow you can go for negotiations, and another day you will go to lecture. So this is not a lofty talk, but these are realistic instruments that are being taught to young people to avoid disillusionment and for them to go to the labor market and to prove to be more effective. And all of the universities have to work on that. Great. Thanks a lot for your work. Because we are dwelling on education, I would like to engage a banking story in our conversation. I'd like us to be joined by, pardon me, Sergei Chernenko, the first Ukrainian international bank. Mr. Sergei, I know that you have numerous projects to do with investments making into Ukraine's education. Tell us more about it. Something that I'm most proud of, it's of course our 8-year-long communication and collaboration with the KIEF School of Economy. We began back in the day when the KIEF School of Economy was still at a cringe, but we were inspired by their endeavors. I did believe in their aspirations, and it's my badge of pride that all of my hopes have been superseded, you know. They have definitely lived up to our expectations and much more. And we are a big community of businesses who keep getting together to help one another. So we cannot tackle all of the issues single-handedly, but once when we feel someone's shoulder by our shoulder, basically it adds this inspiration and trust and hope to keep moving. So this was a very difficult time when the full-scale invasion started, because we were thinking to ourselves, where shall we channel our money? Should we support just the army? And Timofey Milovanov, the then chief of the KIEF School of Economy, he said to us, we understand your decision, and to withdraw, for example, our support from the school. But still, our decision, I think, was definitely right, because this was the trend for the future. We don't know how much longer this war is going to stay with us, but we need to keep moving. And by way of this example of collaboration with the KIEF School of Economy, we began our communication with other university. Like this year, we added 10 scholarships for the Kiev Aviation University and 10 scholarships at KPI. So focusing on engineering specialties is of critical importance. We mustn't lose this focus. These jobs definitely have to thrive in Ukraine. And to our utmost surprise, in the environment of businesses which invest in education, this amount is about 100 million hryvnias to date. So basically, this is a very fine community of people. Do join us. Thank you. Mr. Sergei, what we need now is to make sure that we involve in our lives and in our way of work our veterans with love, with care and tenderness. And I know that you're also supportive of these projects. So tell us more, expand on that. Yes, we are pursuing two trends. First of all, we are trying to understand how to integrate veterans properly once they are back from the front line, how to find employment for them. It's a separate challenge to cope with. And basically, within the framework of that, last year we made a decision that we need to take a plunge and understand how veterans work. And we made a team of our employees, and we went to the Superhumans Center, because they have a lot of different exercises, how people should be treated if they're in a wheelchair, for example, how they should overcome different impediments. And just putting yourselves in the shoes of these people immediately tells you loads. So this conversation was so inspirational for us, and we understood this was a huge niche with a great deal of problems. So we decided to set up a project called Living to Accommodate Others, Living Towards Others. So we created a hub where people can go to and obtain economic or psychological support in education, and together with Kiev School of Economics, KSC. Last year, we managed to collect some 300 participants who came for training, and we issued grants at the end of their educational period. And this year, the applications have grown in number. There are more than 400 in number, so the demand is growing. It's definitely one of the ways to help to get integrated on the one hand, whilst it's also a great boost to the economy, because for the most part, these people coming back, they are more mature in terms of their mentality, but in terms of their literacy, unfortunately, they have a great deal of requests of how to do it. Please help us. They have their own communities helping one another to write business cases and defend their grant applications. So we are joining in those programs. As far as I understand, banking is no exception to that, and you are suffering from the human resource shortage. Well, in our case, it's all down to automation. We cannot do in any other way. We cannot involve people, immigrants, for example, coming from abroad, because a cultural difference and language difference is a barrier. So the only thing that we can opt for is automation, and it works very well, I should be frank with you, and lots of different instruments are emerging. So we are working on making sure that we are an attractive employer. This story began for me with the evolution of the fact when I tried to make our bank more client-oriented. And at some point, I heard a story that Disney was spreading at that time, that
in their Disneyland they needed to make a happy character. So it's the philosophy of happy you, happy client, and this is where we started. We started measuring and collecting information. We have a very big team, and it's rather diverse. And the problems, whether a person is coming from various departments, they are also different. So we took a systemic approach to be able to understand what the issues are, what the gaps are, to be able to fill those gaps. Do our systems and approaches for training and administration, do they work? And I do recommend this tool there is this tool, it's called Employee MPS, and it's very useful because it enables you to understand what the staff feels and what the problems are. And it is not always about money. Thank you so much. We have given so much attention to the KIEF School of Economics. We have recalled Timofey Milovanov, and he said that all Ukrainians need to be prepared, even if 50 or 70% of our refugees come back, and if the war finishes, and when it does, we will need to engage international staff. We will need to bring people from abroad to our job market. How do we prepare our Ukrainian public to this, and how can we return our Ukrainian people to this as already now? Let me give the floor to Kirill Krivolap from the Center of Economic Recovery. Mr. Kirill, kindly share your impressions from the survey that was presented by Ms. Evgenia. What did it make you think? Yes, the subject of the human capital is something that we have been studying for 5 years. And we have held dedicated events, and during the conference in Rome, I was the co-coordinator of this department about human capital. Therefore, I will need to give you more figures and to talk about the elephants in the room. There are a few here around. The figures are the following. Honestly, for the country to survive, we need to double the GDP. The old one no longer balances our social fees and the defense, so we as a country will not be able to survive with all the state expenditures that are ongoing. We need to double this, and we can achieve this by increasing the body count, because we have lost 30% of the population. Partly because of the occupied territories, and partly because of the lost people that went abroad. And the second approach is to increase the productivity of work, as was mentioned by Andres. Also, additionally, by the time of the full-scale invasion, we had a certain amount of workforce. Then it's dropped to 12%, and now if some of the people come back, they will still 2 million people will leave the job pool because of the elder age and so on. This is what makes us unable to double the GDP. Regarding those who come back, if they do, yeah, I do believe that they will come back if we create the conditions. So theoretically, if you ask people, do you want to come back? 30% will say, well, in principle, I would. Okay, then when? During 1 year, 6% say yes. Then during 5 years, another 15% will say yes. But actually, it is the home where you can be someone, and this promise that you will be someone will this be the promise that the state can keep. Regarding the return, all studies and all researches, they converge to say that maybe a third of people will come back just because it's homeland. Those will be the people who did not manage to find a job in the West. Maybe they don't have the skills, they don't have the abilities, and about 25% that have already decided they will stay abroad or may potentially never come back. Those are younger professionals with the skills, with the command of knowledge. It's the most difficult category to return. And then there is this middle part that is worth fighting for, but you will only be able to do it if you create the modern and the cool country. It is something that was done in Poland and Lithuania. Millions of people went abroad. They went to the UK, they went to other countries, but when they saw that the level of living, the standard of living is better in their home country, they they started to go back. Regarding the labor migrants, it's true that Ukrainians, despite the fact that we are multicultural, we are multi-ethnic, and we're fine with this kind of diversity. Regarding the the labor force, only 13% of companies and the Ministry of Economy are not very willing to accept labor migrants. They want to save the jobs for the ethnic Ukrainians. But honestly, if we take a look at the huge threats for us as a state, that we will not be able to assure the proper balance, we will either have to rely on the support from the West for decades, or we need to take an alternative scenario, not be so inertive. Therefore, we may discover that we do need labor migrants, and there used to be a quota that 3,000 work visas are required yearly. So, for example, if you want to bring in some Indian workers, then they will only let through the managers, but it is the blue collar workers that we're actually lacking. And it is actually nobody guarantees that the Ukrainians will want to be those blue collars workers, but I believe that it is inevitable. We need to engage with a qualified workforce. Maybe we need to fulfill the promise, the pre-election promise of our president, claiming that the Polish workers will work in Ukraine. But it does happen a little bit. They're working on road construction. Oh yes, actually it's true that the workers from Vietnam and from Turkey are coming to build the roads, but even Belarus workers, the Belarus IT community, they were not able to adapt after what Lukashenko did. A few Belarus workers came to Kiev to work, but they left because they weren't able to stay because of the bureaucracy, and it was before the invasion. But it's an issue of survival. We need to be proactive in this. Who needs to be proactive? The countries that we like. It's the question for the Ministry of Economy. It's the resource that we're talking about, and you need to draw this resource for the country somewhere. So the workers pick a country that they like. For example, if we talk about the people from Philippines, we can create a recruiting center and engage with them. But I'm not really a proponent of this approach. We need to return our people. We have several million of work migrants and diaspora. Let us fight for our Ukrainians to bring them back. Who can do the fighting? I once went to the lecture of Emily Banova, and she said, to begin with, in big airports of Europe and Prague and Paris and London, let's put up a banner. Ukrainians, we're waiting for you. We want you back. It does not cost a lot of money, but it may really reassure some Ukrainians, but nothing is done. We did have a Ministry of Unity, but it almost closed down. But whose job is this? What needs to be done specifically now to cover this? The young people do not feel the connection. They claim that it feels as if we forgot about them. What can be done? We were actually studying this experience along with Yulia Sviridenko when she was Minister of Economy, the first deputy. We prepared her to the need of creating an agency. We studied the experience of Israel that needs to be done proactively. It is a very simple figure that we estimated. Our loss in terms of human capital, it's $500 billion over 5 years of underachieved GDP. It's the people that left and did not gain the skills. And another figure, it's about the future where we do not get the people back, they do not train, and they do not contribute. If you are a country, then investing into coming back and reskilling, it's a no-brainer because it makes sense. The stakes are high, and truly with those who are in Ukraine, they are being reached out by various institutions, the MPs, executives, hosts, and abroad no one reaches out to Ukrainians abroad. A few speakers, they do send a message to over there, and this is the question that was the Ministry of Unity was in charge of. This is what triggered creation of hubs and certain messages, but now then due to their construction, this was passed over to the Ministry of Family and Unity, and the Deputy Minister that was working on the issue of Unity is now part of the Ministry of Social Policy, and the work is continuing, but some time was lost with this communication. But Ukrainians abroad need to be reached out. There must be some case management done. For example, there is a person in Berlin that wants to come back to Kharkiv, and they need to understand where they're going to live, where they're going to work. They need to know that there is a certain center that will host them, that will give them some starting money. So it's just an example. Thank you so much, but the time is running out, and we are very happy to have all of the panelists here with us. But let us conclude with just one sentence concerning what you believe that needs to be done here and now to be able to support and promote the human capital. Let's start with you. How do I fit this in one sentence? Support education. And it's amazing that so many people here today, they are doing this already in their area of impact, and it also helps creating better decisions. Mr. Timothy, what can Rector say? Well, let me not say education. Let me take a broader view. It's about opportunities, and education is just one tool that creates these opportunities for people to then take this initiative over and create their own opportunities. So I'll say opportunities rule. Mr. Sergei, I represent the private business, therefore I will not recommend anything to the state, but as a businessman, I believe that we need to start with ourselves. We want to make ourselves attractive so that people want to come to us to work, and it will be a magnet that will also draw people from abroad. We do have such people that are currently working for us from abroad. Work UA, what do you say? I believe that we need to create senses. We need to create values for people so that they know what their company is creating, what is the value added that they get once they go to work for this company. This will be the foundation for corporate culture. Make this internal training and internal upbringing and education to cover up what the typical education system may miss, and share these practices to the broader public. Kirill, what about you? We do not have any other way but create a modern, contemporary, successful state, because otherwise it will just not exist. We do need to understand that our nation is now divided in half. Half of the people are now abroad, and we need to create a country where you can be someone, and we need to stand up to the promise. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your work, for your messages, for your optimism. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Let's get it started. I think that we will simply have more time for talking. Good evening. It just so happens that Defense Tech is for dinner now. I think it still is important because all of us in Kiev are beginning to feel the role of Defense Tech closer to night, especially at night and midnight and past those hours. My name is Mitroshinkiv. I'm an investor and partner of Aerodrone startup. We are producing large-size UAV systems and will be moderating this event today. And let me introduce the panelists who have agreed to participate and be representatives of the industry and government authorities to speak about a most interesting and engaging topic of Defense Tech. Let's begin with Anna Gvozdar, Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine. Anna is very well known in the industry as someone who has built the famous charity fund that belonged to Sergei Pritula, and then she went to work for the Ministry of Strategic Sector, and many know about the changes implemented due to Anna. So Anna, hello. Also with us on this panel is Dmytro Strizhov, the founder and member of the advisory board of Sheriff Holding. He's a Ukrainian entrepreneur and the Sheriff Demining Company specializing in humanitarian demining in the first place. He's represented by him, and today we are talking about humanitarian demining on this panel because it means both safety and security for us where we are and exporting these services globally. Alexander Yakovenko is another one. With us, founder and CEO of TAF Industries, one of the largest private-owned companies to manufacture FPV, reconnaissance, UAV systems, and electronic warfare systems. He is the creator of Innovation Hub, which unites a whole lot of different people around this topic. Stanislav Grishin, the co-founder and director of strategic development of the drone manufacturer General Chereshnya. Interestingly, he also is a lawyer by training, both here in Ukraine and in Lithuania. He's a former serviceman. Thank you for that. He created the Center of Situational Awareness in Zaporizhia Oblast, so he is the one who is savvy about what happens to Command and Control C2. And he works with one of the large companies, the supplier of UAV systems for the front line. Igor Rykov, head of the Unmanned Systems Service of the 13th Brigade of the Charter National Guard. Of all I know, every serviceman, prior to their active duty, they also had a business background, so Igor used to deal with the developing experience, and this allowed him first to go for the platoon of UAVs, and now he's coordinating UAV systems, aerial systems, and the ground UAV systems too are in his control. So, first we'll be speaking about, we'll have 3 blocks actually, and first, we would like to speak about the Ukrainian Miltech in Ukraine. And my first question goes to Anna Gvozdar. What is the role that you see? What's happening on behalf of the state nowadays to contribute to the development of Miltech? Take a helicopter view of our situation as is. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for this question. So what is Miltech for us? What does it mean? This refers to all defense technologies we have. We regard it in 3 dimensions. The first one being security one. Without an exception, all of the industries that we are developing are all to serve the safety and security of our people and to have our military. So it's a lot of money, lots of cycles, lots of focus riveted to that on behalf of the businesses who would like to contribute to our victory. So number 1 is to provide for our army, and number 2, it's an economic dimension. Localization for us matters a lot. We care to make sure that as many things are produced in Ukraine as we can, because all of our taxes go to equipment for the sake of our army. So the more funds remain here in Ukraine, the more we can contribute to ensuring the needs of our army. And dimension three is a political one. From the charity standpoint, because we are kind of a country who is donated to, all of the countries contributed with their weaponry for Ukraine, but now we are beginning to export our technologies. So in this respect, we are becoming a partner. So for us, what matters, of course, is our army, which deserves its full right to raise a loud voice and to speak out loud on the map of security of the whole world. And the second thing, it's defense tech, because we are a partner. We have a lot of expertise that many of our partners don't have. So a lot of our European peers are reaching out to us because they have been confronted with the Russian drones. They're not talking to us as a country which is a poor country attacked by Russians, but they're talking to us as a strong partner, a partner with unique expertise from the standpoint of defense technologies. So these are the three dimensions via the lens of which the government is assessing MilTech. Just before this panel, producers usually, they stand and begin to complain. It's a classic story. It's not only before this panel, but as a rule, this is the way it happens. So the standpoint of the MOD, where are the problems now? What are the most critical issues, the biggest bottlenecks from the perspective of the state? And how are the producers viewed? And how are they viewing this? Well, as for me, our biggest problem is the Russians. I always say to everyone about it in response to such questions. Our only issue is the Russians, but for them, everything would be much different. So this is problem number one. Problem number two is funds. If our country was not faced with the problems that we have to face now, and if we didn't have to spend money for things where this money goes to, of course we will invest much more in defense technologies. Our R&D is vested on the shoulders of our manufacturers. So we're talking about collaboration. It's not so much about the country versus producers, but about the whole country. And I thank all of the producers and manufacturers who are allowed to leave some more profit than other producers of weaponry. And we can see a real breakthrough taking place in the production. We do not dictate or impose it on the producers, do this or that. Once we see any issues, and I think the military will speak about that more, but once we begin to look for solutions, they are available in the market as a rule, and this is great. But I think if we had more money, we would definitely be able to afford more developments. Now much is being said about various models of funding, like SAFE, Danish model, the second version of the Danish model. Where are we in all that? Personally, I also engage in negotiations. It's moving along. There's some positive shift observed. But how is the MOD viewing that? Are you ready to facilitate this dialogue? Where do you see the success or challenges? The MOD and, of course, the supreme authority of the country are the core negotiators with the leaders of other countries in terms of funding Ukraine's, for the purposes of Ukraine's weaponry. Just for you to understand, 2 years ago, we were never provided with any foreign funding to procure any weaponry made in Ukraine. They were only ready to forward some of the equipment they had. And I think it's also a hallmark of quality that 1.5 years ago, partners began to give us funds, and this is how we elaborated the Danish model, and we began to procure directly from the Netherlands, and now the SAFE project has come. Our partners will take out loans, and they will be using it towards buying weaponry produced here in Ukraine. And here at the MOD is the core negotiator, and all of this lies on the shoulders of the military. We know how much they need and what exactly they need for the next year, and we immediately begin to make our requests based on that. Thank you. Now let's move on to manufacturers. Let's start with Alexander Yakovenko. My question is, you began with prototypes and now you're into serial mass production. So what is the greatest hitch when we speak about mass production in Ukraine. Just to keep it short, everything is a big problem. And I thought that you would say the Russians. Of course, the Russians are number one due to shellings, for example. But speaking about the problems at every stage, every step of the way, there are different problems. We began this business not as a business, but rather as a charity organization. And only a year after that, we realized that it was impossible to meet the needs of the army and the country as a charity organization. So we transformed that in a systemic organization. We went through all kinds of mistakes, and the military will probably confirm that. You spoke about us moving from prototypes to mass making, right? Because this is the greatest number of challenges that we can see with prototype makers. This is something which is our strength, because they can scale up. I mean, the enemy can scale up their solutions. In Ukraine, there are not just 15 or 20 products like the cases with Russia, but we have so many more, but we simply cannot make them massively produced. So this is something that we are faced with on a massive scale. At the first stage, initially, we produced as all we could, but we were very much limited in the stock of our component parts, and there was no culture of production at the initial stage. What do I mean? When everything goes according to the same specification and everything is controlled. The second point is the supply chain. And Anna said it before me. Now the key issue is localization. One of the key things is localization. Why? Because from my example, 90% of acquisitions and procurements for our UAVs happen abroad, and primarily things come from China. More than that, we are the suppliers of different component parts for other suppliers, and last year we paid Chinese suppliers tentatively for $150 million. Only you mean, or is this the assessment of the market? Not the assessment of the market. It's the group of my companies that produces and sells to others for $150 million. This is crazy money. This year, there's another acute issue at stake, localization, because year in and out, it's getting ever harder to import component parts to Ukraine. Export from China or from other countries is getting harder, and importing this into Ukraine, right? Especially if we talk about Chinese equipment. Now it's getting easier due to the government's efforts. We are exempt from taxes, but we would like to diversify our risks, and we go for localization.
When it comes to localization, there are many relevant issues because unfortunately the raw materials is not accessible from the Ukrainian innate resources, so it needs to be taken from abroad. But step by step, we will need to diversify the supply chain. And of course, lastly, it's a quality control. We need to be accelerated in this regard. Everything is being updated every few weeks, and unfortunately with the pressure like this, including with the constant shelling, where we need to constantly diversify the risk to place accumulator production in one place and other parts in another place. This is what really impacts the quality control, and this is something for us to handle. But the systemic story is such that our country is a country that is a laboratory. We're perfect at creating prototypes. We're very quick to test them on the battleground, but the managerial story and the operational aspects are something that needs to be constantly upgraded. Talking about scaling up, during the conference of the European Council, Andriy Beletsky stated that the Russians have not invented anything during this war. They also took something that was invented before by the Iranians or Ukrainians. They copied it and scaled it up. So we see this approach to scaling today. What is the factor that's impeding scaling up? You have listed the directions of your operations, your activities, and how do you see the solutions to the obstacles that you mentioned, or what are you doing in this regard? First of all, the obstacle that is the limited funds. It is something that can only be resolved along with the state and bringing in new partners. So this is number one. And then secondly, it's the regulatory framework. The state is rather quick in recalling the limitations. As we saw a few years ago, to get the verification, it took 3 years. Now it takes 3 months, and it is critically important. Then we need to scale up the opportunities for testing the products on the training grounds. There is a certain bottleneck there, where we need to wait, where we are detained by the error alerts and so on. So this is something that can be accelerated. And of course, we need to simplify the regulatory framework for it to not, of course, remove the quality control, but in order to be able to implement new solutions. Thank you, Stanislav Grishin. Can I ask a question to you? In continuation to what was said by Alexander, you are growing so fast, the demand to your products is very active. Tell us your story about your story of scaling. We have here 2 producers that are scaling. Do you support what was said by Alexander, or do you have a separate story? Let me totally agree to what Alexander said. Of course, we had our peculiarities and our certain stories, but in general, if we're talking about scaling on the one part and the quality control, it is actually mutually exclusive factors. It is impossible to work on the quality and scale up and also do the R&D efforts. Yes, of course, it's totally combinable in terms of processes, because they do not go together very well. I am fully convinced that the issues of scaling, it lies in the ground of strategic planning. And the ball is on the side of the MOD, and we support all of the positive innovations introduced and described by Ms. Anna. And talking about the new products, we do lack certain communication. Which product, in the opinion of MOD, has a potential? We can compare that to voodoo style management. So we do have certain ideas. We invest certain funds, and as well as other producers. We create prototypes. We do the testing. We do mass production. If it works, then this is where Ministry of Defense gets engaged as a strategic partner, and this is when the process truly starts with the procurement, the demand, and so on. And does the military experience impact the decision making regarding the favoring a certain product or prototype, or the product evolution? Is it done by the military units or the MOD? I'm just doing this introduction to then bring in Igor into this discussion. Well, absolutely, it's the military units as well. Everyone that's engaged, every actor that's engaged in the Ministry of Defense, in the defense sector, their client is not only the Ministry of Defense, but more and primarily the end user, which is the military, and the operational processes need to be designed in real time. We constantly request and get feedback, and we need to be prepared to take a pivot in terms of our products, and be prepared to the shifts, and be prepared to the constant dynamics. I believe that this process, from the operational perspective, is so dynamic, despite the fact that it's really young. Well, it's true that Miltech existed before 2022, but the greatest boost happened and is happening now. Therefore, there are no right answers, no wrong answers. It is a living process. And what is the secret to the success of your product in terms of being implemented by the armed forces? There is no secret to it. There is a lot of work involved. We have a joke where we used to have work-life balance, and now there's war-life balance. There is no 9 to 5 or 5-day work week. There's a lot of work involved. We need to be open to constant changes. We are very open open to engaging veterans and introducing them into our team. The operational director of our team is one of the commanders of the military brigades, and he's now with us, and it really adds to our capacities. And absolutely, yes, the military experience can be different, and it can be the administrative work, because military bureaucracy is also a separate aspect. All of this matters, and it's a combination of factors that it strengthens the potential of the product. Igor, let us give the floor to you. We have now listened to two producers speak and the Ministry of Defense. Now we want to give you a chance to speak. What are the frontline realities? What are the expectations of the people in the military, in the front line, from the Ministry of Defense and the producers? Let me start by saying thank you to both the MOD and the producers. We are using your products along with others. These drones are amazing. They work, they're very reliable, and really we are proud of the work that you do. We're proudly using your products. Please scale up. We need more of this stuff. Now let me admit that from the state, it's similar to money. So there's always lack of money. The same, there's always lack of supply from the state. We do have supply. It's diversified. We have drones coming from various producers and suppliers, but of course it looks something similar to a zoo, because there is the infrastructure is, for example, best suited for a specific product, and when you have a zoo, this a span of various products, there is difficulty in terms of changing the certain internal infrastructure of the unit, personnel and the mini infrastructure and the elements. So it is additional hassle, so to say. But generally speaking, I'm sure that everybody is aware of that, but it is a phenomenon really how we were able, using FPV drones and the Starlink UAVs, they are also referred to as vampires. They have really changed the image of this war, and made a historical impact on this war. I cannot imagine what would have happened if we did not make this good progress in terms of drone production. And it is the state that deserves the credit for this, to begin with, because those workshops were starting out in a backstreet format, so to say, and it was largely inspired by the spirit. And as when it comes to the state, I want to highlight the development of the digital services and the supply services. There's a platform that's called Brave Market. I'm sure that the producers are familiar with it. Well, actually, it's curious to know how our international partners regard this. It's inconceivable how gamification can be introduced in the state of war. So there are the E-scores for ruined object, and so to say, and every unit for based on their results, you see the results in the mass media, the list of top brigades, and so on. So it is this electronic scores that are the foundation for the statistics, and using these scores, you can use them as cash, so to say. You can exchange them for certain products. You can make 15 million of virtual funds that you can then exchange to certain products. This is a beautiful story, and it's working so well. I would be happy if the state actually shifted supply to this kind of market platform where you can choose, you can do the configuration and order what you need, and assure the supply, structure the supply in this way. So the state would be the leading agent for these services and these policies, similar to Delta and others, and it would be very useful to really invest time and effort into assuring the supply to the front line, to make sure it's more client oriented to the specific brigade, to the specific military. If this continues and if it expands, it would be very helpful. If you can share with us the degree of supply for specifically your unit, MOD and those that do fundraising, they talk a lot about this. Can you share to what degree your demand is covered? I don't think it's secret for classified information. We are the supply is 100% every month, but not all of the 100% are provided by the state. So the funding is not sufficient, as stated by Anna. Yes, it's true that for 1 month it could be 20% by the state provided, and another month it could be different, and because there was some delay because of the bureaucratic processes, and we did sense it on the front line. But due to the support and the donations and the support from the part of the business and the fundraising efforts on behalf of the units themselves, it's openly open marketing events, because we are all aware about the 3rd Assault Brigade and others. They have very powerful fundraising initiatives, and it is a really good avenue for both recruiting and supply into the brigade. Thank you. Dmitro, may we ask you the following? The subject of humanitarian demining is pushed back when we are talking about drones, but I know that in humanitarian demining a lot of drones are being used. Can it be regarded as a separate industry, or is it part of the defense stack, and how do you see its development? Of course, humanitarian demining is part of the defense stack, but its time has not come. It has started developing in 2022 when the decision was taken that it is not just the obligation of the state, and Yulia Serdenko and Ihor Beskaravaini made this decision, and this fear started growing, but people were hoping that the war will last for 1 year. But we cannot call this a market that's growing, although there are many operators, 100 operators of humanitarian demining. We are now at the stage where our manufacturers produce the special machinery and the special gear for humanitarian demining. The KIEF region, as of now, has been demined already, and regarding the other areas, we will see where the war stops. As of now, the market of humanitarian demining cannot use the same budget, the same funds as the drone market. But we need to understand that there are some red lines in France that are still not demined since the Second World War, because it's expensive, and we can see it in the training grounds. We're currently testing the new technologies that new Ukrainian companies come forward with, and whoever finds a way to do demining in a quick and more efficient way, those will just harvest millions, because this can be then sold to France and Germany and so on, because the German grounds are not fully demined. So as of now, the cost of demining the contaminated territories in Ukraine to cover 1 hectare, it would be $7,000, and when the cost of the land is 1,500. So nobody wants to really do it out of profit. And mentioning Croatia as an example, they're still working on the demining, and their machinery is one of the best sold in Europe because they're cheaper. The 700,000 compared to 100,000 in other places in Europe. So I do believe in the export potential of this direction. Talking about us, Sharif, we are currently focused on the following. We have learned how to manage people. We actually funded the appearance of a new profession. It's the deminer of the humanitarian sphere. The Ministry of Education is already licensing education in this regard. We have trained 100 people already, and if and the deminer can also be an amputee. We have calculated, along with the Ministry of Economy and the market of this profession, those that will be engaged will include 10 or 20,000 people. So we are now preparing to expand the network of training centers in all the regions where there were hostilities. This is amazing. So you really made this subtle introduction to the next sphere. It's the warfare technologies in the global context. You mentioned export. Anna, can we touch upon the very favorite subject? Will Ukraine be exporting? Will it be Model A, Model B, Model C? In the chat of producers, there was diverging opinions. Can you please share where are we in this subject, and how does the MOD see this process? Well, we can say that we can call it a victory already, because a week ago, on the 6th of October, the president declared the launch of guided export. The various factors came together. First of all, it's our limited funding and our manufacturing capacities. For example, to be able to buy off everything that my fellow panelists are producing, we do not have sufficient funds, and because they are really worth a lot. Therefore, we understand that in order to be able to help our army, in order to supply for them, we need to sell a few things that we have in abundance and those that are in demand with our partners. We see the risks that our partners are facing, and some factors have led to the president declaring this decision. But in the center of this decision, of course, there are our militaries. It, of course, needs to be done in their interest, and they need to understand that we do it in order to increase the quantity of supply. And, of course, there is some benchmark threshold level of supply to a brigade where we call it capable. This is something that was mentioned already.
In Harti, there is a great case of how they're helping themselves. But we understand there are some new units which cannot always make acquisitions for themselves, even having the funds that the government provides them with. So they always have to live up, we have to live up to the level of our military to make sure that they can fulfill all of their missions. And exporting is one of the pathways that we have to pursue to make sure that the residues can be sold towards helping our army in order to make some profits. Now, together with the ministries, with the National Defense and Security Council, we will be working on a model which will be safe for our producers in the first place, will meet the needs of our military, and will contribute as much money as it can. So this is cause number one. Number two, this will tap into our investment potential, because a lot of international investors come and they want to invest in our Ukrainian companies, and this will definitely give a great boost to our companies to keep developing technology-wise and contribute to the frontline gains and wins. But no foreign investor will come to a market where conditions and terms are vague, especially when we speak about our procurement capacity. So the decision is right and timely, there is the political will in place, you mean? Yes. The mechanism is just taking the shape of a mechanism, yes. And we are very much hopeful that in the nearest future it will be launched into operation and we will secure some of the first deals and this will roll over. Now, a grain of salt, a pinch of salt. We are talking about successful Ukrainian technologies which are demonstrating themselves very well in the battlefield, but by your assessments, there have been a lot of discussions at the level of MODs in other countries, and you're engaged in them, and you're contributing a lot to that. There's no denying this. Your story with Sergei Pritula and the strategic fields in the Ministry of Strategic Industries. So this is a matter of compliance with STANAGs and NATO standards. How much are we prepared before we begin to ask the producers whether we are ready? Because the requirements set before us from the procurers of NATO countries will be the requirements of those countries. And we definitely mean to export to those countries where the regulatory basis is very lean and simple to understand. So, Anya, what do you have to say? Well, let's face it. I'm not going to answer your question at once. We have to come to terms, and the whole world have to come to terms, that the world tech industry has changed due to different kind of decisions that Ukraine has been undertaking. We are demonstrating that. For you to understand, before the full-scale invasion, this was a very complicated, very expensive industry. I mean, military tech, everything was extremely costly and not affordable to everyone. And suddenly Ukraine emerged with streamlined regulation, so anyone virtually could become a producer of weaponry and equipment just because they were willing to do so. This is not a super accessible and available possibility in the world, so it's cheaper. Our producers, of course, they're making money, and secondly, their production needs to fulfill missions in the battlefield. It has to be interchangeable and provide the deliverables. And of course, the cheaper it is, the better. Respectively, we're used to some things, while the world is looking at us askew in a way, askance. Why? Because the global trends say that you cannot manufacture a lot of artillery platforms, but we produce as many as 40 per month. All of the countries in the world produce only 10, so this is another world trend. You cannot produce several million FPV drones per year. It's impossible. Or reconnaissance drones, like 50,000 produced here in Ukraine. And here, clearly, the issue of certification of how long these goods should be preserved, about support services. In this context, of course, we are not ready to face the situation. But if the world wants to survive, it has to change, because our partners, seeing how much weaponry, world-made, Western-made weaponry, unfortunately, went down the drain and it failed in the battlefield. So we have to understand whether NATO has to integrate with us or we have to integrate into NATO. So we have to live up to some standards, and understandably, especially our manufacturers have to be aware of how to survive in weapon-making markets. And at the same time, we have to understand that concessions have to be made on their part. They have to revise their standards. Thank you very much for your active MOD stance, because we see that arms making standards are shifting, and very quickly. So, Alexander, next question. Which weapon products are of greatest enjoy the greatest prospects? Because you have a wide range of products to make. So what is boding the greatest export potential for us? Thank you for your question. Let me first comment on the previous speaker's answers. As someone who was born in a democratic country, no, I wasn't born in a democratic country. It was back in the Soviet days, but I now live in a democratic country, so I'm very cautious when I hear guided exports, controlled exports. For me, everything which is guided or controlled is a tough story because unfortunately it entails a lot of bureaucracy. So I would like it to be done step by step for the country to deregulate exports too. Concerning our export capacity, I'll be frank with you. My take is probably 97% of manufacturers are not ready to go for compliance procedure according to NATO standards. It's virtually impossible. There is a ratio, a share of companies that stand very good chances. What do foreign MODs or private military companies want? In fact, they do not understand themselves what they want. It's weird, and as weird as it may be, but this is the situation. We can see it in Poland 3 years into the Ukrainian war, but still, they would like to see strike drones having no additional equipment as light systems to accompany those. So what is our potential in this respect? Naturally, the battlefield experience that we have right now speaks in favor of our expertise in terms of deep strikes, something that no one else has it except, unfortunately, our enemy. And this is the story that a lot of foreign partners take a lot of keen interest in. Lots of guided munitions, indeed. FPV drones, it's a basic thing, but they will be definitely changing, and we will be shifting for automated systems. We'll be shifting into those. And I think that in the nearest years, if unfortunately hostilities will continue at the same intensity, we will reach a particular ceiling, a cap of counteracting drones, and probably automated systems will be used for the most part that don't have any telemetry, no radiation or emission. Some of the systems have been prohibited by convention, so we cannot use them without the corroboration of the operator. But I think this is going to be amended because we can see how different international regulations are fulfilled. Well, Russia is a signatory to a lot of those regulations, but this unfortunately is not changing our situation or changing it for the better. So definitely we have to lobby it through different unions. Of course, we have to communicate that via our country, communicating this to MODs of our foreign partners concerning their concepts at large. So they have to integrate weaponry, and we have to do the same, which has short life, but is inexpensive in maintenance and support. And this can be a very good contribution to air defense systems, for example, interceptor drones. This is a must-have for any country as an intrinsic part of their air defense systems. All right, I see. Stanislav. Now that we are talking about competition, Alexander has said about the areas and trends. How do you see this competition with large defense concerns? It's not a secret that the biggest stands at DSCI in London are usually presented by big manufacturing concerns. Usually they also set up concerts. It's a lot of show-off, which misfires. But at the same time, there are Ukrainian producers who are ready to compete. So how do you see this competition? First of all, let me thank Igor and his charter, the entire charter brigade, because our goods would be of no use but for the military personnel who use them on a daily basis, hitting the enemy and defending us. And on behalf of all of those present in this room, we should extend our gratitude to the armed forces of Ukraine in his capacity for their daily work. With regard to the competition, I'm deeply convinced. Kirill Budanov, our secret guest today, said that everything depends on us. In fact, Ukraine is a raw material colony because what we supply as exports are very basic, simplistic things. It just so happens historically. And as Kirill Budanov said it, arms are the best things that we have created since the time of gaining independence. So respectively, what we are doing is of exceptional significance in comparison to what our partners are doing, because it can be immediately applied in the battle, and it's of huge value. And the truth lies in the fact that this is not going to continue endlessly, because the conflict will end sooner or later. And the significance of that will also subside. So our solutions or decisions in exports, of course, it's great. This is going to be regulated, guided, and controlled. And we very much hope that it will be launched into operation sooner rather than later, because these complicated technologies will define and determine our economic specialty as a country. And this will define the strategic development for us, not as a company or a field or as an industry, but as an entire country. And this will eventually pull up all of the related industries, as we have mentioned it today. Things which is development of the component part production, which is very much related to drone making. So we have to be ready to produce them here, not only utilize them being exported from abroad. So this will entail a lot of changes, and we will have to repeal lots of taxes for the raw materials to be able to produce all of these components, and all of the related parts of the economy will be stirred into action. So we mustn't be afraid of some imaginary competition, but instead we have to brace up for that. That's something that we keep repeating at different nationwide and foreign events. We are very well committed. Our foreign partners and their employees work perhaps some 8 hours per day, and they can never overload themselves, whereas we are ready to work until the bitter end, which is the victory. Another thing to add, an interesting story before I move on to Igor. The degree of interaction between the Ukrainian manufacturers and Ukrainian military is unprecedented, something which is not experienced in NATO countries. For them, it was odd that the military servicemen are present during R&D and in workshops. And from this, I would like to make a bridge to Victor. Can Ukrainian military innovations be of interest for other countries? And other representatives of foreign ministries or different armies present and gaining any experience from you, because the issue of application is also of concern. Well, in the first place, in terms of engagement, this was back in 2022-2023 when we would go to Kiev, to different flats, to see different engineers sitting and soldering different pieces of equipment, gadgets, sitting down with them, trying to make something that would fly and kill someone. So this engagement and involvement was generated at this point. Probably this is part of our cultural genetic code of our resistance, and volunteering movement is all about the same. Concerning what may be of interest for international producers and how engaged they are, there are famous drones of Western make that already have an AI component fed in them. And they stand out because they have digital cameras, another type of communications, another way of applying them. They are also FPV drones. They fly perhaps further than ours, but they're not massively exploited because the degree of being merged with the Ukrainian producer here in the Ukrainian army is so much higher and more intense than the degree of interacting with foreign makers. In the third world countries, for example, where labor force is cheap, they go there, and for obvious reasons, they don't want to come to Ukraine. Although if they wanted, they probably could come here, but there were legal bans for them to come here and start manufacturing and exporting. So they produce their weapons abroad. Only here they set up some services centers, maintenance centers, and they have some engineers who try to twinkle with those AI elements and stuff like this. So this is the most successful of the cases that I know of. But in the final count, enjoying the full support, I am in favor of supporting the Ukrainian producer And I'm 2 thumbs up to make sure that Ukrainian producers will be able to export their products and make money and invest that in their own manufacture. While foreign makers, they probably should be allowed to come here, take up a share, but the first fiddle must be played by the Ukrainian producer because these are our technologies, we are the inventor. Igor, quite often we mention exporting products, but it's also about experience. The experience of the Ukrainian military. You think that they can teach Western military how to apply this MilTech? Your experience of your subordinates, how do you see that? That perhaps in future, in theory, they can become instructors to Westerners. How do you see this story? Because often they mention manufacturers, but not you. Well, it's an indelible part. FPV drones, take them. In the last 2 years, they haven't changed, not substantially. Of course, the culture of manufacturing has improved, and the frequencies to manage them, video capacity is changing, batteries, the content of the drone changes in a way, but the drone itself hasn't changed much. It's a device which is not difficult to make, as opposed to other military technologies, but without the tactics of applying that. Any Ukrainian drone needs to be supported by Ukrainian FPV pilot or commander, who is not just a pilot, but also a commander who knows well how to apply those gadgets. If just a year ago we had a range of products which were just analog FPV drones, right now we can see lots of different specificities attached to them. We have as many as 10 different pieces to accompany a particular FPV drone. So it's a combined operation where we use 2, 3, or 4 different types of FPVs to achieve the maximum output. So this expertise, once again, is an indelible part of this would-be expertise to export. Okay, Metro, to follow up on that. The Ukrainian exporters, the prospects of exporting expertise and knowledge. I understand private military companies are reaching out to us, not for D-miners, but for sappers. Yet, one needs to understand where there is a great potential for the things that the boys are doing. I'm not only talking about FPV drones. Sheriff will be participating in the month of November in the French Expo. The logic is, previously we defended commercial assets. We would set up different kinds of systems to defend the perimeters of assets. But now we're asked with the task of air defenses. And now we have to understand that any company, world company, which is worth millions of dollars, it can be its operations can be put on stall by a single drone. So they're coming to us for solutions. And these days, our company is getting together with DIA Defense to collect a group who will build those that detect drones, EW and interceptor drones, but to apply that in conventionally peaceful circumstances, right? Where we need to prevent attacks. So our engineers and engineering area is going to continue developing. We will be applying our engineering devices in order to defend critical industry assets in Europe, and this is going to be presented, as I said, in November in France. Super great. Today we have engaged in a fascinating discussion. We tried to have insights into the export potential of the Ukrainian defense tech industry. And we can argue that due to the Ukrainian experience, Ukrainian armed forces, Ukrainian producers and manufacturers, we are creating a story which is transforming the landscape of the army of the future, the new arms race, because to a large extent a new history is being created here in Ukraine by producers, by the people who are using and applying all of this gadgetry. And I'm grateful to the General Staff Ministry of Defense and the commands of many units, because the level of involvement of them, their involvement in this process is unprecedented. Thank you. Talking about the transformation of FPV drones, I haven't seen it, but I was told about the latest battlefield. So they already have FPV drones. So this is to do with gaming culture. Now this needs to be ensured in reality. We can go on. We can see that our time is up, but there are some security issues. And Sheriff has raised this issue with us here. This is to do with protecting civilian population from FPV drones that might be applied by criminal gangs. And this is within the purview of the Ministry of Interior. This has been on their agenda for a long time. This is an issue that was raised at a lot of commercial exhibitions for drones, and there are no solutions to this issue. Most of the time when we ask our audiences about possible solutions, there's always still. So it's a great comfort for me that we are developing our defense tech to ensure our own security. Thank you.